V I Lenin. Collected Works. Volume 1. 1893 to 1894. Preface to Volume 1. The first volume contains 4 works: New Economic Developments in Peasant Life, on the so-called market question, What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, the economic content of Narodism and the criticism of it in Mr. Strobe's book, written by V I Lenin in 1893 to 1894, at the outset of his revolutionary activity, during the first years of the struggle to establish a workers' revolutionary party in Russia. In these works, which are directed against the Narodniks and legal Marxists, Lenin gives a Marxist analysis of Russia's social and economic system at the close of the 19th century, and formulates a number of program principles and tasks for the revolutionary struggle of the Russian proletariat. The paper, on the so-called market question, is included in the 4th edition of V I Lenin's collected works. It did not appear in earlier editions. Lenin wrote the paper in the autumn of 1893. The manuscript was believed to be lost beyond recall and was discovered only in 1937, when it was published for the first time. Lenin's work What the Friends of the People Are is published in the present edition according to a new copy of the hectographed edition of 1894, which came into the possession of the Institute of Marxism-Leninism only in 1936, and was not taken account of in previous editions of the works of V I Lenin. The copy mentioned contains numerous editorial corrections apparently introduced by Lenin when preparing to have the book published abroad. All these corrections have been introduced into the present edition. This edition, therefore, contains the exact text of What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats. On the so-called Market Question 17. Written in the autumn of 1893. First published in 1937 in number 21 of the journal Bolshevik. Published according to the manuscript. First manuscript page of Lenin's on the so-called Market Question, 1893, reduced. I. Can capitalism develop in Russia and reach full development when the masses of the people are poor and are becoming still poorer? The development of capitalism certainly needs an extensive home market, but the ruin of the peasantry undermines this market, threatens to close it altogether and make the organization of the capitalist order impossible. True, it is said that, by transforming the natural economy of our direct producers into a commodity economy, capitalism is creating a market for itself, but is it conceivable that the miserable remnants of the natural economy of indigent peasants can form the basis for the development in our country of the mighty capitalist production that we see in the West? Is it not evident that the one fact of the masses being impoverished already makes our capitalism something impotent and without foundation, incapable of embracing the entire production of the country and of becoming the basis of our social economy? Such are the questions that are constantly being advanced in our literature in opposition to the Russian Marxists. The absence of a market is one of the principal arguments invoked against the possibility of applying the theory of Marx to Russia. To refute this argument is the aim, incidentally, of the paper The Market Question, which we are about to discuss. 2. The main premise of the author of the paper is the assumption of the general and exclusive domination of capitalist production. Proceeding from that premise, he expounds the contents of Chapter XXI of Volume 2 of Capital, Part 3, The Reproduction and Circulation of the Aggregate Social Capital. Here Marx sets out to investigate how social production replaces the part of the product which serves to satisfy the personal needs of the workers and the capitalists, and that which goes to form the elements of productive capital. Hence, in Volume I, the investigation of the production and reproduction of an individual capital could be limited to an analysis of the component parts of capital and the product according to their value, as is shown in Volume I of Capital. The value of the product consists of C, constant capital, plus V, variable capital, plus S, surplus value, but here the product must be divided into its material components, because that part of the product which consists of the elements of capital cannot be used for personal consumption, and vice versa. In view of that, Marx divides aggregate social production and consequently, the aggregate social product into two departments, I, the production of means of production, i.e., the elements of productive capital commodities which can serve only for productive consumption, and 2, the production of means of consumption, i.e., commodities that serve for the personal consumption of the working class and the capitalist class. The investigation is based on the following scheme. Arabic numerals indicate units of value: millions of rubles, for example. Roman numerals indicate the above-mentioned departments of social production. The rate of surplus value is taken at 100%. Let us begin by supposing that we are dealing with simple reproduction, i.e., let us assume that production does not expand, but remains permanently on its former scale. This means that the capitalists consume the whole surplus value unproductively, that they expend it for their personal needs and not for accumulation. Under those circumstances it is obvious, firstly, that 2500V and 2500S must be consumed by the capitalists and the workers in the same department too, since that product exists in the form of means of consumption intended for the satisfaction of personal needs. Further, I4000C in its natural form must be consumed by the capitalists in the same department I, because the condition that the scale of production remains unchanged demands the retention of the same capital for the next year's production of means of production. Consequently, the replacement of this part of capital also presents no difficulty. The corresponding part of the product existing in the natural form of coal, iron, machines, etc., will be exchanged among the capitalists engaged in producing means of production and will serve them, as before, as constant capital. Thus, there remains I, V #S, and 2C. I1000 V #I1000S are products existing in the form of means of production, and 2000C in the form of means of consumption. The workers and capitalists in Department I, under simple reproduction, i.e., consumption of the entire surplus value, must consume means of consumption to the value of 1000 V, number 1000, S. To be able to continue production on the previous scale, the capitalists in Department 2 must acquire means of production to the extent of 2000 in order to replace their constant capital, 2002C. It is evident from this that IV #IS must be exchanged for 2C, because, if they are not, production on the previous scale will be impossible. The condition for simple reproduction is that the sum of the variable capital and surplus value in Department I must be equal to the constant capital in Department 2, I, V #S, equals 2C. In other words, that law may be formulated as follows: the sum of all the new values produced in the course of a year, in both departments, must be equal to the gross value of the product existing in the form of means of consumption, I, V #S, #2, V #S, equals 2, C# V #S. Actually, of course, there can be no simple reproduction, both because the production of the whole of society cannot remain on the previous scale every year, and because accumulation is a law of the capitalist system. Let us, therefore, examine how social production on an expanding scale, or accumulation, takes place. Where there is accumulation, only part of the surplus value is consumed by the capitalists for their personal needs, the other part being consumed productively, i.e., converted into the elements of productive capital for the expansion of production. Therefore, where there is accumulation, I, V plus S, and 2C cannot be equal, I, V plus S, must be greater than 2C in order that part of the surplus value in Department I, IS, may be used for the expansion of production, and not exchanged for means of consumption. Thus we get. Such, in essence, are the results of Marx's investigations in the reproduction of the aggregate social capital. These investigations, the reservation must be made, are given here in a most concise form, very much that Marx analyses in detail has been omitted. For example, circulation of money, replacement of fixed capital which is gradually worn out, and so forth, because all this has no direct bearing on the question under review. 3. What conclusions does the author of the paper draw from these investigations made by Marx? Unfortunately, he does not formulate his conclusions very precisely and definitely, so that we have to make our own judgment of them from certain remarks which do not fully harmonize with each other. Thus, for example, we read, "We have seen here," says the author, "how accumulation takes place in Department I, the production of means of production as means of production. This accumulation takes place independently both of the progress of the production of articles of consumption and of the personal consumption itself, no matter whose it is." Page. Of course, it is wrong to speak of accumulation being independent of the production of articles of consumption, if only because the expansion of production calls for new variable capital and, consequently, articles of consumption. Evidently, by using that term the author merely wanted to stress the specific feature of the scheme, namely, that the reproduction of IC constant capital in Department I takes place without exchanges with Department II, i.e., every year a certain quantity of, say, coal is produced in society for the purpose of producing coal. It goes without saying that this production, of coal for the purpose of producing coal, links up, by a series of subsequent exchanges, with the production of articles of consumption. Otherwise, neither the coal owners nor their workers could exist. Elsewhere, the author expresses himself much more feebly. The principal movement of capitalist accumulation, he says, takes place, and has taken place, except in very early periods, independently of any direct producers, independently of the personal consumption of any stratum of the population. p. 8. Here, reference is made only to the predominance of the production of means of production over the production of articles of consumption in the course of the historical development of capitalism. This reference is repeated in another passage. On the one hand, the typical feature of capitalist society is accumulation for accumulation, productive but not personal consumption. On the other hand, typical of it is precisely the production of means of production as means of production. p. If by these references the author wanted to say that capitalist society is distinguished from the other economic organizations which preceded it precisely by the development of machines and the articles necessary for them, coal, iron, and so forth, then he is quite right. In technical level capitalist society is higher than all others, and technical progress is expressed precisely in the fact that the work of machines pushes human labor more and more into the background. Instead of engaging in criticism of the author's insufficiently clear statements, it will, therefore, be better to turn straight to Marx and see whether it is possible to draw from his theory the conclusion that Department I predominates over Department II, and in what sense this predominance is to be understood. From Marx's scheme quoted above, the conclusion cannot be drawn that Department I predominates over Department II, both develop on parallel lines. But that scheme does not take technical progress into consideration. As Marx proved in Volume I of Capital, technical progress is expressed by the gradual decrease of the ratio of variable capital to constant capital, whereas in the scheme it is taken as unchanged. It goes without saying that if this change is made in the scheme, there will be a relatively more rapid increase in means of production than in articles of consumption. Nevertheless, it seems to me that it will be worthwhile making that calculation, firstly, for the sake of clarity, and secondly, to avoid possible wrong conclusions from that premise. In the following scheme, the rate of accumulation is taken as constant, half of the surplus value is accumulated and half is consumed personally. We thus see that growth in the production of means of production as means of production is the most rapid, then comes the production of means of production as means of consumption, and the slowest rate of growth is in the production of means of consumption. That conclusion could have been arrived at, without Marx's investigation in Volume II of Capital, on the basis of the law that constant capital tends to grow faster than variable. The proposition that means of production grow faster is merely a paraphrase of this law as applied to social production as a whole. But perhaps we should take another step forward. Since we have accepted that the ratio V to C plus V diminishes constantly, why not let V decrease to zero, the same number of workers being sufficient for a larger quantity of means of production? In that case, the accumulated part of surplus value will be added straight to constant capital in Department I, and social production will grow exclusively on account of means of production as means of production, complete stagnation reigning in Department II. That would, of course, be a misuse of the schemes, for such a conclusion is based on improbable assumptions and is therefore wrong. Is it conceivable that technical progress, which reduces the proportion of V to C, will find expression only in Department I and leave Department II in a state of complete stagnation? Is it in conformity with the laws governing capitalist society, laws which demand of every capitalist that he enlarge his enterprise on pain of ruin, that no accumulation at all should take place in Department II? Thus, the only correct conclusion that can be drawn from Marx's investigation, outlined above, is that in capitalist society, the production of means of production increases faster than the production of means of consumption. As has been stated already, this conclusion follows directly from the generally known proposition that capitalist production attains an immeasurably higher technical level than production in previous times. On this point specifically, Marx expresses himself quite definitely only in one passage, and that passage fully confirms the correctness of the formula given. What distinguishes capitalist society in this case from the savage is not, as Senior thinks, the privilege and peculiarity of the savage to expend his labor at times in a way that does not procure him any products resolvable, exchangeable, into revenue, i.e., into articles of consumption. No, the distinction consists in the following. Alpha, capitalist society employs more nota bene of its available annual labor in the production of means of production, ergo, of constant capital, which are not resolvable into revenue in the form of wages or surplus value, but can function only as capital. Das Kapital, BD 2, Seat 436, 20. 4. The question now is, what relation has the theory that has been expounded to the notorious market question? The theory is based on the assumption of the general and exclusive domination of the capitalist mode of production, whereas the question is one of whether the full development of capitalism is possible in Russia. True, the theory introduces a correction into the ordinary conception of the development of capitalism, but, evidently, the explanation of how capitalism develops in general does not in the least help to clear up the question of the possibility, and necessity, of the development of capitalism in Russia. The author of the paper, however, does not confine himself to expounding Marx's theory of the process of aggregate social production organized on capitalist lines. He points to the necessity of distinguishing two essentially different features in the accumulation of capital: 1, the development of capitalist production in breadth, when it takes hold of already existing fields of labor, ousting natural economy and expanding at the latter's expense, and 2, the development of capitalist production in depth, if one may so express it, when it expands independently of natural economy, i.e., under the general and exclusive domination of the capitalist mode of production. Without, for the time being, stopping to criticize this division, let us proceed directly to find out what the author means by the development of capitalism in breadth. The explanation of that process, which consists in the replacement of natural economy by capitalist economy, should show us how Russian capitalism will take hold of the whole country. The author illustrates the development of capitalism in breadth by the following diagram. A. Capitalists, W. Direct producers. A1, A11 capitalist enterprises. The arrows show the movement of the commodities exchanged. C, V, M component parts of the value of commodities. I, 2 commodities in their natural form, I means of production, 2 means of consumption. The essential difference between the spheres A and W, says the author, is that in A the producers are capitalists who consume their surplus value productively, whereas in W they are direct producers, who consume their surplus value, here I mean the value of the product over and above the value of the means of production and necessary means of subsistence, unproductively. If we follow the arrows in the diagram, we shall easily see how capitalist production in A develops at the expense of consumption in W, gradually absorbing it. The product of the capitalist enterprise goes to the direct producers in the form of articles of consumption. In exchange for it, the direct producers return the constant capital, C, in the form of means of production, and the variable capital, V, in the form of means of consumption, and the surplus value, S, in the form of the elements of additional productive capital, C1 #V1. That capital serves as the basis of the new capitalist enterprise A1, which in exactly the same way sends its product in the form of articles of consumption to the direct producers, and so on. From the above diagram of the development of capitalism in breadth, it follows that the whole of production is most closely dependent upon consumption in foreign markets, upon consumption by the masses, and from the general point of view it makes absolutely no difference where those masses are alongside the capitalists, or somewhere across the ocean. Obviously, the expansion of production in A, i.e., the development of capitalism in this direction, will come to a stop as soon as all the direct producers in W turn into commodity producers, for, as we saw above, every new enterprise, or expansion of an old one, is calculated to supply a new circle of consumers in W. In conclusion, the author says, the current conception of capitalist accumulation, i.e., of capitalist reproduction on an expanded scale, is limited solely to this view of things, and has no suspicion of the development of capitalist production in depth, independently of any countries with direct producers, i.e., independently of so-called foreign markets. The only thing we can agree with in this entire exposition is that this conception of the development of capitalism in breadth, and the diagram which illustrates it, is in complete accordance with the current, Narodnik views on the subject. It would, indeed, be difficult to depict the utter absurdity and vapidity of current views more saliently and strikingly than is done in the diagram given. The current conception always regarded capitalism in our country as something isolated from the people's system, standing apart from it, exactly as it is depicted in the diagram, from which it is quite impossible to see what connection there is between the two spheres, the capitalist sphere and the people's sphere. Why do commodities sent from A find a market in W? What causes the transformation of natural economy in W into commodity economy? The current view has never answered these questions because it regards exchange as something accidental and not as a certain system of economy. Further, the current view has never explained whence and how capitalism arose in our country any more than it is explained by the diagram. The matter is presented as though the capitalists have come from somewhere outside and not from among these very direct producers. Where the capitalists get the free workers who are needed for enterprises A1, etc., remains a mystery. Everybody knows that in reality those workers are obtained precisely from the direct producers, but the diagram does not show at all that when commodity production embraced sphere W, it created there a body of free workers. In short, the diagram, exactly like the current view, explains absolutely nothing about the phenomena of the capitalist system in our country and is therefore worthless. The object for which it was drawn, to explain how capitalism develops at the expense of natural economy, and embraces the whole country, is not achieved at all, because, as the author himself sees, if we adhere consistently to the view under examination, then we must conclude that it is not possible for the development of the capitalist mode of production to become universal. After this, one can only express surprise at the fact that the author himself adheres, if only in part, to that view when he says that capitalism did indeed, in its infancy, develop in this very easy, way, very easy because here existing branches of labor are involved, and is partly developing in the same direction even now, since there are still remnants of natural economy in the world, and since the population is growing. Actually, this is not a very easy way of developing capitalism, but simply a very easy way of understanding the process, so very easy that it would be more correct to call it a total lack of understanding. The Russian Narodniks of all shades make shift to this very day with these very easy tricks. They never dream of explaining how capitalism arose in our country, and how it functions, but confine themselves to comparing the sore spot in our system, capitalism, with the healthy spot, the direct producers, the people. The former is put on the left, the latter on the right, And all this profound thinking is rounded off with sentimental phrases about what is harmful and what is useful for human society. V. To correct the diagram given above, we must begin by ascertaining the content of the concepts dealt with. By commodity production is meant an organization of social economy in which goods are produced by separate, isolated producers, each specializing in the making of some one product, so that to satisfy the needs of society it is necessary to buy and sell products, which, therefore, become commodities, in the market. By capitalism is meant that stage of the development of commodity production at which not only the products of human labor, but human labor power itself becomes a commodity. Thus, in the historical development of capitalism, two features are important: 1. The transformation of the natural economy of the direct producers into commodity economy, and 2. The transformation of commodity economy into capitalist economy. The first transformation is due to the appearance of the social division of labor, the specialization of isolated NB. This is an essential condition of commodity economy, separate producers in only one branch of industry. The second transformation is due to the fact that separate producers, each producing commodities on his own for the market, enter into competition with one another, each strives to sell at the highest price and to buy at the lowest, a necessary result of which is that the strong become stronger and the weak go under, a minority are enriched and the masses are ruined. This leads to the conversion of independent producers into wage workers and of numerous small enterprises into a few big ones. The diagram should, therefore, be drawn up to show both these features of the development of capitalism and the changes which this development brings about in the dimensions of the market, i.e., in the quantity of products that are turned into commodities. Second period. Producer I changes the productivity of his labor. He leaves industry B and spends the time formerly spent in that industry in industry C. As a result of this specialization by one producer, the others cut down production C, because producer I has produced more than he consumes himself, and increase production B in order to turn out a product for producer I. The division of labor which comes into being inevitably leads to commodity production. Producer I sells 1 C and buys 1 B, the other producers sell 1 B, each of the 5 sells B, and buy 1 C, each buying C. A quantity of products appears in the market to the value of 6. The dimensions of the market correspond exactly to the degree of specialization of social labor. Specialization has taken place in the production of 1 C, 1 C equals 3, and of 1 B, 1 B equals 3, i.e., a ninth part of total social production 18 C, equals A equals B, and a ninth part of the total social product has appeared in the market. Third period. Division of labor proceeds further, embracing branches of industry B and C to the full. 3 producers engage exclusively in industry B and 3 exclusively in industry C. Each sells 1 C, or 1 B, i.e., 3 units of value, and also buys 3 1 B, or 1 C. This increased division of labor leads to an expansion of the market, in which 18 units of value now appear. Again, the dimensions of the market correspond exactly to the degree of specialization, equals division, of social labor. Specialization has taken place in the production of 3B and 3C, i.e., 1/3 of social production, and 1/3 of the social product appears in the market. The fourth period already represents capitalist production. The process of the transformation of commodity into capitalist production did not go into the table and, therefore, must be described separately. In the preceding period each producer was already a commodity producer. In the spheres of industry B and C, the only ones we are discussing, each producer separately, on his own, independently of the others, produced for the market, whose dimensions were, of course, not known to any one of them. This relation between isolated producers working for a common market is called competition. It goes without saying that an equilibrium between production and consumption, supply and demand, is, under these circumstances, achieved only by a series of fluctuations. The more skillful, enterprising, and strong producer will become still stronger as a result of these fluctuations, and the weak and unskillful one will be crushed by them. The enrichment of a few individuals and the impoverishment of the masses, such are the inevitable consequences of the law of competition. The matter ends by the ruined producers losing economic independence and engaging themselves as wage workers in the enlarged establishment of their fortunate rival. That is the situation depicted in the table. Branches of industry B and C, which were formerly divided among all 6 producers, are now concentrated in the hands of 2 producers, I and 4. The rest of the producers are their wage workers, who no longer receive the whole product of their labor, but the product with the surplus value deducted, the latter being appropriated by the employer. Let me remind you that, by assumption, surplus value equals 1/3 of the product, so that the producer of 2B, equals 6, will receive from the employer 2/3, i.e., 4. As a result, we get an increase in division of labor and a growth of the market, where 22 units now appear. Notwithstanding the fact that the masses are impoverished, the producers who have become, partly, wage workers no longer receive the whole product of 9, but only of 7. They receive 3 from their independent activity, agricultural industry A, and 4 from wage labor, from the production of 2B or 2C. These producers, now more wage workers than independent masters, have lost the opportunity of bringing any product of their labor to the market because ruin has deprived them of the means of production necessary for the making of products. They have had to resort to outside employments, i.e., to take their labor power to the market and with the money obtained from the sale of this new commodity to buy the product they need. In this case, it must be observed, we do not get complete correspondence between the degree of specialization of social labor, the production of 5B and 5C, i.e., to the sum of 30, was specialized, and the dimensions of the market, 22, but this error in the table is due to our having taken simple reproduction, i.e., with no accumulation. That is why the surplus value taken from the workers, 4 units by each capitalist, is all consumed in kind. Since absence of accumulation is impossible in capitalist society, the appropriate correction will be made later. Fifth period. The differentiation of the commodity producers has spread to the agricultural industry. A. The wage workers could not continue their farming, for they worked mainly in the industrial establishments of others, and were ruined. They retained only miserable remnants of their farming, about a half, which, we assumed, was just enough to cover the needs of their families, exactly as the present cultivated land of the vast mass of our peasant agriculturists are merely miserable bits of independent farming. The concentration of industry in an insignificant number of big establishments has begun in an exactly similar way. Since the grain grown by the wage workers is now not enough to cover their needs, wages, which were kept low by their independent farming, increase and provide the workers with the money to buy grain, although in a smaller quantity than they consumed when they were their own masters. Now the worker produces, equals A, and buys 1, getting in all instead of the former 3, equals A. The capitalist masters, having added expanded farming to their industrial establishments, now each produce 2A, equals 6, of which 2 goes to the workers in the form of wages and 1A, surplus value to themselves. The development of capitalism depicted in this table is accompanied by the impoverishment of the people. The workers now consume only each instead of 7, as in the fourth period, and by the growth of the market, in which 26 now appear. The decline of farming, in the case of the majority of the producers, did not cause a shrinkage, but an expansion of the market for farm produce. Sixth period. The specialization of occupations, i.e., the division of social labor, is completed. All branches of industry have separated, and have become the speciality of separate producers. The wage workers have completely lost their independent farms and subsist entirely on wage labor. We get the same result. The development of capitalism. Independent farming on one's own account has been fully eliminated. Impoverishment of the masses. Although the workers' wages have risen, their consumption has diminished from 2 to 6. They each produce 9, 3A, 3B, 3C, and give their masters 1/3 as surplus value, and a further growth of the market, in which there now appears 2/3 of the social product, 36. 6. Let us now draw the conclusions which follow from the above table. The first conclusion is that the concept market is quite inseparable from the concept of the social division of labor, that general basis of all commodity, and consequently, let us add, of capitalist production as Marx calls it. The market arises where, and to the extent that, social division of labor and commodity production appear. The dimensions of the market are inseparably connected with the degree of specialization of social labor. A commodity cannot acquire the properties of a socially recognized universal equivalent, except by being converted into money. That money, however, is in someone else's pocket. In order to entice the money out of that pocket, our friend's commodity must, above all things, be a use value to the owner of the money. For this, it is necessary that the labor expended upon it be of a kind that is socially useful, of a kind that constitutes a branch of the social division of labor. But division of labor is a system of production which has grown up spontaneously and continues to grow behind the backs of the producers. The commodity to be exchanged may possibly be the product of some new kind of labor that pretends to satisfy newly arisen requirements, or even to give rise itself to new requirements. A particular operation, though yesterday, perhaps, forming one out of the many operations conducted by one producer in creating a given commodity, may today separate itself from this connection, may establish itself as an independent branch of labor and send its incomplete product to market as an independent commodity. Das Kapital, BD1, S80 5.21 my italics. Thus, the limits of the development of the market, in capitalist society, are set by the limits of the specialization of social labor. But this specialization, by its very nature, is as infinite as technical developments. To increase the productivity of human labor in, for instance, the making of some part of a whole product, the production of that part must be specialized, must become a special one concerned with mass production and, therefore, permitting, and engendering, the employment of machines, etc. That is on the one hand. On the other hand, technical progress in capitalist society consists in the socialization of labor, and this socialization necessarily calls for specialization in the various functions of the production process, for their transformation from scattered, isolated functions repeated separately in every establishment engaged in this production, into socialized functions concentrated in one, new establishment, and calculated to satisfy the requirements of the whole of society. I shall quote an example. Recently, in the United States, the woodworking factories are becoming more and more specialized. New factories are springing up exclusively for the making of, for instance, axe handles, broom handles, or extensible tables. Machine building is making constant progress. New machines are being continuously invented to simplify and cheapen some side of production. Every branch of furniture making, for instance, has become a trade requiring special machines and special workers. In carriage building, wheel rims are made in special factories. Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee. Wheel spokes are made in Indiana and Ohio, and hubs again are made in special factories in Kentucky and Illinois. All these separate parts are bought by factories which specialize in the making of whole wheels. Thus quite a dozen factories take part in the building of some cheap kind of vehicle. Mr. Tverskoy, 10 years in America, Vestnik Evropy, 1893, 1. I quote from Nick on 22p91, footnote 1. This shows how wrong is the assertion that the growth of the market in capitalist society caused by the specialization of social labor must cease as soon as all natural producers become commodity producers. Russian carriage building has long become commodity production, but wheel rims, say, are still made in every carriage builder's, or wheelwright's, shop. The technical level is low, production is split up among a mass of producers. Technical progress must entail the specialization of different parts of production, their socialization, and, consequently, the expansion of the market. Here the following reservation must be made. All that has been said by no means implies the rejection of the proposition that a capitalist nation cannot exist without foreign markets. Under capitalist production, an equilibrium between production and consumption is achieved only by a series of fluctuations. The larger the scale of production, and the wider the circle of consumers it is calculated to serve, the more violent are the fluctuations. It can be understood, therefore, that when bourgeois production has reached a high degree of development it can no longer keep within the limits of the national state. Competition compels the capitalists to keep on expanding production and to seek foreign markets for the mass sale of their products. Obviously, the fact that a capitalist nation must have foreign markets just as little violates the law that the market is a simple expression of the social division of labor under commodity economy and, consequently, that it can grow as infinitely as the division of labor, as crises violate the law of value. Lamentations about markets appeared in Russian literature only when certain branches of our capitalist production, for example, the cotton industry, had reached full development, embraced nearly the entire home market and become concentrated in a few huge enterprises. The best proof that the material basis of the idle talk and questions of markets is precisely the interests of our large-scale capitalist industry, is the fact that nobody in our literature has yet prophesied the ruin of our handicraft industry because of the disappearance of markets, although the handicraft industry produces values totaling over 1,000 million rubles and supplies the very same impoverished people. The wailing about the ruin of our industry due to the shortage of markets is nothing more than a thinly disguised maneuver of our capitalists, who in this way exert pressure on policy, identify, in humble avowal of their own impotence, the interests of their pockets with the interests of the country and are capable of making the government pursue a policy of colonial conquest, and even of involving it in war for the sake of protecting such state interests. The bottomless pit of Narodnik utopianism and Narodnik simplicity is needed for the acceptance of this wailing about markets, these crocodile tears of a quite firmly established and already conceded bourgeoisie as proof of the impotence of Russian capitalism. The second conclusion is that the impoverishment of the masses of the people, that indispensable point in all the Narodnik arguments about the market, not only does not hinder the development of capitalism, but, on the contrary, is the expression of that development, is a condition of capitalism and strengthens it. Capitalism needs the free laborer, and impoverishment consists in the petty producers being converted into wage workers. The impoverishment of the masses is accompanied by the enrichment of a few exploiters, the ruin and decline of small establishments is accompanied by the strengthening and development of bigger ones. Both processes facilitate the growth of the market. The impoverished peasant who formerly lived by his own farming now lives by earnings, i.e., by the sale of his labor power. He now has to purchase essential articles of consumption, although in a smaller quantity and of inferior quality. On the other hand, the means of production from which this peasant is freed are concentrated in the hands of a minority, are converted into capital, and the product now appears on the market. This is the only explanation of the fact that the mass expropriation of our peasantry in the post-reform epoch has been accompanied by an increase and not a decrease in the gross productivity of the country and by the growth of the home market. It is a known fact that there has been an enormous increase in the output of the big factories and works and that there has been a considerable extension of the handicraft industries. Both work mainly for the home market and there has been a similar increase in the amount of grain circulating in the home markets, the development of the grain trade within the country. The third conclusion about the significance of the production of means of production calls for a correction to the table. As has already been stated, that table does not at all claim to depict the whole process of development of capitalism, but only to show how the replacement of natural by commodity economy and of the latter by capitalist economy affects the market. That is why accumulation was disregarded in the table. Actually, however, capitalist society cannot exist without accumulating, for competition compels every capitalist on pain of ruin to expand production. Such expansion of production is depicted in the table. Producer 1, for example, in the interval between the third and fourth periods, expanded his output of C threefold, from 2C to 6C. Formerly he worked alone in his workshop, now he has 2 wage workers. Obviously, that expansion of production could not have taken place without accumulation. He had to build a special workshop for several persons, to acquire implements of production on a larger scale, and to purchase larger quantities of raw materials and much else. The same applies to producer 4, who expanded the production of B. This expansion of individual establishments, the concentration of production, must of necessity have entailed, or increased, it makes no difference, the production of means of production for the capitalists, machines, iron, coal, etc. The concentration of production increased the productivity of labor, replaced hand by machine labor and discarded a certain number of workers. On the other hand, there was a development in the production of these machines and other means of production, converted by the capitalist into constant capital, which now begins to grow more rapidly than variable capital. If, for example, we compare the fourth period with the sixth, we shall find that the production of means of production has increased 50%, because in the former case there are two capitalist enterprises requiring an increase of constant capital, and in the latter, 3. By comparing this increase with the growth in the production of articles of consumption, we arrive at the more rapid growth of the production of means of production mentioned above. The whole meaning and significance of this law of the more rapid growth of means of production lies in the one fact that the replacement of hand by machine labor in general, the technical progress that accompanies machine industry, calls for the intense development of the production of coal and iron, those real means of production as means of production. It is clearly evident from the following statement that the author failed to understand the meaning of this law, and allowed the schemes depicting the process to screen its real nature from him. Viewed from the side, this production of means of production as means of production seems absolutely absurd, but the accumulation of money for money's sake by Plyushkin 23 was also an absolutely absurd process. Both know not what they do. That is precisely what the Narodniks try their utmost to prove, the absurdity of Russian capitalism, which, they aver, is ruining the people, but is not providing a higher organization of production. Of course, that is a fairy tale. There is nothing absurd in replacing hand by machine labor. On the contrary, the progressive work of human technique consists precisely in this. The higher the level of technical development, the more is human hand labor ousted, being replaced by machines of increasing complexity. An ever larger place is taken in the country's total production by machines and the articles needed for their manufacture. These three conclusions must be supplemented by two further remarks. Firstly, what has been said does not negate the contradiction in the capitalist mode of production which Marx spoke of in the following words: the laborers as buyers of commodities are important for the market. But as sellers of their own commodity labor power, capitalist society tends to keep them down to the minimum price. Das Kapital, BD2, S 303, number 32.24. It has been shown above that in capitalist society that part of social production which produces articles of consumption must also grow. The development of the production of means of production merely sets the above-mentioned contradiction aside, but does not abolish it. It can only be eliminated with the elimination of the capitalist mode of production itself. It goes without saying, however, that it is utterly absurd to regard that contradiction as an obstacle to the full development of capitalism in Russia, as the Narodniks are fond of doing. Incidentally, that is sufficiently explained by the table. Secondly, when discussing the relation between the growth of capitalism and of the market, we must not lose sight of the indubitable fact that the development of capitalism inevitably entails a rising level of requirements for the entire population, including the industrial proletariat. This rise is created in general by the increasing frequency of exchange of products, which results in more frequent contacts between the inhabitants of town and country, of different geographical localities, and so forth. It is also brought about by the crowding together, the concentration of the industrial proletariat, which enhances their class consciousness and sense of human dignity and enables them to wage a successful struggle against the predatory tendencies of the capitalist system. This law of increasing requirements has manifested itself with full force in the history of Europe. Compare, for example, the French proletariat of the end of the 18th and of the end of the 19th centuries, or the British worker of the 1840s and of today. This same law operates in Russia, too, The rapid development of commodity economy and capitalism in the post-reform epoch has caused a rise in the level of requirements of the peasantry. 2. The peasants have begun to live a cleaner life, as regards clothing, housing, and so forth. That this undoubtedly progressive phenomenon must be placed to the credit of Russian capitalism and of nothing else is proved if only by the generally known fact, noted by all the investigators of our village handicrafts and of peasant economy in general, that the peasants of the industrial localities live a far cleaner life than the peasants engaged exclusively in agriculture and hardly touched by capitalism. Of course, that phenomenon is manifested primarily and most readily in the adoption of the purely outward, ostentatious aspect of civilization, but only errant reactionaries like Mr. VV are capable of bewailing it and seeing nothing in it but decline. 7. To understand what, in fact, the market question consists of, it is best to compare the Narodnik and Marxist conceptions of the process illustrated by the diagram, showing exchange between the capitalists of sphere A and the direct producers of sphere W, and by the table, showing the conversion of the natural economy of 6 producers into capitalist economy. If we take the diagram we get no explanation at all. Why does capitalism develop? Where does it come from? It is represented as a sort of accident, its emergence is attributed either to we took the wrong road, or to implantation by the authorities. Why do the masses become impoverished? This again is not answered by the diagram, and in place of an answer the Narodniks dispose of the matter with sentimental phrases about a time-hallowed system, deviation from the true path, and similar nonsense which the celebrated subjective method in sociology is so good at inventing. The inability to explain capitalism, and preference for utopias instead of a study and elucidation of reality, lead to a denial of the significance and strength of capitalism. It is like a hopeless invalid who has no source from which to draw strength for development. And we shall introduce into the condition of that invalid an insignificant, almost impalpable improvement if we say that he can develop by producing means of production as means of production. That requires the technical development of capitalism, and we see that precisely this development is lacking. For that capitalism must embrace the whole country, but we see that it is not possible for the development of capitalism to become universal. If, however, we take the table, neither the development of capitalism nor the impoverishment of the people will appear to be accidental. They are necessary concomitants of the growth of commodity production based on the division of social labor. The question of the market is entirely eliminated, because the market is nothing other than the expression of that division of labor and commodity production. The development of capitalism is now seen not only as a possibility, something the author of the paper could at best have proved, but also as a necessity, because once social economy is based on the division of labor and the commodity form of the product, technical progress must inevitably lead to the strengthening and deepening of capitalism. The question now arises, why should we accept the second view? By what criterion is it correct? By the facts of contemporary Russian economic reality. The pivot of the table is the transition from commodity to capitalist economy, the differentiation of the commodity producers into capitalists and proletarians. And if we turn to the phenomena of the contemporary social economy of Russia, we shall see that the foremost of them is precisely the differentiation of our small producers. If we like the peasant agriculturists, we shall find that, on the one hand, masses of peasants are giving up the land, losing economic independence, turning into proletarians, and, on the other hand, peasants are continually enlarging their crop areas and adopting improved farming methods. On the one hand, peasants are losing farm property, livestock and implements, and, on the other hand, peasants are acquiring improved implements, are beginning to procure machines, and so forth. CFVV, Progressive Trends in Peasant Farming. On the one hand, peasants are giving up the land, selling or leasing their allotments, and, on the other hand, peasants are renting allotments and are greedily buying privately owned land. All these are commonly known facts, established long ago, the only explanation of which lies in the laws of commodity economy, which splits our community peasants, 2, into a bourgeoisie and a proletariat. If we take the village handicraftsman, we shall find that in the post-reform epoch not only have new industries emerged and the old ones developed more rapidly, the result of the differentiation of the agricultural peasantry just mentioned, the result of the progressing social division of labor, but, in addition, the mass of handicraftsmen have been growing poorer and poorer, sinking into dire poverty and losing economic independence, while an insignificant minority have been growing rich at the expense of that mass, accumulating vast amounts of capital, and turning into buyers up, monopolizing the market, and in the overwhelming majority of our handicraft industries, have, in the end, organized a completely capitalist domestic system of large-scale production. The existence of these two polarizing trends among our petty producers clearly shows that capitalism and mass impoverishment, far from precluding, actually condition each other, and irrefutably proves that capitalism is already the main background of the economic life of Russia. That is why it will be no paradox to say that the fact of the breakup of the peasantry provides the answer to the question of markets. One cannot help noting, also, that the very current presentation of the notorious market question harbors a number of absurdities. The usual formula, C1, is based on the most incredible assumptions that the economic system of society can be built or destroyed at the will of some group of persons, intellectuals or the government, otherwise the question could not be raised: can capitalism develop, must Russia pass through capitalism, should the village community be preserved, and so forth, that capitalism precludes the impoverishment of the people, that the market is something separate from and independent of capitalism, some special condition for its development. Unless these absurdities are corrected, the question cannot be answered. Indeed, let us imagine that in answer to the question, can capitalism develop in Russia, when the masses of the people are poor and are becoming still poorer, somebody would say the following: yes, it can, because capitalism will develop not on account of articles of consumption, but on account of means of production. Obviously, such an answer is based on the absolutely correct idea that the total productivity of a capitalist nation increases chiefly on account of means of production, i.e., more on account of means of production than of articles of consumption, but it is still more obvious that such an answer cannot advance the solution of the question one iota, just as you cannot draw a correct conclusion from a syllogism with a correct minor premise but an absurd major premise. Such an answer, I repeat, already presupposes that capitalism is developing, is embracing the whole country, passing to a higher technical stage, large-scale machine industry, whereas the question itself is based on the denial of the possibility of capitalism developing and of small-scale production being replaced by large-scale production. The market question must be removed from the sphere of fruitless speculation about possibility and necessity to the solid ground of reality, that of studying and explaining what shape the Russian economic order is taking, and why it is taking that shape and no other. I shall confine myself to quoting some examples from the material in my possession in order to show concretely on what data this proposition is based. To illustrate the differentiation of the small producers and the fact that not only a process of impoverishment, but also of the creation of large-scale, relatively, bourgeois economy is taking place among them, I shall quote data for 3 purely agricultural uyezds in different gubernias of European Russia: Dnieper uyezd in Taurida gubernia, Novozhinsk uyezd in Samara gubernia, and Kamyshin uyezd in Saratov gubernia. The data are taken from Zemstvo statistical abstracts. To forestall possible statements that the uyezds chosen are not typical, in our outlying regions, which hardly experienced serfdom and largely became populated only under post-reform, free conditions, differentiation has, indeed, made more rapid strides than at the center. Let me say the following. 1. Of the 3 mainland uyezds of Taurida gubernia, I have chosen Dnieper uyezd because it is wholly Russian. 0.6% are colonist farms and is inhabited by community peasants. 2. For Novozhinsk uyezd the data concern only the Russian community population. See statistical returns for Novozhinsk uyezd, pages 432 to 39. Column A, and do not include the so-called farmstead peasants, i.e., those community peasants who have left the community and have settled separately on purchased or rented land. The addition of these direct representatives of capitalist farming would show an even greater differentiation. 3. For Kamishin Uyezd, the data concern only the Great Russian community population. The classification in the abstracts is for Dnieper Uyezd according to desyatines of crop area per household, for the others according to number of draft animals. The poor group includes households in Dnieper Uyezd cultivating no land, or with crop areas of up to 10 desyatines per household, in Novozinsk and Kamishin Uyezd's households having no draft animals or one. The middle group includes households in Dnieper Uyezd having from 10 to 25 desyatines of crop area, in Novozinsk Uyezd households having from 2 to 4 draft animals, in Kamishin Uyezd households having from 2 to 3 draft animals. The prosperous group includes households having over 25 desyatines, Dnieper Uyezd, or having more than 4 draft animals, Novozinsk Uyezd, and more than 3, Kamishin Uyezd. From these data it is quite evident that the process going on among our agricultural and community peasants is not one of impoverishment and ruin in general, but a process of splitting into a bourgeoisie and a proletariat. A vast mass of peasants, the poor group, about a half on the average, are losing economic independence. They now have only an insignificant part of the total farming of the local peasantels, some 13%, on the average, of the crop area. The area under crops is 3 to 4 desyatines per household. To show what such a crop area means, let me say that in Torrida Gubernia, for a peasant household to subsist exclusively by independent farming, without resorting to so-called outside employments, it must have 17 to 18 desyatines under crops. Obviously, the members of the bottom group already subsist far less by their farming than by outside employments, i.e., the sale of their labor power. And if we turn to more detailed data characterizing the conditions of the peasants in this group, we shall see that precisely this group provides the largest contingent of those who give up their farming, lease their allotments, have no working implements and seek employment elsewhere. The peasants in this group represent our rural proletariat. But, on the other hand, from among these very same community peasants quite another group, of an entirely opposite character, is emerging. The peasants in the top group have crop areas 7 to 10 times larger than those of the peasants in the bottom group. If we compare these crop areas, 23 to 40 desyatines per household, with the normal number of desyatines under crops that a family needs in order to live comfortably by its farming alone, we shall find that they are double or treble that amount. Obviously, these peasants already engage in agriculture to obtain an income, to trade in grain. They accumulate considerable savings and use them to improve their farms and farming methods. For example, they buy agricultural machines and improved implements. In Novozinsk Uyezd as a whole, for instance, 14% of the householders have improved agricultural implements. Of the peasants in the top group, 42% of the householders have improved implements, so that the peasants in the top group account for 75% of the total number of households in the Uyezd possessing improved agricultural implements, and concentrate in their hands 82% of the total improved implements owned by the peasantry. The peasants in the top group can no longer manage their crop sowing with their own labor force and therefore resort to the hiring of workers. For example, in Novozinsk Uyezd 35% of the householders in the top group employ regular wage workers, not counting those hired, for instance, for the harvesting, etc. It is the same in Dnieper Uyezd. In short, the peasants in the top group undoubtedly constitute a bourgeoisie. Their strength now is not based on plundering other producers, as is the strength of the usurers and kulaks, but on the independent organization of production, in the hands of this group, which constitutes only 1/5 of the peasantry, is concentrated more than 1/2 of the total crop area. I take the general average area for all three uyezds. If we bear in mind that the productivity of labor, i.e., the harvests, of these peasants is immeasurably higher than that of the ground-scratching proletarians in the bottom group, we cannot but draw the conclusion that the chief motive force in grain production is the rural bourgeoisie. What influence was this splitting of the peasantry into a bourgeoisie and a proletariat? The Narodniks see nothing in this process but the impoverishment of the masses bound to have on the size of the market, i.e., on the proportion of grain that is converted into a commodity. Obviously, that proportion was bound to grow considerably, because the mass of grain possessed by the peasants in the top group far exceeded their own needs and went to the market. On the other hand, the members of the bottom group had to buy extra grain with money earned by outside work. To quote exact data on this point, we must now turn not to Zemstvo statistical abstracts, but to V Y Postnikov's book, Peasant Farming in South Russia. Using Zemstvo statistical data, Postnikov describes peasant farming in three mainland uyezds of Taurida gubernia, Berdyansk, Melitopol, and Dnieper, and analyses that farming according to different groups of peasants divided into 6 categories according to crop area: 1. Cultivating no land, 2. Cultivating up to 5 desiatines, 3. From 5 to 10 desiatines, 4. 10 to 25 desiatines, 5. 25 to 50 desiatines, 6. Over 50 desiatines. Investigating the relation of the different groups to the market, the author divides the crop area of each farm into the following 4 parts. 1. The farm service area, as Postnikov calls the part of the crop area which provides the seed necessary for sowing. 2. The food area provides grain for the sustenance of the family and laborers. 3. The fodder area provides fodder for the draft animals. And lastly, 4. The commercial or market area provides the product which is converted into a commodity and disposed of on the market. It goes without saying that only the last area provides income in cash, whereas the others yield it in kind, i.e., provide a product that is consumed on the farm. If we investigate the causes of this phenomenon, says the author of the essay, i.e., the extremely rapid spread of the industry precisely in the last few years, we shall find that, on the one hand, during that period the peasants' living conditions greatly deteriorated, and, on the other hand, that the requirements of the population, that part of it which is in more favorable circumstances, considerably increased. In confirmation of this, the author borrows from the Moscow Zemstvo statistics the following data, which I give in the form of a table. These figures, continues the author, are eloquent proof that the total number of horses, cows, and small livestock in that Volost increased, but this increased prosperity fell to the lot of certain individuals, namely, the category of householders owning 2 to 3 and more horses. Consequently, we see that, side by side with an increase in the number of peasants who have neither cows nor horses, there is an increase in the number of those who stop cultivating their land. They have no animals, and, therefore, not enough manure, the land becomes exhausted, it is not worth tilling, to get food for themselves and their families, to avert starvation. It is not enough for the males alone to engage in some industry, they did that previously, when they were free from farm work. Now, other members of the family must also seek outside employment. The figures we gave in the tables showed us something else. In those villages there was also an increase in the number of people having 2 to 3 horses, or cows. Consequently, the prosperity of those peasants increased, and yet, at the same time, we said that all the women and children in such and such a village engage in industry. How is this to be explained? To explain this phenomenon we must see what sort of life is lived in those villages, and become more closely acquainted with their domestic conditions, and then, perhaps, ascertain what accounts for this strong urge to produce goods for the market. We shall not, of course, stop here to investigate in detail under what fortunate circumstances there gradually emerge from the peasant population stronger individuals, stronger families, what conditions give rise to their prosperity, and what social conditions enable that prosperity, once it has appeared, to grow rapidly and cause it to grow to such an extent as to considerably distinguish one section of the village inhabitants from the other. To follow this process it is sufficient to point to one of the most ordinary occurrences in a peasant village. In a village, a certain peasant is reputed among his fellow villagers to be a healthy, strong, sober working man. He has a large family, mostly sons, also distinguished for their physical strength and good traits. They all live together, there is no dividing up. They get an allotment for 4 to 5 persons. It does not, of course, require the labor of all the members of the family to cultivate it. And so, 2 or 3 of the sons regularly engage in some outside or local industry, and only during the haymaking season do they drop their industry for a short time and help the family with the field work. The individual members of the family do not keep their earnings, but pool them. Given other favorable circumstances, the combined income considerably exceeds the expenditure necessary to satisfy the family's requirements. Money is saved and, as a consequence, the family is able to engage in industry under better conditions. It can buy raw materials for cash at first hand, it can sell the goods produced when they fetch a good price, and can dispense with the services of all kinds of hirers out of labor, men and women dealers, and so forth. It becomes possible to hire a worker or two, or give out work to be done at home by poor peasants who have lost the possibility of doing any job quite independently. Due to these and similar circumstances, the strong family we have mentioned is able to obtain profit not only from its own labor. We are not speaking here, of course, of those cases where individuals known as kulaks, sharks, emerge from those families. We are examining the most ordinary occurrences among the peasant population. The tables given in Volume 2 of the Abstract and in Part I of Volume 6 clearly show that as the conditions of one section of the peasantry grow worse, in the majority of cases there is an increase in the prosperity of the other, smaller section, or of individual members. As industrial occupation spreads, intercourse with the outside world, with the town, in this case with Moscow, becomes more frequent, and some of the Moscow customs gradually penetrate into the village and are met with at first precisely in these more prosperous families. They buy samovars, table crockery, and glass, they wear neater clothes. Whereas at first this neatness of clothing takes the shape, among men, of boots in place of bast shoes, among the women leather shoes and boots are the crowning glory, so to speak, of neater clothing. They prefer bright, motley calicoes and kerchiefs, figured woolen shawls, and similar charms. In the peasant family it has been the custom for ages for the wife to clothe her husband, herself and the children. As long as they grew their own flax, less money had to be spent on the purchase of cloth and other materials required for clothing, and this money was obtained from the sale of poultry, eggs, mushrooms, berries, a spare skein of yarn, or piece of linen. All the rest was made at home. It was such circumstances, i.e., the domestic production of all those articles which the peasant women were expected to make, and the fact that they spent on it all the time they had free from field work, that explain, in the present case, the extremely slow development of the lace industry in the villages in Voronovo Volast. Lace was made mainly by the young women of the more prosperous or of the larger families, where it was not necessary for all the women to spin flax or weave linen. But cheap calico gradually began to oust linen, and to this other circumstances were added, either the flax crop failed, or the wife wanted to make her husband a red calico shirt and herself a smarter dress, and so the custom of weaving various sorts of linen and kerchiefs at home for peasants' clothing gradually died out, or became very restricted. And the clothing itself underwent a change, partly because homespun cloth was displaced by factory-made cloth. That explains why the majority of the population do all they can to make articles for sale, and even put their children to this work. This artless narrative of a careful observer clearly shows how the process of division of social labor takes place among our peasant masses, how it leads to the enhancement of commodity production and, consequently, of the market, and how this commodity production, of itself, i.e., by virtue of the very relations in which it places the producer to the market, leads to the purchase and sale of labor power becoming a most ordinary occurrence. 8. In conclusion, it will, perhaps, be worthwhile to illustrate the disputed issue which, I think, is overburdened with abstractions, diagrams and formulae by an examination of the argument advanced by one of the latest and most prominent representatives of current views. I am referring to Mr. Nikolai On. He regards as the greatest obstacle to the development of capitalism in Russia the contraction of the home market and the diminution of the purchasing power of the peasants. The capitalization of the handicraft industries, he says, ousted the domestic production of goods. The peasants had to buy their clothing. To obtain the money for this, the peasant took to the expansion of his crop area, and as the allotments were inadequate he carried this expansion far beyond the limits of rational farming. He raised the payment for rented land to scandalous heights, and in the end he was ruined. Capitalism dug its own grave. It brought people's economy to the frightful crisis of 1891 and stopped, having no ground under its feet, unable to continue along the same path. Realizing that we have departed from the time-hallowed people's system, Russia is now waiting for orders from the authorities to infuse large-scale production into the village community. Wherein lies the absurdity of this ever-new, for the Russian Narodniks, theory? Is it that its author fails to understand the significance of the production of means of production as means of production? Of course, not. Mr. Nick knows that law very well and even mentions that it operates in our country, too, pages 186, 203 to 204. True, in view of his faculty for castigating himself with contradictions, he sometimes, CFP 123, forgets about that law, but it is obvious that the correction of such contradictions would not in the least correct the author's main, above quoted, argument. The absurdity of his theory lies in his inability to explain capitalism in this country and in basing his arguments about it on pure fictions. The peasantry, who were ruined by the ousting of homemade products by factory-made products, are regarded by Mr. Nikon as something homogeneous, internally cohesive, and reacting to all the events of life as one man. Nothing of the kind exists in reality. Commodity production could not have arisen in Russia if the productive units, the peasant households, had not existed separately, and everybody knows that actually each of our peasants conducts his farming separately and independently of his fellows. He carries on the production of products, which become his private property, at his own exclusive risk. He enters into relation with the market on his own. Let us see how matters stand among the peasantry. Being in need of money, the peasant enlarges his crop area excessively and is ruined. But only the prosperous peasant can enlarge his crop area, the one who has seed for sowing, and a sufficient quantity of livestock and implements. Such peasants, and they, as we know, are the minority, do, indeed, extend their crop areas and expand their farming to such an extent that they cannot cope with it without the aid of hired laborers. The majority of peasants, however, are quite unable to meet their need for money by expanding their farming, for they have no stocks, or sufficient means of production. Such a peasant, in order to obtain money, seeks outside employments, i.e., takes his labor power and not his product to the market. Naturally, work away from home entails a further decline in farming, and in the end the peasant leases his allotment to a rich fellow community member, who rounds off his farm and, of course, does not himself consume the product of the rented allotment, but sends it to the market. We get the impoverishment of the people, the growth of capitalism and the expansion of the market. But that is not all. Our rich peasant, fully occupied by his extended farming, can no longer produce as hitherto for his own needs, let us say footwear. It is more advantageous for him to buy it. As to the impoverished peasant, he, too, has to buy footwear. He cannot produce it on his farm for the simple reason that he no longer has one. There arises a demand for footwear and a supply of grain, produced in abundance by the enterprising peasant, who touches the soul of Mr. VV with the progressive trend of his farming. The neighboring handicraft footwear makers find themselves in the same position as the agriculturists just described. To buy grain, of which the declining farm yields too little, production must be expanded. Again, of course, production is expanded only by the handicraftsman who has savings, i.e., the representative of the minority. He is able to hire workers, or give work out to poor peasants to be done at home. The members of the majority of handicraftsmen, however, cannot even think of enlarging their workshops, they are glad to get work from the moneyed buyer up, i.e., to find a purchaser of their only commodity, their labor power. Again we get the impoverishment of the people, the growth of capitalism and the expansion of the market. A new impetus is given to the further development and intensification of the social division of labor. Where will that movement end? Nobody can say, just as nobody can say where it began, and after all that is not important. The important thing is that we have before us a single, living, organic process, the process of the development of commodity economy and the growth of capitalism. Depeasantizing in the countryside shows us the beginning of this process, its genesis, its early stages. Large-scale capitalism in the towns shows us the end of the process, its tendency. Try to tear these phenomena apart, try to examine them separately and independently of each other, and you will not get your argument to hang together. You will be unable to explain either one phenomenon or the other, either the impoverishment of the people or the growth of capitalism. Mostly, however, those who advance such arguments, which have neither beginning nor end, being unable to explain the process, break off the investigation with the statement that one of the two phenomena equally unintelligible to them and, of course, precisely the one that contradicts the morally developed sense of the critically thinking individual is absurd, accidental, hangs in the air. What the friends of the people are. And how they fight. The Social Democrats. A reply to articles in Russkoye Bogatstvo. Opposing the Marxists 25. Written in the spring and summer of 1894. First published in 1894. Published according to the Hectographed edition, 1894. Part I. Russkoye Bogatstvo 26 has launched a campaign against the Social Democrats. Last year, in issue number 10, one of the leading lights of this magazine, Mr. N. Mikhailovsky, announced a forthcoming polemic against our so-called Marxists, or Social Democrats 27. Then followed Mr. S. Krivenko's article Our Cultural Freelances, number 12, and Mr. N. Mikhailovsky's Literature and Life, Russkoye Bogatstvo, 1894, NOS 1 and 2. As to the magazine's own views on our economic realities, these have been most fully expounded by Mr. S. Yazhakov in the article Problems of Russia's Economic Development, in NOS 11 and 12. While in general claiming to present the ideas and tactics of true friends of the people in their magazine, these gentlemen are arch enemies of social democracy. So let us take a closer look at these friends of the people, their criticism of Marxism, their ideas and their tactics. Mr. N. Mikhailovsky devotes his attention chiefly to the theoretical principles of Marxism and therefore makes a special investigation of the materialist conception of history. After outlining in general the contents of the voluminous Marxist literature enunciating this doctrine, Mr. Mikhailovsky opens his criticism with the following tirade. First of all, he says, the question naturally arises, in which of his works did Marx expound his materialist conception of history? In Capital he gave us an example of the combination of logical force with erudition, with a scrupulous investigation of all the economic literature and of the pertinent facts. He brought to light theoreticians of economic science long forgotten or unknown to anybody today, and did not overlook the most minute details in factory inspectors' reports or experts' evidence before various special commissions. In a word, he examined this enormous mass of factual material, partly in order to provide arguments for his economic theories and partly to illustrate them. If he has created a completely new conception of the historical process, if he has explained the whole past of mankind from a new viewpoint and has summarized all hitherto existing theories on the philosophy of history, then he has done so, of course, with equal zeal. He has, indeed, reviewed and subjected to critical analysis all the known theories of the historical process, and worked over a mass of facts of world history. The comparison with Darwin, so customary in Marxist literature, serves still more to confirm this idea. What does Darwin's whole work amount to? Certain closely interconnected generalizing ideas crowning a veritable Mont Blanc of factual material. But where is the appropriate work by Marx? It does not exist. And not only does no such work by Marx exist, but there is none to be found in all Marxist literature, despite its voluminous and extensive character. The whole tirade is highly characteristic and helps us to understand how little the public understand Capital and Marx. Overwhelmed by the tremendously convincing way he states his case, they bow and scrape before Marx, laud him, and at the same time entirely lose sight of the basic content of his doctrine and quite calmly continue to sing the old songs of subjective sociology. In this connection one cannot help recalling the very apt epigraph Koski selected for his book on the economic teachings of Marx. Wer nicht ihnen Klopstock loben? Doch wird in jeder lesen? Nein. Wir wollen weniger erhoben. Und die Fleischeiger gelesen sen. Just so. Mr. Mikhailovsky should praise Marx less and read him more diligently, or, better still, give more serious thought to what he is reading. In Capital, Marx gave us an example of the combination of logical force with erudition, says Mr. Mikhailovsky. In this phrase Mr. Mikhailovsky has given us an example of a brilliant phrase combined with lack of substance a certain Marxist observed. And the observation is a very just one. How, indeed, did this logical force of Marx's manifest itself? What were its effects? Reading the above tirade by Mr. Mikhailovsky, one might think that this force was concentrated entirely on economic theories, in the narrowest sense of the term and nothing more. And in order to emphasize still further the narrow limits of the field in which Marx manifested the force of his logic, Mr. Mikhailovsky lays stress on most minute details, on scrupulosity, on theoreticians unknown to anybody and so forth. It would appear that Marx contributed nothing essentially new or noteworthy to the methods of constructing these theories, that he left the bounds of economic science where the earlier economists had them, without extending them, without contributing a completely new conception of the science itself. Yet anybody who has read Capital knows that this is absolutely untrue. In this connection one cannot but recall what Mr. Mikhailovsky wrote about Marx 16 years ago when arguing with that vulgar bourgeois, Mr. Wyszakowski. 28 Perhaps the times were different, perhaps sentiments were fresher at any rate, both the tone and the content of Mr. Mikhailovsky's article were then entirely different. It is the ultimate aim of this work, to lay bare the law of development, in the original, Das ökonomische Bewegungsgesetz, the economic law of motion, of modern society, Karl Marx says in reference to his Capital, and he adheres strictly to this program. This is what Mr. Mikhailovsky said in 1877. Let us examine this program more closely, which as the critic admits has been strictly adhered to. It is to lay bare the economic law of development of modern society. The very formulation confronts us with several questions that require explanation. Why does Marx speak of modern society, when all the economists who preceded him spoke of society in general? In what sense does he use the word modern, by what features does he distinguish this modern society? And further, what is meant by the economic law of motion of society? We are accustomed to hear from economists, and this, by the way, is one of the favorite ideas of the publicists and economists of the milieu to which the Russkoye Bogatstvo belongs, that only the production of values is subject to solely economic laws, whereas distribution, they declare, depends on politics, on the nature of the influence exercised on society by the government, the intelligentsia, and so forth. In what sense, then, does Marx speak of the economic law of motion of society, even referring to this law as a Naturgesetz, a law of nature? How are we to understand this, when so many of our native sociologists have covered reams of paper to show that social phenomena are particularly distinct from the phenomena of natural history, and that therefore the investigation of the former requires the employment of an absolutely distinct subjective method in sociology? All these perplexities arise naturally and necessarily, and, of course, only an absolute ignoramus would evade them when speaking of capital. To elucidate these questions, we shall first quote one more passage from the same preface to Capital only a few lines lower down. From my standpoint, says Marx, The evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history. 29. It will be sufficient to compare, say, the two passages just quoted from the preface in order to see that it is here that we have the basic idea of capital, pursued, as we have heard, with strict consistency and with rare logical force. First, let us note two circumstances regarding all this. Marx speaks of one economic formation of society only, the capitalist formation, that is, he says that he investigated the law of development of this formation only and of no other. That is the first. And secondly, let us note the methods Marx used in working out his deductions. These methods consisted, as we have just heard from Mr. Mikhailovsky, in a scrupulous investigation of the pertinent facts. Now let us examine this basic idea of capital, which our subjective philosopher so adroitly tried to evade. In what, properly speaking, does the concept of the economic formation of society consist? And in what sense can and must the development of such a formation be regarded as a process of natural history? Such are the questions that now confront us. I have already pointed out that from the standpoint of the old, not old for Russia, economists and sociologists, the concept of the economic formation of society is entirely superfluous. They talk of society in general, they argue with the Spencers about the nature of society in general, about the aim and essence of society in general, and so forth. In their reasonings, these subjective sociologists rely on arguments such as the aim of society is to benefit all its members, that justice, therefore, demands such and such an organization, and that a system that is out of harmony with this ideal organization, sociology must start with some utopia. These words of Mr. Mikhailovsky's, one of the authors of the subjective method, splendidly typify the essence of their methods, is abnormal and should be set aside. The essential task of sociology, Mr. Mikhailovsky, for instance, argues, is to ascertain the social conditions under which any particular requirement of human nature is satisfied. As you see, what interests the sociologist is only a society that satisfies human nature, and not at all some strange formations of society, which, moreover, may be based on a phenomenon so out of harmony with human nature as the enslavement of the majority by the minority. You also see that from the standpoint of the sociologist there can be no question of regarding the development of society as a process of natural history. Having accepted something as desirable or undesirable, the sociologist must discover the conditions under which the desirable can be realized, or the undesirable eliminated under which such and such ideals can be realized. This same Mr. Mikhailovsky reasons. What is more, there can be no talk even of development, but only of various deviations from the desirable, of defects that have occurred in history as a result of the fact that people were not clever enough, were unable properly to understand what human nature demands, were unable to discover the conditions for the realization of such a rational system. It is obvious that Marx's basic idea that the development of the social economic formations is a process of natural history cuts at the very root of this childish morality which lays claim to the title of sociology. By what means did Marx arrive at this basic idea? He did so by singling out the economic sphere from the various spheres of social life, by singling out production relations from all social relations as being basic, primary, determining all other relations. Marx himself has described the course of his reasoning on this question as follows. The first work which I undertook for a solution of the doubts which assailed me was a critical review of the Hegelian philosophy of right. 30. My investigation led to the result that legal relations as well as forms of state are to be grasped neither from themselves nor from the so-called general development of the human mind, but rather have their roots in the material conditions of life, the sum total of which Hegel, following the example of the Englishmen and Frenchmen of the 18th century, combines under the name of civil society. That, however, the anatomy of civil society is to be sought in political economy. The general result at which I arrived, can be briefly formulated as follows: in the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the conditions of production, which should be established in terms of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. In broad outlines, Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production can be designated as progressive epochs in the economic formation of society. 31. This idea of materialism in sociology was in itself a stroke of genius. Naturally, for the time being it was only a hypothesis, but one which first created the possibility of a strictly scientific approach to historical and social problems. Hitherto, not knowing how to get down to the simplest primary relations such as those of production, the sociologists undertook the direct investigation and study of political and legal forms, stumbled on the fact that these forms emerge from certain of mankind's ideas in the period in question, and there they stopped. It appeared as if social relations are consciously established by men. But this conclusion, fully expressed in the idea of the contrat social 32, traces of which are very noticeable in all systems of utopian socialism, was in complete contradiction to all historical observations. It never has been the case, nor is it so now, that the members of society conceive the sum total of the social relations in which they live as something definite, integral, pervaded by some principle. On the contrary, the mass of people adapt themselves to these relations unconsciously, and have so little conception of them as specific historical social relations that, for instance, an explanation of the exchange relations under which people have lived for centuries was found only in very recent times. Materialism removed this contradiction by carrying the analysis deeper, to the origin of man's social ideas themselves, and its conclusion that the course of ideas depends on the course of things is the only one compatible with scientific psychology. Further, and from yet another aspect, this hypothesis was the first to elevate sociology to the level of a science. Hitherto, sociologists had found it difficult to distinguish the important and the unimportant in the complex network of social phenomena, that is the root of subjectivism in sociology, and had been unable to discover any objective criterion for such a demarcation. Materialism provided an absolutely objective criterion by singling out production relations as the structure of society, and by making it possible to apply to these relations that general scientific criterion of recurrence whose applicability to sociology the subjectivists denied. So long as they confined themselves to ideological social relations, i.e., such as, before taking shape, pass through man's consciousness, they could not observe recurrence and regularity in the social phenomena of the various countries, and their science was at best only a description of these phenomena, a collection of raw material. The analysis of material social relations, i.e., of those that take shape without passing through man's consciousness, when exchanging products men enter into production relations without even realizing that there is a social relation of production here, The analysis of material social relations at once made it possible to observe recurrence and regularity and to generalize the systems of the various countries in the single fundamental concept, social formation. It was this generalization alone that made it possible to proceed from the description of social phenomena, and their evaluation from the standpoint of an ideal, to their strictly scientific analysis, which isolates, let us say by way of example, that which distinguishes one capitalist country from another and investigates that which is common to all of them. Thirdly, and finally, another reason why this hypothesis for the first time made a scientific sociology possible was that only the reduction of social relations to production relations and of the latter to the level of the productive forces, provided a firm basis for the conception that the development of formations of society is a process of natural history. And it goes without saying that without such a view there can be no social science. The subjectivists, for instance, although they admitted that historical phenomena conform to law, were incapable of regarding their evolution as a process of natural history, precisely because they came to a halt before man's social ideas and aims and were unable to reduce them to material social relations. Then, however, Marx, who had expressed this hypothesis in the 40s, set out to study the factual, nota bene, material. He took one of the social economic formations, the system of commodity production, and on the basis of a vast mass of data, which he studied for not less than 25 years, gave a most detailed analysis of the laws governing the functioning of this formation and its development. This analysis is confined exclusively to production relations between members of society, without ever resorting to features outside the sphere of these production relations for an explanation. Marx makes it possible to discern how the commodity organization of social economy develops, how it becomes transformed into capitalist organization, creating antagonistic classes, antagonistic within the bounds of production relations, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, how it develops the productivity of social labor, and thereby introduces an element that becomes irreconcilably contradictory to the foundations of this capitalist organization itself. Such is the skeleton of capital. The whole point, however, is that Marx did not content himself with this skeleton, that he did not confine himself to economic theory in the ordinary sense of the term, that, while explaining the structure and development of the given formation of society exclusively through production relations, he nevertheless everywhere and incessantly scrutinized the superstructure corresponding to these production relations and clothed the skeleton in flesh and blood. The reason Capital has enjoyed such tremendous success is that this book by a German economist showed the whole capitalist social formation to the reader as a living thing with its everyday aspects, with the actual social manifestation of the class antagonism inherent in production relations, with the bourgeois political superstructure that protects the rule of the capitalist class, with the bourgeois ideas of liberty, equality, and so forth, with the bourgeois family relationships. It will now be clear that the comparison with Darwin is perfectly accurate. Capital is nothing but certain closely interconnected generalizing ideas crowning a veritable Mont Blanc of factual material. And if anybody has read Capital and contrived not to notice these generalizing ideas, it is not the fault of Marx, who, as we have seen, pointed to those ideas even in the preface. And that is not all. Such a comparison is correct not only from the external aspect, which for some unknown reason particularly interests Mr. Mikhailovsky, but also from the internal aspect. Just as Darwin put an end to the view of animal and plant species being unconnected, fortuitous, created by God and immutable, and was the first to put biology on an absolutely scientific basis by establishing the mutability and the succession of species, so Marx put an end to the view of society being a mechanical aggregation of individuals which allows of all sorts of modification at the will of the authorities, or, if you like, at the will of society and the government, and which emerges and changes casually, and was the first to put sociology on a scientific basis by establishing the concept of the economic formation of society as the sum total of given production relations, by establishing the fact that the development of such formations is a process of natural history. Now, since the appearance of Capital, the materialist conception of history is no longer a hypothesis, but a scientifically proven proposition. and until we get some other attempt to give a scientific explanation of the functioning and development of some formation of society, mind you, and not the way of life of some country or people, or even class, etc. Another attempt just as capable of introducing order into the pertinent facts as materialism is, that is just as capable of presenting a living picture of a definite formation, while giving it a strictly scientific explanation. Until then, the materialist conception of history will be a synonym for social science. Materialism is not primarily a scientific conception of history, as Mr. Mikhailovsky thinks, but the only scientific conception of it. And now, can you imagine anything funnier than the fact that there are people who have read Capital without discovering any materialism there? Where is it? Asks Mr. Mikhailovsky in sincere perplexity. He has read the Communist Manifesto and failed to notice that the explanation it gives of modern systems, legal, political, family, religious and philosophical, is a materialist one, and that even the criticism of the socialist and communist theories seeks and finds their roots in such and such production relations. He has read the Poverty of Philosophy and failed to notice that its analysis of Proudhon's sociology is made from the materialist standpoint, that the criticism of the solution propounded by Proudhon for the most diverse historical problems is based on the principles of materialism, and that the author's own indications as to where the data for the solution of these problems are to be sought all amount to references to production relations. He has read Capital and failed to notice that he had before him a model of scientific, materialist analysis of the most complex formation of society, a model recognized by all and surpassed by none. And here he sits and exercises his mighty brain over the profound problem: in which of his works did Marx expound his materialist conception of history? Anybody acquainted with Marx would answer this question by another: in which of his works did Marx not expound his materialist conception of history? But Mr. Mikhailovsky will probably learn of Marx's materialist investigations only when they are classified and properly indexed in some sophistical work on history by some Karayev under the heading Economic Materialism. But the funniest of all is that Mr. Mikhailovsky accuses Marx of not having reviewed, all the known theories of the historical process. This is amusing indeed. Of what did 9/10 of these theories consist? Of purely a priori, dogmatic, abstract discourses on, what is society, what is progress, and the like. I purposely take examples which are dear to the heart and mind of Mr. Mikhailovsky. But, then, such theories are useless because of the very fact that they exist. They are useless because of their basic methods, because of their solid unrelieved metaphysics. For, to begin by asking what is society and what is progress, is to begin at the end. Where will you get a conception of society and progress in general if you have not studied a single social formation in particular, if you have not even been able to establish this conception, if you have not even been able to approach a serious factual investigation, an objective analysis of social relations of any kind? This is a most obvious symptom of metaphysics, with which every science began. As long as people did not know how to set about studying the facts, they always invented a priori general theories, which were always sterile. The metaphysician-chemist, still unable to make a factual investigation of chemical processes, concocts a theory about chemical affinity as a force. The metaphysician-biologist talks about the nature of life and the vital force. The metaphysician-psychologist argues about the nature of the soul. Here it is the method itself that is absurd. You cannot argue about the soul without having explained psychical processes in particular. Here progress must consist precisely in abandoning general theories and philosophical discourses about the nature of the soul, and in being able to put the study of the facts about particular psychical processes on a scientific footing. Therefore, Mr. Mikhailovsky's accusation is exactly similar to that of a metaphysician-psychologist, who has spent all his life writing investigations into the nature of the soul, without knowing exactly how to explain a single psychical phenomenon, even the simplest, and then starts accusing a scientific psychologist of not having reviewed all the known theories of the soul. He, the scientific psychologist, has discarded philosophical theories of the soul and set about making a direct study of the material substratum of psychical phenomena, the nervous processes, and has produced, let us say, an analysis and explanation of some one or more psychological processes. And our metaphysician psychologist reads this work and praises it. The description of the processes and the study of the facts, he says, are good, but he is not satisfied. Pardon me, he exclaims excitedly, hearing people around him speak of the absolutely new conception of psychology produced by the scientist, of his special method of scientific psychology. Pardon me, the philosopher cries heatedly, in what work is this method expounded? Why, this work contains nothing but facts. There is no trace in it of a review of all the known philosophical theories of the soul. It is not the appropriate work at all. In the same way, of course, neither is capital the appropriate work for a metaphysician sociologist who does not realize the sterility of a priori arguments about the nature of society and does not understand that such methods, instead of contributing to a study and elucidation of the problem, only serve to insinuate into the concept society either the bourgeois ideas of the British shopkeeper or the petty bourgeois socialist ideals of the Russian democrat, and nothing more. That is why all these theories of the philosophy of history arose and burst like soap bubbles, being at best a symptom of the social ideas and relations of their time, and not advancing one hair's breadth man's understanding of even a few, but real, social relations, and not such as harmonious with human nature. The gigantic step forward taken by Marx in this respect consisted precisely in that he discarded all these arguments about society and progress in general and produced a scientific analysis of one society and of one progress capitalist. And Mr. Mikhailovsky blames him for beginning at the beginning and not at the end, for having begun with an analysis of the facts and not with final conclusions, with a study of particular, historically determined social relations and not with general theories about what these social relations consist of in general. And he asks, where is the appropriate work? Oh, most wise subjective sociologist! If our subjective philosopher had confined himself to mere perplexity as to where, in which work, materialism is substantiated, it would not have been so bad. But, despite the fact that he did not find even an exposition, let alone a substantiation, of the materialist conception of history anywhere, and maybe just because he did not, he begins to ascribe to this doctrine claims which it has never made. He quotes a passage from Blows to the effect that Marx proclaimed an entirely new conception of history, and without further ado goes on to declare that this theory claims to have explained to mankind its past, to have explained the whole, past of mankind, and so on. But this is utterly false. The theory only claims to explain the capitalist social organization, and no other. If the application of materialism to the analysis and explanation of one social formation yielded such brilliant results, it is quite natural that materialism in history already ceases to be a mere hypothesis and becomes a scientifically tested theory. It is quite natural that the necessity for such a method extends to other social formations, even though they have not been subjected to special factual investigation and detailed analysis, just as the idea of transformism, which has been proved, in relation to quite a large number of facts, is extended to the whole realm of biology, even though it has not yet been possible to establish with precision the fact of their transformation for certain species of animals and plants. And just as transformism does not at all claim to explain the whole history of the formation of species, but only to place the methods of this explanation on a scientific basis, so materialism in history has never claimed to explain everything, but merely to indicate the only scientific, to use Marx's expression, capital, method of explaining history. 33 One may therefore judge how ingenious, earnest, and seemly are the methods of controversy employed by Mr. Mikhailovsky when he first misrepresents Marx by ascribing to materialism in history the absurd claims of explaining everything, of finding the key to all historical locks, claims which were, of course, refuted by Marx immediately and in very biting style in his letter 34 on Mikhailovsky's articles, then pulls faces at these claims of his own invention, and, finally, Accurately citing Engels' ideas accurately, because in this case a quotation and not a paraphrase is given to the effect that political economy as understood by the materialists has still to be brought into being, and that such economic science as we possess up to the present is limited almost exclusively to the history of capitalist society. 35 draws the conclusion that these words greatly narrow the field of operation of economic materialism. What infinite naivete, or what infinite conceit a man must have to count on such tricks passing unnoticed. First he misrepresents Marx, then pulls faces at his own pack of lies, then accurately cites precise ideas, and now has the insolence to declare that they narrow the field of operation of economic materialism. The kind and quality of Mr. Mikhailovsky's twisting may be seen from the following example. Marx nowhere substantiates them, i.e., the foundations of the theory of economic materialism, says Mr. Mikhailovsky. True, Marx and Engels thought of writing a work dealing with the history of philosophy and the philosophy of history, and even did write one, in 1845 to 1846, but it was never published. 36 Engels says, the finished portion of this work consists of an exposition of the materialist conception of history, which proves only how incomplete our knowledge of economic history still was at that time. Thus, concludes Mr. Mikhailovsky, the fundamental points of scientific socialism and of the theory of economic materialism were discovered, and were then expounded in the manifesto, at a time when, as one of the authors himself admits, they were poorly equipped with the knowledge needed for such a work. A charming way of criticizing, is it not? Engels says that their knowledge of economic history was poor, and that for this reason they did not publish their work of a general character on the history of philosophy. Mr. Mikhailovsky garbles this to make it mean that their knowledge was poor for such a work as the elaboration of the fundamental points of scientific socialism, that is, of a scientific criticism of the bourgeois system, already given in the manifesto. One of two things: either Mr. Mikhailovsky cannot grasp the difference between an attempt to embrace the whole philosophy of history, and an attempt to explain the bourgeois regime scientifically, or he imagines that Marx and Engels possessed insufficient knowledge for a criticism of political economy. In that case, it is very cruel of him not to acquaint us with his views on this insufficiency, and with his amendments and additions. The decision by Marx and Engels not to publish their work on the history of philosophy and to concentrate all their efforts on a scientific analysis of one social organization is only indicative of a very high degree of scientific conscientiousness. Mr. Mikhailovsky's decision to twist this by the little addition that Marx and Engels expounded their views while themselves confessing that their knowledge was inadequate to elaborate them, is only indicative of methods of controversy which testify neither to intellect nor to a sense of decency. Here is another sample. More was done by Marx's alter ego, Engels, to substantiate economic materialism as a theory of history, says Mr. Mikhailovsky. He wrote a special historical work, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State in the Light of, Im Anschluss, the Researches of Morgan. This Anschluss is truly noteworthy. The book of the American Morgan appeared many years after Marx and Engels had announced the principles of economic materialism and entirely independently of it. And then, says Mikhailovsky, the economic materialists associated themselves with this book. Moreover, since there was no class struggle in prehistoric times, they introduced an amendment to the formula of the materialist conception of history, indicating that, in addition to the production of material values, a determining factor is the production of man himself, i.e., procreation, which played a primary role in the primitive era, when the productivity of labor was still very undeveloped. Engels says that Morgan's great merit lies in having found in the groups based on ties of sex of the North American Indians the key to the most important, hitherto insoluble, riddles of the earliest Greek, Roman and German history. 37. And so, quoth Mr. Mikhailovsky in this connection, at the end of the 40s an absolutely new, materialist and truly scientific conception of history was discovered and proclaimed, and it did for historical science what Darwin's theory did for modern natural science. But this conception, Mr. Mikhailovsky once more repeats, was never scientifically substantiated. Not only was it never tested in a large and varied field of factual material, Capital is not the appropriate work, it contains only facts and painstaking investigations, but was not even sufficiently motivated by at least a criticism and exclusion of other systems of the philosophy of history. Engels' book Herr nie Durchsummwilsung Wissenschaft represents only witty attempts made in passing, and Mr. Mikhailovsky therefore considers it possible to ignore completely the mass of essential questions dealt with in that work, despite the fact that these witty attempts very wittily show the emptiness of sociologies which start with utopias, and despite the fact that this work contains a detailed criticism of the force theory, which asserts that political and legal systems determine economic systems and is so zealously professed by the gentlemen who write in Russkoye Bogaystvo. Of course, it is much easier, is it not, to utter a few meaningless phrases about a work than to make a serious examination of even one of the problems materialistically solved in it. And it is also safe, for the censor will probably never pass a translation of that book, and Mr. Mikhailovsky may, without fear for his subjective philosophy, call it a witty book. Even more characteristic and edifying, as an illustration to the saying that man was given a tongue to conceal his thoughts or to lend vacuity the form of thought, are his comments on Marx's Capital. There are brilliant pages of history in Capital, but, that wonderful but? It is not so much a but, as that famous maze, which translated into Russian means the ears never grow higher than the forehead. By virtue of the very purpose of the book they are devoted to only one definite historical period, and not so much affirm the basic propositions of economic materialism as simply touch on the economic aspect of a certain group of historical phenomena. In other words, Capital, which is devoted solely to a study of capitalist society, gives a materialist analysis of that society and its superstructures, but Mr. Mikhailovsky prefers to pass over this analysis. It deals, don't you see, with only one period, whereas he, Mr. Mikhailovsky, wants to embrace all periods, and to embrace them in such a way as not to speak of any one of them in particular. Of course, there is only one way to achieve this aim, i.e., to embrace all periods without practically dealing with any one of them, and that is by uttering commonplaces and phrases, brilliant and empty. And nobody can compare with Mr. Mikhailovsky in the art of dismissing matters with phrases. It seems that it is not worth dealing, separately, with Marx's investigations because he, Marx, not so much affirms the basic propositions of economic materialism as simply touches on the economic aspect of a certain group of historical phenomena. What profundity? Does not affirm, but simply touches on. How simple it really is to obscure any issue by phrase-mongering. For instance, when Marx repeatedly shows how civil equality, free contract, and similar principles of the law-governed state are based on relations among commodity producers, what is that? Does he thereby affirm materialism, or simply touch on it? With his characteristic modesty, our philosopher refrains from replying on the substance of the matter and directly draws conclusions from his witty attempts to talk brilliantly and say nothing. No wonder, the conclusion runs, that 40 years after the announcement of the theory which claimed to elucidate world history, ancient Greek, Roman and German history were still unsolved riddles for it, and the key to these riddles was provided, firstly, by a man who had absolutely no connection with the theory of economic materialism and knew nothing about it, and, secondly, with the help of a factor which was not economic. A rather amusing impression is produced by the term production of man himself, i.e., procreation, which Engels seizes upon in order to preserve at least a verbal connection with the basic formula of economic materialism. He was, however, obliged to admit that for many ages the life of mankind did not proceed in accordance with this formula. Your method of controversy is indeed a wonder, Mr. Mikhailovsky. The theory was that in order to elucidate history one must seek the foundations not in ideological, but in material social relations. Lack of factual material made it impossible to apply this method to an analysis of certain very important phenomena in ancient European history, for instance, that of Gentile Organization 38, which in consequence remained a riddle. But then, the wealth of material collected by Morgan in America enabled him to analyze the nature of Gentile organization, and he came to the conclusion that its explanation must be sought not in ideological, example legal or religious, but in material relations. Obviously, this fact is a brilliant confirmation of the materialist method, and nothing more. And when Mr. Mikhailovsky flings the reproach at this doctrine that, firstly, the key to very difficult historical riddles was found by a man who had absolutely no connection with the theory of economic materialism, one can only wonder at the degree to which people can fail to distinguish what speaks in their favor from what severely trounces them. Secondly, argues our philosopher, procreation is not an economic factor. But where have you read in the works of Marx or Engels that they necessarily spoke of economic materialism? When they described their world outlook, they called it simply materialism. Their basic idea, quite definitely expressed, for instance, in the passage from Marx quoted above, was that social relations are divided into material and ideological. The latter merely constitute a superstructure on the former, which take shape independent of the will and consciousness of man as, the result, the form of man's activity to maintain his existence. The explanation of political and legal forms, Marx says in the passage quoted, must be sought in the material conditions of life. Mr. Mikhailovsky surely does not think that procreation relations are ideological? The explanation given by Mr. Mikhailovsky in this connection is so characteristic that it deserves to be dwelt on. However much we exercise our ingenuity on the question of procreation, says he, and endeavor to establish at least a verbal connection between it and economic materialism, however much it may be interwoven in the complex web of phenomena of social life with other, including economic, phenomena, it has its own physiological and psychical roots. Are you telling babes and sucklings, Mr. Mikhailovsky, that procreation has physiological roots? Who do you think you are fooling? And this reminds us that the theoreticians of economic materialism failed to settle accounts not only with history, but also with psychology. There can be no doubt that Gentile ties have lost their significance in the history of civilized countries, but this can hardly be said with the same assurance of directly sexual and family ties. They have, of course, undergone considerable modification under the pressure of the increasing complexity of life in general, but with a certain amount of dialectical dexterity it might be shown that not only legal, but also economic relations themselves constitute a superstructure on sexual and family relations. We shall not dwell on this, but nevertheless would at least point to the institution of inheritance. At last our philosopher has been lucky enough to leave the sphere of empty phrase-mongering and approach facts, definite facts, which can be verified and make it less easy to fool people about the essence of the matter. Let us then see how our critic of Marx shows that the institution of inheritance is a superstructure on sexual and family relations. What is transmitted by inheritance, argues Mr. Mikhailovsky, is the products of economic production, the products of economic production. How literate! How sonorous! What elegant language! And the very institution of inheritance is to a certain degree determined by the fact of economic competition. But, firstly, non-material values are also transmitted by inheritance as expressed in the concern to bring up children in the spirit of their fathers. So the upbringing of children is part of the institution of inheritance. The Russian Civil Code, for example, contains a clause saying that parents must endeavor by home upbringing to train their, i.e., their children's, morals and to further the aims of government. Is this what our philosopher calls the institution of inheritance, and, secondly, even confining ourselves solely to the economic sphere, if the institution of inheritance is inconceivable without the products of production, transmitted by inheritance, it is just as unthinkable without the products of procreation, without them and without that complex and intense psychology which directly adheres to them. Do pay attention to the language, a complex psychology adheres to the products of procreation. That is really exquisite. And so, the institution of inheritance is a superstructure on family and sexual relations, because inheritance is inconceivable without procreation. Why, this is a veritable discovery of America. Until now everybody believed that procreation can explain the institution of inheritance just as little as the necessity for taking food can explain the institution of property. Until now everybody thought that if, for instance, in the era when the fief system 39 flourished in Russia, the land was not transmissible by inheritance, because it was regarded as conditional property only, the explanation was to be sought in the peculiarities of the social organization of the time. Mr. Mikhailovsky presumably thinks that the explanation of the matter is simply that the psychology which adhered to the products of procreation of the fief holder of that time was distinguished by insufficient complexity. Scratch the friend of the people, we may say, paraphrasing the familiar saying, and you will find a bourgeois. Really, what other meaning can attach to Mr. Mikhailovsky's reflections on the connection between the institution of inheritance and the upbringing of children, the psychology of procreation, and so on, except that the institution of inheritance is just as eternal, essential, and sacred as the upbringing of children? True, Mr. Mikhailovsky tried to leave himself a loophole by declaring that the institution of inheritance is to a certain degree determined by the fact of economic competition, but that is nothing but an attempt to avoid giving a definite answer to the question, and a futile attempt at that. How can we give this statement our consideration when we are not told a single word as to exactly what certain degree inheritance depends on competition, and when absolutely no explanation is given on what in fact gives rise to this connection between competition and the institution of inheritance? Actually, the institution of inheritance presumes the existence of private property, and the latter arises only with the appearance of exchange. Its basis is in the already incipient specialization of social labor and the alienation of products on the market. So long, for instance, as all the members of the primitive American Indian community produced in common all the articles they required, private property was impossible. But when division of labor invaded the community and its members proceeded, individually, to engage in the production of some one article and to sell it on the market, this material isolation of the commodity producers found expression in the institution of private property. Both private property and inheritance are categories of a social order in which separate, small, monogamous, families have already been formed and exchange has begun to develop. Mr. Mikhailovsky's example proves exactly the opposite of what he wanted to prove. Mr. Mikhailovsky gives another factual reference, and this too is a gem in its way. As regards Gentile ties, he says, continuing to put materialism right, they paled in the history of civilized peoples partly, it is true, under the rays of the influence of the forms of production, another subterfuge, only more obvious still. Exactly what forms of production? An empty phrase, but partly they became dissolved in their own continuation and generalization in national ties. And so, national ties are a continuation and generalization of Gentile ties. Mr. Mikhailovsky, evidently, borrows his ideas on the history of society from the tales taught to school children. The history of society this copybook maxim runs is that first there was the family, that nucleus of every society, then we are told the family grew into the tribe, and the tribe grew into the state. If Mr. Mikhailovsky with a solemn air repeats this childish nonsense, it merely shows apart from everything else that he has not the slightest notion of the course taken even by Russian history. While one might speak of Gentile life in ancient Rus, there can be no doubt that by the Middle Ages, the era of the Muscovite Tsars, these Gentile ties no longer existed, that is to say, the state was based on associations that were not Gentile at all, but local. The landlords and the monasteries acquired peasants from various localities, and the communities thus formed were purely territorial associations. But one could hardly speak of national ties in the true sense of the term at that time. The state split into separate lands, sometimes even principalities, which preserved strong traces of the former autonomy, peculiarities of administration, at times their own troops. The local boyars went to war at the head of their own companies, their own tariff frontiers, and so forth. Only the modern period of Russian history, approximately from the 17th century, is characterized by the actual amalgamation of all such regions, lands, and principalities into one whole. This amalgamation, most esteemed Mr. Mikhailovsky, was brought about not by Gentile ties, nor even by their continuation and generalization, it was brought about by the increasing exchange among regions, the gradually growing circulation of commodities, and the concentration of the small local markets into a single, all-Russian market. Since the leaders and masters of this process were the merchant capitalists, the creation of these national ties was nothing else than the creation of bourgeois ties. By both his factual references Mr. Mikhailovsky has only belabored himself and given us nothing but examples of bourgeois banality, because he explained the institution of inheritance by procreation and its psychology, and nationality by Gentile ties, bourgeois, because he took the categories and superstructures of one historically definite social formation, that based on exchange, for categories as general and eternal as the upbringing of children and directly sexual ties. What is highly characteristic here is that as soon as our subjective philosopher tried to pass from phrases to concrete facts he got himself into a mess. And apparently he feels very much at ease in this not over-clean position. There he sits, preening himself and splashing filth all around him. He wants, for instance, to refute the thesis that history is a succession of episodes of the class struggle, and so, declaring with an air of profundity that this is extreme, he says, the International Workingmen's Association 40 formed by Marx and organized for the purposes of the class struggle, did not prevent the French and German workers from cutting each other's throats and despoiling each other something, he avers, which proves that materialism has not settled accounts with the demon of national vanity and national hatred. Such an assertion reveals the critic's utter failure to understand that the very real interests of the commercial and industrial bourgeoisie constitute the principal basis of this hatred, and that to talk of national sentiment as an independent factor is only to obscure the essence of the matter. Incidentally, we have already seen what a profound idea of nationality our philosopher has. Mr. Mikhailovsky cannot refer to the International except with the irony of a Burnin. 41 Marx was the head of the International Workingmen's Association, which, it is true, has fallen to pieces, but is due to be resurrected. Of course, if the NEC plus ultra of international solidarity is to be seen in a system of fair exchange, on which the chronicler of home affairs expatiates with Philistin banality in number 2 of Russkoye Bogeystvo, and if it is not understood that exchange, fair or unfair, always presupposes and includes the rule of the bourgeoisie, and that the cessation of international clashes is impossible unless the economic organization based on exchange is destroyed, then it is understandable that there should be nothing but sneers for the international. Then one can understand that Mr. Mikhailovsky cannot grasp the simple truth that there is no other way of combating national hatred than by organizing and uniting the oppressed class for a struggle against the oppressor class in each separate country, than by uniting such national working class organizations into a single international working class army to fight international capital. As to the statement that the International did not prevent the workers from cutting each other's throats, it is enough to remind Mr. Mikhailovsky of the events of the Commune, which showed the true attitude of the organized proletariat to the ruling classes engaged in war. What is particularly disgusting in all this polemic of Mr. Mikhailovsky's is the methods he employs. If he is dissatisfied with the tactics of the International, if he does not share the ideas in the name of which the European workers are organizing, let him at least criticize them bluntly and openly, and expound his idea of what would be more expedient tactics and more correct views. As it is, no definite and clear objections are made, and all we get is senseless jibes scattered here and there among a welter of phrase-mongering. What can one call this but filth, especially if we bear in mind that defense of the ideas and tactics of the International is not legally allowed in Russia? Such too are the methods Mr. Mikhailovsky employs when he argues against the Russian Marxists, without taking the trouble to formulate any of their theses conscientiously and accurately, so as to subject them to direct and definite criticism. He prefers to fasten on fragments of Marxist arguments he happens to have heard and to garble them. Judge for yourselves, Marx was too intelligent and too learned to think that it was he who discovered the idea of the historical necessity and conformity to law of social phenomena. The lower rungs, of the Marxist ladder, do not know this, that the idea of historical necessity is not something new, invented or discovered by Marx, but a long-established truth, or, at least, they have only a vague idea of the centuries of intellectual effort and energy spent on the establishment of this truth. Of course, statements of this kind may very well make an impression on people who hear of Marxism for the first time, and in their case the aim of the critic may be easily achieved, namely, to garble, scoff and conquer, the word used, it is said, about Mr. Mikhailovsky's articles by contributors to Russkoye Bogatstvo. Anybody who has any knowledge at all of Marx will immediately perceive the utter falsity and sham of such methods. One may not agree with Marx, but one cannot deny that he formulated with the utmost precision those of his views which constitute something new in relation to the earlier socialists. The something new consisted in the fact that the earlier socialists thought that to substantiate their views it was enough to show the oppression of the masses under the existing regime, to show the superiority of a system under which every man would receive what he himself had produced, to show that this ideal system harmonized with human nature, with the conception of a rational and moral life, and so forth. Marx found it impossible to content himself with such a socialism. He did not confine himself to describing the existing system, to judging it and condemning it, he gave a scientific explanation of it, reducing that existing system, which differs in the different European and non-European countries, to a common basis: the capitalist social formation, the laws of the functioning and development of which he subjected to an objective analysis. He showed the necessity of exploitation under that system. In just the same way he did not find it possible to content himself with asserting that only the socialist system harmonizes with human nature, as was claimed by the great utopian socialists and by their wretched imitators, the subjective sociologists. By this same objective analysis of the capitalist system, he proved the necessity of its transformation into the socialist system. Exactly how he proved this and how Mr. Mikhailovsky objected to it is something we shall have to refer to again. That is the source of those references to necessity which are frequently to be met with among Marxists. The distortion which Mr. Mikhailovsky introduced into the question is obvious. He omitted the whole factual content of the theory, its whole essence, and presented the matter as though the whole theory amounts to the one word necessity. One cannot refer to this alone in complex practical affairs, as though the proof of the theory is that this is what historical necessity demands. In other words, saying nothing about the content of the doctrine, he seized only on its label, and again started to pull faces at that which was simply the worn-out coin he had worked so hard to transform into Marx's teaching. We shall not, of course, try to follow up his clowning, because we are already sufficiently acquainted with that sort of thing. Let him cut capers for the amusement and satisfaction of Mr. Bunin, who not without good reason patted Mr. Mikhailovsky on the back in Novoye Vremya, 42. Let him, after paying his respects to Marx, yelp at him from round the corner. His controversy with the utopians and idealists is one-sided as it is, i.e., as it is without the Marxists repeating its arguments. We cannot call such sallies anything else but yelping, because he does not adduce one single factual, definite, and verifiable objection to this polemic, so that however willing we might be to discuss the subject, since we consider this controversy extremely important for the settlement of Russian socialist problems, we simply cannot reply to the yelping, and can only shrug our shoulders and say, "Mighty must the pug dog be, if at the elephant barketh he." 43. Not without interest is the next thing Mr. Mikhailovsky has to say about historical necessity, because it reveals, if only partly, the real ideological stock in trade of our well-known sociologist. The title enjoyed by Mr. Mikhailovsky, equally with Mr. V. among the liberal members of our cultured society. He speaks of the conflict between the idea of historical necessity and the significance of individual activity. Socially active figures err in regarding themselves as active, when as a matter of fact they are activated, marionettes, manipulated from a mysterious underground by the immanent laws of historical necessity. Such, he claims, is the conclusion to be drawn from this idea, which he therefore characterizes as sterile and diffuse. Probably not every reader knows where Mr. Mikhailovsky got all this nonsense about marionettes and the like. The point is that this is one of the favorite hobby horses of the subjective philosopher, the idea of the conflict between determinism and morality, between historical necessity and the significance of the individual. He has filled reams of paper on the subject and has uttered an infinite amount of sentimental, Philistine nonsense in order to settle this conflict in favor of morality and the role of the individual. Actually, there is no conflict here at all. It has been invented by Mr. Mikhailovsky, who feared, not without reason, that determinism would cut the ground from under the Philistine morality he loves so dearly. The idea of determinism, which postulates that human acts are necessitated and rejects the absurd tale about free will, in no way destroys man's reason or conscience, or appraisal of his actions. Quite the contrary, only the determinist view makes a strict and correct appraisal possible instead of attributing everything you please to free will. Similarly, the idea of historical necessity does not in the least undermine the role of the individual in history. All history is made up of the actions of individuals, who are undoubtedly active figures. The real question that arises in appraising the social activity of an individual is, what conditions ensure the success of his actions? What guarantee is there that these actions will not remain an isolated act lost in a welter of contrary acts? This also is a question answered differently by Social Democrats and by the other Russian socialists. How must actions aimed at bringing about the socialist system attract the masses in order to yield serious fruits? Obviously, the answer to this question depends directly and immediately on the way in which the grouping of social forces in Russia and the class struggle which forms the substance of Russian reality are understood, and here too Mr. Mikhailovsky merely wanders all round the question, without even attempting to formulate it precisely and furnish an answer. The social democratic answer to the question is based, as we know, on the view that the Russian economic system constitutes a bourgeois society, from which there can be only one way out, the one that necessarily follows from the very nature of the bourgeois system, namely, the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Obviously, criticism that is serious should be directed either against the view that ours is a bourgeois system, or against the conception of the nature of the system and the laws of its development, but Mr. Mikhailovsky does not even dream of dealing with serious questions. He prefers to dispose of matters with vapid phrase-mongering about necessity being too general a bracket and so on. But then, Mr. Mikhailovsky, any idea will be too general a bracket if you treat it like an egg from which you throw out the meat and then begin playing with the shell. This outer shell, which hides the really serious and burning questions of the day, is Mr. Mikhailovsky's favorite sphere, and with particular pride he stresses the point, for example, that economic materialism ignores or throws a wrong light on the question of heroes and the crowd. Pray note the question: which are the conflicting classes that make up contemporary Russian reality and what is its basis, is probably too general for Mr. Mikhailovsky, and he evades it. On the other hand, the question of what relations exist between the hero and the crowd, whether it is a crowd of workers, peasants, factory owners, or landlords, is one that interests him extremely. Maybe these questions are interesting, but to rebuke the materialists for devoting all their efforts to the settlement of problems that directly concern the liberation of the laboring class is to be an admirer of Philistine science, nothing more. Concluding his criticism of materialism, Mr. Mikhailovsky makes one more attempt to misrepresent the facts and performs one more manipulation. Having expressed doubt about the correctness of Engels' opinion that capital was hushed up by the official economists 44, a doubt he justifies on the curious grounds that there are numerous universities in Germany, Mr. Mikhailovsky says, Marx did not have this particular circle of readers, workers, in view, but expected something from men of science too. That is absolutely untrue. Marx understood very well how little impartiality and scientific criticism he could expect from the bourgeois scientists, and in the afterword to the second edition of Capital he expressed himself very definitely on this score. There he says, the appreciation which Das Kapital rapidly gained in wide circles of the German working class is the best reward of my labors. Herr Meyer, who in economic matters represents the bourgeois point of view, in a pamphlet published during the Franco-German War, aptly expounded the idea that the great capacity for theory, der grosse theoretische Sinn, which used to be considered a hereditary German possession, had almost completely disappeared amongst the so-called educated classes in Germany, but that amongst its working class, on the contrary, that capacity was celebrating its revival. 45. The manipulation again concerns materialism and is entirely in the style of the first sample. The theory of materialism has never been scientifically substantiated and verified. Such is the thesis. The proof, individual good pages of historical content in the works of Engels, Koski and some others also, as in the esteemed work of Blows, might well dispense with the label of economic materialism, since, note the since, in fact, they take the sum total of social life into account, even though the economic note predominates in the chord. And the conclusion economic materialism has not justified itself in science. A familiar trick. To prove that the theory lacks foundation, Mr. Mikhailovsky first distorts it by ascribing to it the absurd intention of not taking the sum total of social life into account, whereas quite the opposite is the case. The materialists, Marxists, were the first socialists to raise the issue of the need to analyze all aspects of social life, and not only the economic. Then he declares that in fact the materialists have effectively explained the sum total of social life by economics, a fact which obviously demolishes the author, and finally he draws the conclusion that materialism has not justified itself. Your manipulations, however, Mr. Mikhailovsky, have justified themselves magnificently. This is all that Mr. Mikhailovsky advances in refutation of materialism. I repeat, there is no criticism here, it is nothing but empty and pretentious babbling. If we were to ask anybody at all what objections Mr. Mikhailovsky has raised against the view that production relations form the basis of all others, how he has refuted the correctness of the concept of the social formation and of the natural historical development of these formations elaborated by Marx using the materialist method, how he has proved the fallacy of the materialist explanations of various historical problems given, for instance, by the writers he has mentioned, the answer would have to be that Mr. Mikhailovsky has raised no objections, has advanced no refutation, indicated no fallacies. He has merely beaten about the bush, trying to cover up the essence of the matter with phrases, and in passing has invented various paltry subterfuges. We can hardly expect anything serious of such a critic when he continues in number 2 of Russkoye Bogatstvo to refute Marxism. The only difference is that his inventiveness in the sphere of manipulations is already exhausted and he is beginning to use other people's. He starts out by holding forth on the complexity of social life. Why, he says, even Galvanism is connected with economic materialism, because Galvani's experiments produced an impression on Hegel, too. Wonderful wit. One could just as easily connect Mr. Mikhailovsky with the Emperor of China. What follows from this, except that there are people who find pleasure in talking nonsense? The essence of the historical process, Mr. Mikhailovsky continues, which is elusive in general, has also eluded the doctrine of economic materialism, although this apparently rests on two pillars, the discovery of the all-determining significance of the forms of production and exchange and the incontrovertibility of the dialectical process. And so, the materialists rest their case on the incontrovertibility of the dialectical process. In other words, they base their sociological theories on Hegelian triads. 47 Here we have the stock method of accusing Marxism of Hegelian dialectics, an accusation that might be thought to have been worn threadbare enough by Marx's bourgeois critics. Unable to advance any fundamental argument against the doctrine, these gentlemen fastened on Marx's manner of expression and attacked the origin of the theory, thinking thereby to undermine its essence. And Mr. Mikhailovsky makes no bones about resorting to such methods. He uses a chapter from Engels' Anti-Düring 4.8 as a pretext. Replying to Düring, who had attacked Marx's dialectics, Engels says that Marx never dreamed of proving anything by means of Hegelian triads, that Marx only studied and investigated the real process, and that the sole criterion of theory recognized by him was its conformity to reality. If, however, it sometimes happened that the development of some particular social phenomenon fitted in with the Hegelian scheme, namely, thesis negation of the negation, there is nothing surprising about that, for it is no rare thing in nature at all. And Engels proceeds to cite examples from natural history, the development of a seed, and the social sphere as, for instance, that first there was primitive communism, then private property, and then the capitalist socialization of labor, or that first there was primitive materialism, then idealism, and then scientific materialism, and so forth. It is clear to everybody that the main weight of Engels' argument is that materialists must correctly and accurately depict the actual historical process, and that insistence on dialectics, the selection of examples to demonstrate the correctness of the triad, is nothing but a relic of the Hegelianism out of which scientific socialism has grown, a relic of its manner of expression. And, indeed, once it has been categorically declared that to prove anything by triads is absurd, and that nobody even thought of doing so, what significance can attach to examples of dialectical processes? Is it not obvious that this merely points to the origin of the doctrine and nothing more? Mr. Mikhailovsky himself sees it when he says that the theory should not be blamed for its origin. But in order to discern in Engels' arguments something more than the origin of the theory, proof should obviously be offered that the materialists have settled at least one historical problem by means of triads, and not on the strength of the pertinent facts. Did Mr. Mikhailovsky attempt to prove this? Not a bit of it. On the contrary, he was himself obliged to admit that Marx filled the empty dialectical scheme so full with factual content that it can be removed from this content like a lid from a bowl without changing anything. As to the exception which Mr. Mikhailovsky makes here regarding the future, we shall deal with it anon. If that is so, why is Mr. Mikhailovsky making so much fuss about this lid that changes nothing? Why does he say that the materialists rest their case on the incontrovertibility of the dialectical process? Why, when he is combating this lid, does he declare that he is combating one of the pillars of scientific socialism, which is a downright untruth? It goes without saying that I shall not examine how Mr. Mikhailovsky analyzes the examples of triads, because, I repeat, this has no connection whatever either with scientific materialism or with Russian Marxism. But there is one interesting question: what grounds had Mr. Mikhailovsky for so distorting the attitude of Marxists to dialectics? Two grounds. Firstly, Mr. Mikhailovsky, as the saying goes, heard the tolling of a bell, but whence it came he could not tell. Secondly, Mr. Mikhailovsky performed, or, rather, borrowed from Dühring, one more piece of subterfuge. Add 1. When reading Marxist literature, Mr. Mikhailovsky constantly came across references to the dialectical method in social science, dialectical thinking, again in the sphere of social problems, which alone is in question, and so forth. In his simplicity of heart, it were well if it were only simplicity, he took it for granted that this method consists in solving all sociological problems in accordance with the laws of the Hegelian triad. Had he been just a little more attentive to the matter in hand, he could not but have become convinced of the absurdity of this notion. What Marx and Engels called the dialectical method as against the metaphysical is nothing else than the scientific method in sociology, which consists in regarding society as a living organism in a state of constant development, and not as something mechanically concatenated and therefore permitting all sorts of arbitrary combinations of separate social elements, an organism the study of which requires an objective analysis of the production relations that constitute the given social formation, and an investigation of its laws of functioning and development. We shall endeavor below to illustrate the relation between the dialectical method and the metaphysical, to which concept the subjective method in sociology undoubtedly also belongs, by Mr. Mikhailovsky's own arguments. For the present we shall only observe that anyone who reads the definition and description of the dialectical method given either by Engels, in the polemic against Dühring, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, or by Marx, various comments in Capital, in the afterword to the second edition, and in the Poverty of Philosophy, 49 will see that the Hegelian triads are not even mentioned, and that it all amounts to regarding social evolution as the natural historical process of development of social economic formations. In confirmation of this I shall cite in extenso the description of the dialectical method given in Vestnik Evropy, 1872, number 5, in the article The Standpoint of Karl Marx's Critique of Political Economy, 50, which Marx quotes in the afterword to the second edition of Capital. Marx says that the method he employed in Capital had been poorly understood. German reviews, of course, shriek out at Hegelian sophistics. And in order to illustrate his method more clearly, Marx quotes the description of it given in the article mentioned. The one thing of importance to Marx, it is there stated, is to find the law governing the phenomena he is investigating, and of particular importance to him is the law of change, the development of those phenomena, of their transition from one form into another, from one order of social relations to another. Consequently, Marx is concerned with one thing only, to show, by rigid scientific investigation, the necessity of the given order of social relations, and to establish, as fully as possible, the facts that serve him as fundamental points of departure. For this purpose it is quite enough if, while proving the necessity of the present order of things, he at the same time proves the necessity of another order which must inevitably grow out of the preceding one regardless of whether men believe in it or not, whether they are conscious of it or not. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history, governed by laws not only independent of human will, consciousness, and intentions, but, rather, on the contrary, determining the will, consciousness, and intentions of men. This for the information of the subjectivist gentlemen, who separate social evolution from the evolution of natural history merely because man sets himself conscious aims and is guided by definite ideals. If the conscious element plays so subordinate a part in the history of civilization, it is self-evident that a critique whose subject is civilization, can least of all take as its basis any form of, or any result of, consciousness. That is to say, that not the idea, but the external, objective phenomenon alone can serve as its point of departure. Criticism must consist in comparing and contrasting the given fact with another fact and not with the idea. The one thing of moment is that both facts be investigated as accurately as possible, and that they actually form, in respect of each other, different moments of development, but most important of all is that an equally accurate investigation be made of the whole series of known states, their sequence, and the relation between the different stages of development. Marx rejects the very idea that the laws of economic life are one and the same for the past and the present. On the contrary, every historical period has its own laws. Economic life constitutes a phenomenon analogous to the history of evolution in other branches of biology. Earlier economists misunderstood the nature of economic laws when they likened them to the laws of physics and chemistry. A more thorough analysis shows that social organisms differ among themselves as fundamentally as plants or animals. Setting himself the task of investigating the capitalist economic organism from this point of view, Marx thereby formulates, in a strictly scientific manner, the aim that every accurate investigation into economic life must have. The scientific value of such an inquiry lies in disclosing the special, historical, laws that regulate the origin, existence, development, and death of a given social organism and its replacement by another and higher organism. Such is the description of the dialectical method which Marx fished out of the mass of magazine and newspaper comments on Capital, and which he translated into German, because this description of the method, as he himself says, is absolutely correct. The question arises, is so much as even a single word said here about triads, trichotomies, the incontrovertibility of the dialectical process and such like nonsense, which Mr. Mikhailovsky battles against so valiantly. Following this description, Marx says plainly that his method is the direct opposite of Hegel's method. According to Hegel, the development of the idea, in conformity with the dialectical laws of the triad, determines the development of the real world. And it is only in that case, of course, that one can speak of the importance of the triads, of the incontrovertibility of the dialectical process. With me, On the contrary, says Marx, the ideal is nothing but the reflection of the material. And the whole matter thus amounts to an affirmative recognition of the existing state of things and of its inevitable development. No other role is left for the triads than that of the lid and the shell. I coquetted with the modes of expression peculiar to Hegel, Marx says in this same afterword, in which only Philistines could be interested. How, then, we may ask, should we judge a man who set out to criticize one of the pillars of scientific materialism, i.e., dialectics, and began to talk about all sorts of things, even about frogs and Napoleon, but not about what dialectics is, whether the development of society is really a process of natural history, whether the materialist concept of social economic formations as special social organisms is correct, whether the methods of objective analysis of these formations are right, whether social ideas really do not determine social development but are themselves determined by it, and so forth. Can one assume only a lack of understanding in this case? Add to, after this criticism of dialectics, Mr. Mikhailovsky imputes these methods of proving things by means of Hegelian triads to Marx, and, of course, victoriously combats them. Regarding the future, he says, the immanent laws of society are based purely on dialectics. This is the exception referred to above. Marx's arguments on the inevitability of the expropriation of the expropriators by virtue of the laws of development of capitalism are purely dialectical. Marx's ideal of the common ownership of land and capital in the sense of its inevitability and indubitability rests entirely at the end of the Hegelian three-term chain. This argument is taken in its entirety from Düring, who expounds it in his Kritische Geschichte der Nationalökonomie und des Sozialismus, 3te Auflo, 1879. S. 486-87, but Mr. Mikhailovsky says not a word about Düring. Perhaps, incidentally, he arrived independently at this way of garbling Marx. Engels gave a splendid reply to Düring, and since he also quotes Düring's criticism, we shall confine ourselves to Engels' reply. Point 51. The reader will see that it fully applies to Mr. Mikhailovsky. This historical sketch, of the genesis of the so-called primitive accumulation of capital in England, is relatively the best part of Marx's book, says Düring, and would be even better if it had not relied on the dialectical crutch to help out its scholarly crutch. The Hegelian negation of the negation, in default of anything better and clearer, has in fact to serve here as the midwife to deliver the future from the womb of the past. The abolition of individual property, which since the 16th century has been effected in the way indicated above, is the first negation. It will be followed by a second, which bears the character of a negation of the negation, and hence of a restoration of individual property, but in a higher form, based on common ownership of land and of the instruments of labor. Herr Marx calls this new individual property also social property, and in this there appears the Hegelian higher unity, in which the contradiction is supposed to be sublated, aufgehoben, a specific Hegelian term, that is to say, in the Hegelian verbal jugglery, both overcome and preserved. According to this, the expropriation of the expropriators is, as it were, the automatic result of historical reality in its materially external relations. It would be difficult to convince a sensible man of the necessity of the common ownership of land and capital, on the basis of credence in Hegelian word juggling such as the negation of the negation. The nebulous hybrids of Marx's conceptions will not, however, appear strange to anyone who realizes what nonsense can be concocted with Hegelian dialectics as the scientific basis, or rather what nonsense must necessarily spring from it. For the benefit of the reader who is not familiar with these artifices, it must be pointed out expressly that Hegel's first negation is the catechismal idea of the fall from grace, and his second is that of a higher unity leading to redemption. The logic of facts can hardly be based on this nonsensical analogy borrowed from the religious sphere. Herr Marx remains cheerfully in the nebulous world of his property, which is at once both individual and social, and leaves it to his adepts to solve for themselves this profound dialectical enigma. Thus far Herr Düring. So, Engels concludes, Marx has no other way of proving the necessity of the social revolution, of establishing the common ownership of land and of the means of production produced by labor, except by using the Hegelian negation of the negation, and because he bases his socialist theory on these nonsensical analogies borrowed from religion, he arrives at the result that in the society of the future there will be dominant an ownership at once both individual and social, as the Hegelian higher unity of the sublated contradiction. But let the negation of the negation rest for the moment, and let us have a look at the ownership which is at once both individual and social. Herr Düring characterizes this as a nebulous world, and curiously enough he is really right on this point. Unfortunately, however, it is not Marx but again Herr Düring himself who is in this nebulous world. He can put Marx right à la Hegel, by imputing to him the higher unity of a property, of which there is not a word in Marx. Marx says, it is the negation of the negation. This does not re-establish private property for the producer, but gives him individual property based on the acquisitions of the capitalist era, i.e., on cooperation and the possession in common of the land and of the means of production. The transformation of scattered private property, arising from individual labor, into capitalist private property is, naturally, a process incomparably more protracted, violent, and difficult than the transformation of capitalistic private property, already practically resting on socialized production, into socialized property. That is all. The state of things brought about through the expropriation of the expropriators is therefore characterized as the re-establishment of individual property, but on the basis of the social ownership of the land and of the means of production produced by labor itself. To anyone who understands German, and Russian too, Mr. Mikhailovsky, because the translation is absolutely correct, this means that social ownership extends to the land and the other means of production, and individual ownership to the products, that is, the articles of consumption. And in order to make the matter comprehensible even to children of 6, Marx assumes on page 56, Russ ed. p. 30.52 a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community, that is, a society organized on a socialist basis, and he continues, the total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as fresh means of production and remains social. But another portion is consumed by the members as means of subsistence. A distribution of this portion among them is consequently necessary. And surely that is clear enough even for Herr Düring. The property which is at once both individual and social, this confusing hybrid, this nonsense which necessarily springs from Hegelian dialectics, this nebulous world, this profound dialectical enigma, which Marx leaves his adepts to solve for themselves is yet another free creation and imagination on the part of Herr Düring. But what role, Engels continues, does the negation of the negation play in Marx? On page 791 and the following pages, Russ ed. p. 648 ETSEQ, 53 he sets out the final conclusions which he draws from the preceding 50, Russ ed. 35, pages of economic and historical investigation into the so-called primitive accumulation of capital. Before the capitalist era, petty industry existed, at least in England, on the basis of the private property of the laborer in his means of production. The so-called primitive accumulation of capital consisted there in the expropriation of these immediate producers, that is, in the dissolution of private property based on the labor of its owner. This became possible because the petty industry referred to above is compatible only with narrow and primitive bounds of production and society and at a certain stage brings forth the material agencies for its own annihilation. This annihilation, the transformation of the individual and scattered means of production into socially concentrated ones, forms the prehistory of capital. As soon as the laborers are turned into proletarians, their means of labor into capital, as soon as the capitalist mode of production stands on its own feet, the further socialization of labor and further transformation of the land and other means of production, into capital, and therefore the further expropriation of private proprietors, takes a new form. That which is now to be expropriated is no longer the laborer working for himself, but the capitalist exploiting many laborers. This expropriation is accomplished by the action of the immanent laws of capitalistic production itself, by the concentration of capital. One capitalist always kills many. Hand in hand with this concentration, or this expropriation of many capitalists by few, develop, on an ever-extending scale, the cooperative form of the labor process, the conscious technical application of science, the methodical cultivation of the soil, the transformation of the instruments of labor into instruments of labor only usable in common, the economizing of all means of production by their use as the means of production of combined, socialized labor. Along with the constantly diminishing number of the magnates of capital, who usurp and monopolize all advantages of this process of transformation, grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation, but with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself. Capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with, and under it. Concentration of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. And now I ask the reader, where are the dialectical frills and mazes and conceptual arabesques, where the mixed and misconceived ideas according to which everything is all one and the same thing in the end, where the dialectical miracles for his faithful followers, where the mysterious dialectical rubbish and the maze in accordance with the Hegelian logos doctrine, without which Marx, according to Herr Düring, is unable to put his exposition into shape? Marx merely shows from history, and here states in a summarized form, that just as formerly petty industry by its very development, necessarily created the conditions of its own annihilation, so now the capitalist mode of production has likewise itself created the material conditions from which it must perish. The process is a historical one, and if it is at the same time a dialectical process, this is not Marx's fault, however annoying it may be to Herr Düring. It is only at this point, after Marx has completed his proof on the basis of historical and economic facts, that he proceeds, the capitalist mode of appropriation, the result of the capitalist mode of production, produces capitalist private property. This is the first negation of individual private property, as founded on the labor of the proprietor. But capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a law of nature, its own negation. It is the negation of the negation and so on, as quoted above. Thus, by characterizing the process as the negation of the negation, Marx does not intend to prove that the process was historically necessary. On the contrary, only after he has proved from history that in fact the process has partially already occurred, and partially must occur in the future, he in addition characterizes it as a process which develops in accordance with a definite dialectical law, that is all. It is therefore once again a pure distortion of the facts by Herr Düring when he declares that the negation of the negation has to serve here as the midwife to deliver the future from the womb of the past, or that Marx wants anyone to be convinced of the necessity of the common ownership of land and capital, on the basis of credence in the negation of the negation, p. 125. The reader will see that Engels' splendid rebuttal of Düring applies in its entirety to Mr. Mikhailovsky, who also asserts that with Marx the future rests exclusively at the end of the Hegelian chain and that the conviction of its inevitability can be founded only on faith. The whole difference between Düring and Mr. Mikhailovsky reduces itself to the following two small points. Firstly, Düring, despite the fact that he could not speak of Marx without foaming at the mouth, nevertheless considered it necessary to mention in the next section of his history that Marx in the afterword 54 categorically repudiated the accusation of Hegelianism. Mr. Mikhailovsky, however, has nothing to say about the, above quoted, absolutely definite and clear statements by Marx on what he conceives the dialectical method to be. Secondly, another peculiarity of Mr. Mikhailovsky's is that he concentrated all his attention on the use of tenses. Why, when he speaks of the future, Does Marx use the present tense? Our philosopher demands with an air of triumph. You may find the answer to this in any grammar, most worthy critic. You will find that the present tense is used instead of the future when the future is regarded as inevitable and undoubted. But why so? Why is it undoubted? Mr. Mikhailovsky anxiously asks, desiring to convey such profound agitation as would justify even a distortion. But on this point, too, Marx gave an absolutely definite reply. You may consider it inadequate or wrong, but in that case you must show how exactly and why exactly it is wrong, and not talk nonsense about Hegelianism. Time was when Mr. Mikhailovsky not only knew himself what this reply was, but lectured others on it. Mr. Zhukovsky, he wrote in 1877, had good grounds for regarding Marx's conception of the future as conjectural, but he had no moral right to ignore the question of the socialization of labor, to which Marx attributes vast importance. Well, of course, Zhukovsky in 1877 had no moral right to evade the question, but Mr. Mikhailovsky in 1894 has this moral right. Perhaps, quod licet Jovi, non licet bovi. I cannot help recalling here a strange notion of this socialization once expressed in Ateshestveniyi Zapiski .55 in number 7, 1883. This magazine published a letter to the editor, from a certain Mr. Postani 56 who, like Mr. Mikhailovsky, regarded Marx's conception about the future as conjectural. Essentially, this gentleman argues, the social form of labor under capitalism amounts to this, that several hundreds or thousands of workers grind, hammer, turn, place on, place under, pull and perform numerous other operations under one roof. As to the general character of this regime, it is excellently expressed by the saying, every man for himself, and God for all. Where does the social form of labor come in? Well, you can see at once that the man has grasped what it is all about. The social form of labor amounts to working under one roof. And when such preposterous ideas are expressed in one of the, so far, best Russian magazines, they still want to assure us that the theoretical part of capital is generally recognized by science. Yes, as it was unable to raise the slightest serious objection to capital, generally recognized science began to bow and scrape to it, at the same time continuing to betray the most elementary ignorance and to repeat the old banalities of school economics. We must dwell on this question somewhat in order to show Mr. Mikhailovsky what is the essence of the matter which he, by force of habit, has passed over entirely. The socialization of labor by capitalist production does not at all consist in people working under one roof, that is only a small part of the process, but in the concentration of capital being accompanied by the specialization of social labor, by a decrease in the number of capitalists in each given branch of industry and an increase in the number of separate branches of industry in many separate production processes being merged into one social production process. When, in the days of handicraft weaving, for example, the small producers themselves spun the yarn and made it into cloth, we had a few branches of industry, spinning and weaving were merged. But when production becomes socialized by capitalism, the number of separate branches of industry increases, cotton spinning is done separately and so is weaving. This very division and the concentration of production give rise to new branches: machine building, coal mining, and so forth. In each branch of industry, which has now become more specialized, the number of capitalists steadily decreases. This means that the social tie between the producers becomes increasingly stronger, the producers become welded into a single whole. The isolated small producers each performed several operations simultaneously, and were therefore relatively independent of each other. When, for instance, the handicraftsman himself sewed flax, and himself spun and wove, he was almost independent of others. It was this, and only this, regime of small, dispersed commodity producers that justified the saying, every man for himself, and God for all, that is, an anarchy of market fluctuations. The case is entirely different under the socialization of labor that has been achieved due to capitalism. The manufacturer who produces fabrics depends on the cotton yarn manufacturer, the latter depends on the capitalist planter who grows the cotton, on the owner of the engineering works, the coal mine, and so on and so forth. The result is that no capitalist can get along without others. It is clear that the saying "every man for himself" is quite inapplicable to such a regime. Here each works for all and all for each, and no room is left for God either as a super-mundane fantasy or as a mundane golden calf. The character of the regime changes completely. When, during the regime of small, isolated enterprises, work came to a standstill in any one of them, this affected only a few members of society, it did not cause any general confusion, and therefore did not attract general attention and did not provoke public interference. But when work comes to a standstill in a large enterprise, one engaged in a highly specialized branch of industry and therefore working almost for the whole of society and, in its turn, dependent on the whole of society, for the sake of simplicity I take a case where socialization has reached the culminating point, work is bound to come to a standstill in all the other enterprises of society, because they can only obtain the products they need from this enterprise, they can only dispose of all their own commodities if its commodities are available. All production processes thus merge into a single social production process, yet each branch is conducted by a separate capitalist, it depends on him and the social products are his private property. Is it not clear that the form of production comes into irreconcilable contradiction with the form of appropriation? Is it not evident that the latter must adapt itself to the former and must become social, that is, socialist? But the smart Philistin of Eteshestveni Zapiski reduces the whole thing to work under one roof. Could anything be wider of the mark? I have described only the material process, only the change in production relations, without touching on the social aspect of the process, the fact that the workers become united, welded together and organized, since that is a derivative and secondary phenomenon. The reason such elementary things have to be explained to the Russian Democrats is that they are so badly stuck in the mud of petty bourgeois ideas that to imagine any but a petty bourgeois order of things is quite beyond them. Let us return, however, to Mr. Mikhailovsky. What objections did he make to the facts and arguments on which Marx based the conclusion that the socialist system is inevitable by virtue of the very laws of capitalist development? Did he show that in reality, under a commodity organization of social economy, there is no growing specialization of the social labor process, no concentration of capital and enterprises, no socialization of the whole labor process? No, he did not advance a single argument in refutation of these facts. Did he shake the proposition that anarchy, which is irreconcilable with the socialization of labor, is an inherent feature of capitalist society? He said nothing about this. Did he prove that the amalgamation of the labor processes of all the capitalists into a single social labor process is compatible with private property, or that some solution to the contradiction is possible and conceivable other than that indicated by Marx? No, he did not say a word about this. On what, then, does his criticism rest? On manipulations, distortion, and on a spate of words which are nothing more than the noise of a rattle. How else, indeed, are we to characterize methods employed by the critic who, after first talking a lot of nonsense about triple successive steps of history, demands of Marx with a serious air, and what next? That is, how will history proceed beyond that final stage of the process he has described? Please note that from the very outset of his literary and revolutionary activities Marx most definitely demanded that sociological theory should accurately depict the real process and nothing more, cf., for instance, the Communist Manifesto on the Communists' Criterion of Theory, point 57. He strictly adhered to this demand in his Capital. He made it his task to give a scientific analysis of the capitalist form of society, and there he stopped, after showing that the development of this organization actually going on before our eyes has such and such a tendency, that it must inevitably perish and turn into another, a higher organization. But Mr. Mikhailovsky, evading the whole substance of Marx's doctrine, puts his stupid question, and what next? And he adds profoundly, I must frankly confess that I am not quite clear what Engels' reply would be. We, however, on our part must frankly confess, Mr. Mikhailovsky, that we are quite clear about what the spirit and methods of such criticism are. Or take the following argument: in the Middle Ages, Marx's individual property based on the proprietor's own labor was neither the only nor the predominating factor, even in the realm of economic relations. There was much more besides, but the dialectical method in Marx's interpretation, and not in Mr. Mikhailovsky's garbled version of it, does not propose returning to it. It is obvious that all these schemes do not present a picture of historical reality, or even of its proportions. They simply satisfy the tendency of the human mind to think of every object in its past, present and future states. Even your way of distorting things, Mr. Mikhailovsky, is monotonous to the point of nausea. Into Marx's scheme, which claims to formulate nothing but the actual process of development of capitalism, he first insinuates the intention of proving everything by triads, then declares that Marx's scheme does not conform to the plan foisted on it by Mr. Mikhailovsky. The third stage restores only one aspect of the first stage, omitting all the others, and then in the most blatant manner draws the conclusion that the scheme obviously does not present a picture of historical reality. Is any serious polemic thinkable with a man who, as Engels said of Düring, cannot quote accurately, even by way of exception? Can there be any arguing, when the public is assured that the scheme obviously does not conform to reality, without even an attempt being made to show its faultiness in any respect? Instead of criticizing the real content of Marxist views, Mr. Mikhailovsky exercises his ingenuity on the subject of the categories past, present, and future. Engels, for instance, arguing against the eternal truths of Herr Düring, says that the morality preached to us today is a threefold morality: Christian, feudal, bourgeois, and proletarian, so that the past, present and future have their own theories of morality. 58 In this connection, Mr. Mikhailovsky reasons as follows: I think that it is the categories past, present and future that lie at the basis of all triple divisions of history into periods. What profundity! Who does not know that if any social phenomenon is examined in its process of development, relics of the past, foundations of the present and germs of the future will always be discovered in it? But did Engels, for instance, think of asserting that the history of morality, he was speaking, we know, only of the present, was confined to the three factors indicated, that feudal morality, for example, was not preceded by slave morality, and the latter by the morality of the primitive communist community? Instead of seriously criticizing Engels' attempt to elucidate modern trends in moral ideas by explaining them materialistically, Mr. Mikhailovsky treats us to the most empty phrase-mongering. In respect of such methods of criticism employed by Mr. Mikhailovsky, criticism which begins with the statement that he does not know where, in what work, the materialist conception of history is expounded, it would perhaps be worthwhile to recall that there was a time when the author knew one of these works and was able to appraise it more correctly. In 1877, Mr. Mikhailovsky expressed the following opinion of capital: if we remove from capital the heavy, clumsy, and unnecessary lid of Hegelian dialectics, how strange! How is it that Hegelian dialectics were unnecessary in 1877, while in 1894 it appears that materialism rests on the incontrovertibility of the dialectical process? Then, apart from the other merits of this essay, we shall observe in it splendidly elaborated material for an answer to the general question of the relation of forms to the material conditions of their existence, and an excellent formulation of this question for a definite sphere. The relation of forms to the material conditions of their existence, why, that is the very problem of the interrelation between the various aspects of social life, of the superstructure of ideological social relations on the basis of material relations, a problem whose well-known solution constitutes the doctrine of materialism. Let us proceed. In point of fact, the whole of Capital, my italics, is devoted to an inquiry into how a form of society, once it has emerged, continues to develop and accentuates its typical features, subjecting to itself and assimilating discoveries, inventions, and improvements in methods of production, new markets and science itself, and compels them to work for it, and of how, Finally, the given form cannot stand up against further changes in material conditions. An astonishing thing. In 1877, the whole of Capital was devoted to a materialist inquiry into a particular form of society. What else does materialism consist in, if not in explaining forms of society by material conditions, whereas in 1894 it appears that it is not even known where, in what work, an exposition of this materialism should be sought. In 1877, Capital contained an inquiry into how a particular form, the capitalist form, is it not, cannot, mark that, stand up against further changes in material conditions, whereas in 1894 it turns out that there has been no inquiry at all and that the conviction that the capitalist form cannot withstand any further development of the productive forces rests entirely at the end of the Hegelian triad. In 1877, Mr. Mikhailovsky wrote that the analysis of the relations of the given form of society to the material conditions of its existence will forever, my italics, remain a monument to the author's logical powers and vast erudition, whereas in 1894 he declares that the doctrine of materialism has never and nowhere been scientifically verified and proved. An astonishing thing. What does it really mean? What has happened? Two things have happened. Firstly, the Russian, peasant socialism of the 70s, which snorted at freedom because of its bourgeois character, fought the clear-browed liberals who zealously covered up the antagonistic nature of Russian life, and dreamed of a peasant revolution, has completely decayed and has begotten that vulgar, Philistine liberalism which discerns an encouraging impression in the progressive trends of peasant farming, forgetting that they are accompanied, and determined, by the wholesale expropriation of the peasantry. Secondly, in 1877 Mr. Mikhailovsky was so engrossed in his task of defending the sanguine, i.e., revolutionary socialist, Marx from the liberal critics that he failed to observe the incompatibility of Marx's method and his own. And then this irreconcilable contradiction between dialectical materialism and subjective sociology was explained to him, explained by Engels' articles and books, and by the Russian Social Democrats. One often meets with very apt comments on Mr. Mikhailovsky in Plekhanov's writings, and Mr. Mikhailovsky, instead of seriously sitting down to reconsider the whole question, simply took the bit between his teeth. Instead of welcoming Marx, as he did in 1872 and 1877, 59, he now barks at him under cover of dubious praise, and rages and splutters against the Russian Marxists for refusing to rest content with the defense of the economically weakest, with warehouses and improvements in the countryside, with museums and artels for handicraftsmen, and similar well-meaning Philistine ideas of progress, and for wanting to remain sanguine people, advocates of social revolution, and to teach, guide and organize the really revolutionary elements of society. After this brief excursion into the realm of the distant past, one may, we think, conclude this examination of Mr. Mikhailovsky's criticism of Marx's theory. Let us then try to sum up and recapitulate the critic's arguments. The doctrine he set out to demolish is based, firstly, on the materialist conception of history, and, secondly, on the dialectical method. As to the first, the critic began by declaring that he did not know in which work materialism was expounded. Not having found such an exposition anywhere, he himself set about concocting an explanation of what materialism is. In order to give an idea of the excessive claims of this materialism, he concocted the story that the materialists claimed to have explained the entire past, present, and future of mankind, and when it was subsequently shown by reference to the authentic statements of the Marxists that they regard only one social formation as having been explained, the critic decided that the materialists narrow the scope of materialism, whereby, he asserts, they defeat themselves. In order to give an idea of the methods by which this materialism was worked out, he invented the story that the materialists themselves had confessed to the inadequacy of their knowledge for the elaboration of scientific socialism, despite the fact that Marx and Engels confessed only to the insufficiency of their knowledge, in 1845 to 1846, of economic history in general, and despite the fact that they never published the essay which testified to the insufficiency of their knowledge. After these preludes, we were treated to the criticism itself. Capital was annihilated because it dealt with only one period, whereas the critic wants to have all periods, and also because it did not affirm economic materialism, but simply touched upon it arguments, evidently, so weighty and serious as to compel the recognition that materialism had never been scientifically substantiated. Then the fact was cited against materialism that a man totally unconnected with this doctrine, having studied prehistoric times in an entirely different country, also arrived at materialist conclusions. To show, further, that it was absolutely wrong to drag procreation into materialism, that this was nothing but a verbal artifice, the critic proceeded to prove that economic relations are a superstructure based on sexual and family relations. The statements made thereupon by our weighty critic for the edification of the materialists enriched us with the profound truth that inheritance is impossible without procreation, that a complex psychology adheres to the products of this procreation, and that children are brought up in the spirit of their fathers. In passing, we also learnt that national ties are a continuation and generalization of Gentile ties. Continuing his theoretical researches into materialism, the critic noted that the content of many of the Marxists' arguments consisted in the assertion that oppression and exploitation of the masses were necessary under the bourgeois regime and that this regime must necessarily turn into a socialist regime, after which he hastened to declare that necessity is too general a bracket, if we omit what, exactly, people consider necessary, and that therefore Marxists are mystics and metaphysicians. The critic also declared that Marx's polemic against the idealists was one-sided, but he did not say a word about the relation of these idealists' views to the subjective method and the relation of Marx's dialectical materialism to these views. As to the second pillar of Marxism, the dialectical method, one push by the bold critic was enough to cast it to the ground. And the push was very well directed. The critic toiled and moiled with prodigious effort to disprove the notion that anything can be proved by triads, ignoring the fact that the dialectical method does not consist in triads at all, but that it consists precisely in the rejection of the methods of idealism and subjectivism in sociology. Another push was specially directed at Marx. With the help of the valorous Herr Düring, the critic ascribed to Marx the incredible absurdity of having tried to prove the necessity of the doom of capitalism by means of triads and then victoriously combated this absurdity. Such is the epic of the brilliant victories of our well-known sociologist. How very edifying, Buchanan, it was to contemplate these victories. We cannot refrain at this point from touching on another circumstance, which has no direct bearing on the criticism of Marx's doctrine, but is extremely characteristic for an understanding of the critic's ideals and of his conception of reality. It is his attitude to the working class movement in the West. Above we quoted Mr. Mikhailovsky's statement that materialism had not justified itself in science, perhaps in the science of the German Friends of the People, but this materialism, argues Mr. Mikhailovsky, is really spreading very rapidly among the working class. How does Mr. Mikhailovsky explain this fact? The success, he says, enjoyed by economic materialism in breadth, so to speak, and its dissemination in a critically unverified form, are chiefly due to the day-to-day practice established by prospects for the future, and not to science. What other meaning can there be in this clumsy phrase about practice established by prospects for the future than that materialism is spreading not because it correctly explains reality, but because it turns away from reality towards prospects? And he goes on to say, these prospects require of the German working class which is adopting them and of those who take a warm interest in its future neither knowledge nor the effort of critical thinking. They require only faith. In other words, the spread of materialism and scientific socialism in breadth is due to the fact that this doctrine promises the workers a better future. But a most elementary acquaintance with the history of socialism and of the working class movement in the West is enough to reveal the utter absurdity and falsity of this explanation. Everybody knows that scientific socialism never painted any prospects for the future as such. It confined itself to analyzing the present bourgeois regime, to studying the trends of development of the capitalist social organization, and that is all. We do not say to the world, Marx wrote as far back as 1843, and he fulfilled this program to the letter. We do not say to the world, cease struggling, your whole struggle is senseless. All we do is to provide it with a true slogan of struggle. We only show the world what it is actually struggling for, and consciousness is a thing which the world must acquire, whether it likes it or not. 60. Everybody knows that capital, for instance the chief and basic work in which scientific socialism is expounded, restricts itself to the most general allusions to the future and merely traces those already existing elements from which the future system grows. Everybody knows that as far as prospects for the future are concerned, incomparably more was contributed by the earlier socialists, who described future society in every detail, desiring to inspire mankind with a picture of a system under which people get along without conflict and under which their social relations are based not on exploitation but on true principles of progress that conform to the conditions of human nature. Nevertheless, despite the whole phalanx of very talented people who expounded these ideas, and despite the most firmly convinced socialists, their theories stood aloof from life and their programs were not connected with the political movements of the people until large-scale machine industry drew the mass of proletarian workers into the vortex of political life, and until the true slogan of their struggle was found. This slogan was found by Marx, not a utopian, but a strict and, in places, even dry scientist, as Mr. Mikhailovsky called him in the long-distant past in 1872, and it was certainly not found by means of prospects, but by a scientific analysis of the present bourgeois regime, by an elucidation of the necessity of exploitation under this regime, by an investigation of the laws of its development. Mr. Mikhailovsky may, of course, assure the readers of Russkoye Bogatstvo that neither knowledge nor an effort of thinking is required to understand this analysis, but we have already seen in his own case, and shall see it to a still greater extent in the case of his economist collaborator 61, so gross a lack of understanding of the elementary truths established by this analysis that such a statement, of course, can only provoke a smile. It remains an indisputable fact that the working class movement spreads and develops precisely where and to the extent that large-scale capitalist machine industry develops. The socialist doctrine is successful precisely when it stops arguing about social conditions that conform to human nature and sets about making a materialist analysis of contemporary social relations and explaining the necessity for the present regime of exploitation. Having tried to evade the real reasons for the success of materialism among the workers by ascribing the attitude of this doctrine to prospects in a manner directly contrary to the truth, Mr. Mikhailovsky goes on to scoff in the most vulgar and Philistine way at the ideas and tactics of the West European working class movement. As we have seen, he was unable to adduce a single argument against Marx's proofs of the inevitability of the capitalist system being transformed into a socialist system as a result of the socialization of labor. And yet he jeers in the most blatant manner at the idea of an army of proletarians preparing to expropriate the capitalists, whereupon all class conflict will cease and peace on earth and goodwill among men will reign. He, Mr. Mikhailovsky, knows far simpler and surer paths to the achievement of socialism than this. All that is required is that the friends of the people should indicate in greater detail the clear and unalterable paths of the desired economic evolution, and then these friends of the people will most likely be called in to solve practical economic problems. See the article Problems of Russia's Economic Development by Mr. Yuzhakov in Russkoye Bogatstvo, number 11, and meanwhile, the workers must wait, must rely on the friends of the people and not begin, with unjustified self-assurance, an independent struggle against the exploiters. Desiring to strike a death blow at this unjustified self-assurance, our author waxes highly indignant at this science that can almost fit into a pocket dictionary. How terrible, indeed. Science and social democratic penny pamphlets that can fit into the pocket. Is it not obvious how unjustifiably self-assured are those who value science only insofar as it teaches the exploited to wage an independent struggle for their emancipation, teaches them to keep away from all friends of the people engaged in glossing over class antagonisms and desirous of taking the whole business upon themselves, those who, therefore, expound this science in penny publications which so shock the Philistines? How different it would be if the workers placed their fate in the hands of the friends of the people. They would show them a real, voluminous, university and Philistine science. They would acquaint them in detail with a social organization that conforms to human nature, provided only the workers agreed to wait and did not themselves begin the struggle with such unjustified self-assurance. Underscore. Before passing to the second part of Mr. Mikhailovsky's criticism, which this time is not directed against Marx's theory in general but against the Russian Social Democrats in particular, we shall have to make a little digression. When criticizing Marx, Mr. Mikhailovsky not only made no attempt to give an exact exposition of Marx's theory but horribly distorted it, and in just the same way he now most unscrupulously garbles the ideas of the Russian Social Democrats. The truth must be restored. This can be done most conveniently by comparing the ideas of the earlier Russian socialists with the ideas of the Social Democrats. I borrow an account of the former from an article by Mr. Mikhailovsky in Russkaya MYSL, 1892, number 6, in which he also spoke of Marxism, and spoke of it, be it said in reproach to him, in a decent tone, without dealing with problems which, in a censored press, can be treated only in Buchanan fashion, without confusing the Marxists with all sorts of riff-raff, and expounded his own views in opposition to Marxism, or, at least, if not in opposition to, then parallel to Marxism. Of course, I have not the least desire to offend either Mr. Mikhailovsky, by classing him among the socialists, or the Russian socialists, by putting Mr. Mikhailovsky on a par with them, but I think that the line of argument is essentially the same in both cases, the difference being only in the degree of firmness, straightforwardness, and consistency of their convictions. Describing the ideas of Otechestveniye Zapiski, Mr. Mikhailovsky wrote, "We included the ownership of the land by the tiller and of the implements of labor by the producer among moral and political ideals. The point of departure, as you see, is most well intentioned, inspired by the best wishes. The medieval forms of labor still existing in our country had been seriously shaken, but we saw no reason to put a complete end to them for the sake of any doctrine whatever, liberal or non-liberal." Strange argument. Obviously, forms of labor of any kind can be shaken only if they are superseded by some other forms, yet we do not find our author, nor would we find any of his like-minded friends, for that matter, even attempting to analyze and to explain these new forms, or to ascertain why they supplant the old. Stranger still is the second half of the tirade: "We saw no reason to put an end to these forms for the sake of any doctrine." What means do we, i.e., the socialists, see the above reservation, possess to put an end to forms of labor, that is, to reconstruct the existing production relations between the members of society? Is not the idea of remaking these relations in accordance with the doctrine absurd? Listen to what comes next. Our task is not to rear, out of our own national depths, a civilization that is positively original, but neither is it to transplant Western civilization to our own country in toto, together with all the contradictions that are tearing it apart. We must take what is good from wherever we can, and whether it be our own or foreign is not a matter of principle, but of practical convenience. Surely, this is so simple, clear, and understandable that there is nothing even to discuss. Indeed, how simple it is. Take what is good from everywhere and the trick is done. From the medieval forms take the laborer's ownership of the means of production, and from the new, i.e., capitalist, forms take liberty, equality, enlightenment, and culture. And there is nothing to discuss. Here the whole subjective method in sociology is as clear as daylight. Sociology starts with a utopia, the laborer's ownership of the land, and indicates the conditions for realizing the desirable, namely, take what is good from here and from there. This philosopher takes a purely metaphysical view of social relations as of a simple mechanical aggregation of various institutions, a simple mechanical concatenation of various phenomena. He plucks out one of these phenomena, the cultivator's ownership of the land in its medieval forms, and thinks that it can be transplanted to all other forms, just as a brick can be transferred from one building to another. But that is not studying social relations, it is mutilating the material to be studied. In reality, there was no such thing as the cultivator's ownership of the land existing separately and independently, as you have taken it. It was only one of the links in the then existing production relations, which consisted in the land being divided up among large landed proprietors, landlords, who allotted it to the peasants in order to exploit them, so that the land was, as it were, wages in kind. It provided the peasant with necessary products, so that he might be able to produce a surplus product for the landlord. It provided the means for the peasants to render feudal service to the landlord. Why did the author not follow up this system of production relations, instead of confining himself to plucking out one phenomenon and thus presenting it in an absolutely false light? Because the author does not know how to handle social problems. I repeat, I am using Mr. Mikhailovsky's arguments only as an example for criticizing Russian socialism as a whole, does not set out at all to explain the then existing forms of labor and to present them as a definite system of production relations, as a definite social formation. To use Marx's expression, the dialectical method, which requires us to regard society as a living organism in its functioning and development, is alien to him. Without even asking himself why the old forms of labor are supplanted by the new, he repeats exactly the same error when he discusses these new forms. For him it is enough to note that these forms shake the cultivator's ownership of the land, that is, speaking more generally, find expression in the separation of the producer from the means of production, and to condemn this for not conforming to the ideal. And here again his argument is utterly absurd. He plucks out one phenomenon, land dispossession, without even attempting to present it as an element of a now different system of production relations based on commodity economy, which necessarily begets competition among the commodity producers, inequality, the ruin of some and the enrichment of others. He noted one thing, the ruin of the masses, and put aside the other, the enrichment of the minority, and this made it impossible for him to understand either. And such methods he calls seeking answers to the questions of life clothed in flesh and blood, Russkoye Bogeystvo, 1894, number 1, when, as a matter of fact, quite the contrary is the case, unable and unwilling to explain reality, to look it straight in the face, he ignominiously fled from these questions of life, with its struggle of the propertied against the propertyless, to the realm of innocent utopias. This he calls seeking answers to the questions of life in the ideal treatment of their burning and complex actual reality, Russkoye Bogeystvo, number 1, when, as a matter of fact, he did not even attempt to analyze and explain this actual reality. Instead, he presented us with a utopia contrived by senselessly plucking individual elements from various social formations, taking one thing from the medieval form, another from the new form, and so on. It is obvious that a theory based on this was bound to stand aloof from actual social evolution, for the simple reason that our utopians had to live and act not under social relations formed from elements taken from here and from there, but under those which determine the relation of the peasant to the kulak, the enterprising muzhik, of the handicraftsman to the buyer-up, of the worker to the factory owner, and which they completely failed to understand. Their attempts and efforts to remold these ununderstood relations in accordance with their ideal were bound to end in failure. Such, in very general outline, was how the problem of socialism stood in Russia when the Russian Marxists appeared on the scene. What they began with was a criticism of the subjective methods of the earlier socialists. Not satisfied with merely stating the fact of exploitation and condemning it, they desired to explain it. Seeing that the whole post-reform history of Russia consisted in the ruin of the masses and the enrichment of a minority, observing the colossal expropriation of the small producers side by side with universal technical progress, noting that these polarizing tendencies arose and increased wherever, and to the extent that, commodity economy developed and became consolidated, they could not but conclude that they were confronted with a bourgeois, capitalist, organization of social economy, necessarily giving rise to the expropriation and oppression of the masses. Their practical program was directly determined by this conviction. This program was to join in the struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, the struggle of the propertyless classes against the propertied, which constitutes the principal content of economic reality in Russia, from the most out-of-the-way village to the most up-to-date and perfected factory. How were they to join in? The answer was again suggested by reality. Capitalism had brought the principal branches of industry to the stage of large-scale machine industry. By thus socializing production, it had created the material conditions for a new system and had at the same time created a new social force, the class of factory workers, the urban proletariat. Being subjected to the same bourgeois exploitation, for such, in its economic essence, is the exploitation to which the whole working population of Russia is subjected. This class, however, has been placed in a special, favorable position as far as its emancipation is concerned. It no longer has any ties with the old society based entirely on exploitation. The very conditions of its labor and the circumstances of life organize it, compel it to think and enable it to step into the arena of political struggle. It was only natural that the Social Democrats should direct all their attention to, and base all their hopes on, this class, that they should reduce their program to the development of its class consciousness, and direct all their activities towards helping it rise to wage a direct political struggle against the present regime, and towards drawing the whole Russian proletariat into this struggle. Let us now see how Mr. Mikhailovsky fights the Social Democrats. What arguments does he level against their theoretical views, against their political, socialist activity? The theoretical views of the Marxists are set forth by the critic in the following manner. The truth, the Marxists are represented as declaring, is that in accordance with the immanent laws of historical necessity, Russia will develop her own capitalist production, with all its inherent contradictions and the swallowing up of the small capitalists by the large, and meanwhile the muzhik, divorced from the land, will turn into a proletarian, unite, become socialized, and the trick is done. The hat reappears, and it only remains to put the hat on the head of now happy mankind. And so, if you please, the Marxists do not differ in any way from the friends of the people in their conception of reality. They differ only in their idea of the future. They do not deal at all, it appears, with the present, but only with prospects. There can be no doubt that this is Mr. Mikhailovsky's idea. The Marxists, he says, are fully convinced that there is nothing utopian in their forecasts of the future, and that everything has been weighed and measured in accordance with the strict dictates of science. Finally, and even more explicitly, the Marxists believe in, and profess, the immutability of an abstract historical scheme. In a word, we have before us that most banal and vulgar accusation against the Marxists long employed by all who have nothing substantial to bring against their views. The Marxists profess the immutability of an abstract historical scheme. But this is a downright lie and invention. No Marxist has ever argued anywhere that there must be capitalism in Russia because there was capitalism in the West, and so on. No Marxist has ever regarded Marx's theory as some universally compulsory philosophical scheme of history, as anything more than an explanation of a particular social economic formation. Only Mr. Mikhailovsky, the subjective philosopher, has managed to display such a lack of understanding of Marx as to attribute to him a universal philosophical theory, and in reply to this, he received from Marx the quite explicit explanation that he was knocking at the wrong door. No Marxist has ever based his social democratic views on anything but the conformity of theory with reality and the history of the given, i.e., the Russian, social and economic relations, and he could not have done so, because this demand on theory was quite definitely and clearly proclaimed and made the cornerstone of the whole doctrine by the founder of Marxism himself, Marx. Of course, Mr. Mikhailovsky may refute these statements as much as he pleases, by arguing that he has heard with his own ears the profession of an abstract historical scheme. But what does it matter to us, Social Democrats, or to anybody else, that Mr. Mikhailovsky has had occasion to hear all sorts of absurd nonsense from people he has talked to? Does it not merely show that he is very fortunate in the choice of the people he talks to, and nothing more? It is very possible, of course, that the witty interlocutors of the witty philosopher called themselves Marxists, Social Democrats, and so forth, but who does not know that nowadays, As was noted long ago, every scoundrel likes to array himself in red garments. And if Mr. Mikhailovsky is so perspicacious that he cannot distinguish these mummers from Marxists, or if he has understood Marx so profoundly as not to have noticed this criterion most emphatically advanced by Marx of the whole doctrine, the formulation of what is going on before our eyes, it only proves again that Mr. Mikhailovsky is not clever, and nothing else. At any rate, since he undertook a polemic in the press against the Social Democrats, he should have had in mind the group of socialists who have long borne that name and have borne it alone so that others cannot be confused with them, and who have their literary representatives, Plekhanov and his circle. 62 And had he done so, and that obviously is what anybody with any decency should have done, and had he even consulted the first social democratic work, Plekhanov's Our Differences, he would have found in its very first pages a categorical declaration made by the author on behalf of all the members of the circle. We in no case wish to cover our program with the authority of a great name, i.e., the authority of Marx. Do you understand Russian, Mr. Mikhailovsky? Do you understand the difference between professing abstract schemes and entirely disclaiming the authority of Marx when passing judgment on Russian affairs? Do you realize that you acted dishonestly by representing the first opinion you happened to hear from your interlocutors as Marxist, and by ignoring the published declaration made by a prominent member of social democracy on behalf of the whole group? And then the declaration becomes even more explicit. I repeat, Plekhanov says, that the most consistent Marxists may disagree in the appraisal of the present Russian situation. Our doctrine is the first attempt at applying this particular scientific theory to the analysis of very complicated and entangled social relations. It would seem difficult to speak more clearly. The Marxists unreservedly borrow from Marx's theory only its invaluable methods, without which an elucidation of social relations is impossible, and, consequently, they see the criterion of their judgment of these relations not in abstract schemes and such like nonsense at all, but in its fidelity and conformity to reality. Perhaps you think that in making these statements the author actually had something else in mind? But that is not so. The question he was dealing with was, must Russia pass through the capitalist phase of development? Hence, the question was not given a Marxist formulation at all, but was in conformity with the subjective methods of various native philosophers of ours, who see the criterion of this must in the policy of the authorities, or in the activities of society, or in the ideal of a society that corresponds to human nature, and similar twaddle. So it is fair to ask, how should a man who believes in abstract schemes have answered such a question? Obviously, he would have spoken of the incontrovertibility of the dialectical process, of the general philosophical importance of Marx's theory, of the inevitability of every country passing through the phase of, and so on and so forth. And how did Plekhanov answer it? In the only way a Marxist could. He left aside entirely the question of the must, as being an idle one that could be of interest only to subjectivists, and dealt exclusively with real social and economic relations and their actual evolution. And that is why he gave no direct answer to this wrongly formulated question, but instead replied, Russia has entered the capitalist path. And Mr. Mikhailovsky talks with the air of an expert about belief in abstract historical schemes, about the immanent laws of necessity, and similar incredible nonsense. And he calls this a polemic against the Social Democrats. If this is a polemicist, then I simply cannot understand what a windbag is. One must also observe in connection with Mr. Mikhailovsky's argument quoted above that he presents the views of the Social Democrats as being, Russia will develop her own capitalist production. Evidently, in the opinion of this philosopher, Russia has not got her own capitalist production. The author apparently shares the opinion that Russian capitalism is confined to 1.5 million workers. We shall later on again meet with this childish idea of our friends of the people, who class all the other forms of exploitation of free labor under heaven knows what heading. Russia will develop her own capitalist production with all its inherent contradictions, and meanwhile the muzhik, separated from the land, will turn into a proletarian. The farther in the wood, the more trees there are. So there are no inherent contradictions in Russia? Or, to put it plainly, there is no exploitation of the mass of the people by a handful of capitalists, there is no ruin of the vast majority of the population and no enrichment of a few. The muzhik has still to be separated from the land. But what is the entire post-reform history of Russia, if not the wholesale expropriation of the peasantry, proceeding with unparalleled intensity? One must possess great courage indeed to say such things publicly. And Mr. Mikhailovsky possesses that courage. Marx dealt with a ready-made proletariat and a ready-made capitalism, whereas we have still to create them. Russia has still to create a proletariat. In Russia, the only country where such a hopeless poverty of the masses and such shameless exploitation of the working people can be found, which has been compared, and legitimately so, to England as regards the condition of the poor, and where the starvation of millions of people is a permanent thing existing side by side, for instance, with a steady increase in the export of grain in Russia, there is no proletariat. I think Mr. Mikhailovsky deserves to have a monument erected to him in his own lifetime for these classic words. We shall, incidentally, see later that it is a constant and most consistent tactic of the friends of the people to shut their eyes pharisaically to the intolerable condition of the working people in Russia, to depict this condition as having merely been shaken, so that only the efforts of cultured society and the government are needed for everything to be put on the right track. These knights think that if they shut their eyes to the fact that the condition of the working masses is bad not because it has been shaken, but because these masses are being shamelessly robbed by a handful of exploiters, that if they bury their heads in the sand like ostriches so as not to see these exploiters, the exploiters will disappear. And when the Social Democrats tell them that it is shameful cowardice to fear to look reality in the face, when they take the fact of exploitation as their starting point and say that its only possible explanation lies in the bourgeois organization of Russian society, which is splitting the mass of the people into a proletariat and a bourgeoisie, and in the class character of the Russian state, which is nothing but the organ of the rule of this bourgeoisie, and that therefore the only way out lies in the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, these friends of the people begin to howl that the Social Democrats want to dispossess the people of their land, that they want to destroy our people's economic organization. We now come to the most outrageous part of all this indecent, to say the least, polemic, namely, Mr. Mikhailovsky's criticism of the political activities of the Social Democrats. Everybody realizes that the activities carried on among the workers by socialists and agitators cannot be honestly discussed in our legal press, and that the only thing a decent censored periodical can do in this connection is to maintain a tactful silence. Mr. Mikhailovsky has forgotten this very elementary rule, and has not scrupled to use his monopoly contact with the reading public in order to sling mud at the socialists. However, means of combating this unscrupulous critic will be found even if outside of legal publications. As far as I understand, Mr. Mikhailovsky says with assumed naivete, the Russian Marxists can be divided into three categories: Marxist spectators, indifferent observers of the process; passive Marxists, they only allay the birth pangs, they are not interested in the people on the land, and direct their attention and hopes to those who are already separated from the means of production; and active Marxists, who bluntly insist on the further ruin of the countryside. What is this? Mr. Critic must surely know that the Russian Marxists are socialists whose point of departure is the view that the reality of our environment is capitalist society, and that there is only one way out of it: the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. How, then, and on what grounds, does he mix them up with some sort of senseless vulgarity? What right, moral, of course, has he to extend the term Marxists to people who obviously do not accept the most elementary and fundamental tenets of Marxism, people who have never and nowhere acted as a distinct group and have never and nowhere announced a program of their own? Mr. Mikhailovsky has left himself a number of loopholes for justifying such outrageous methods. Perhaps, he jokes with the easy air of a society fop, these are not real Marxists, but they consider and proclaim themselves as such. Where have they proclaimed it, and when? In the liberal and radical salons of St. Petersburg? In private letters? Be it so. Well, then, talk to them in your salons and in your correspondence. But you come out publicly and in the press against people who, under the banner of Marxism, have never come out publicly anywhere. And you have the effrontery to claim that you are polemicing against Social Democrats, although you know that this name is borne only by one group of revolutionary socialists, and that nobody else should be confused with them. Mr. Mikhailovsky twists and turns like a schoolboy caught red-handed. I am not the least to blame here. He tries to make the reader believe I heard it with my own ears and saw it with my own eyes. Excellent. We are quite willing to believe that there is nobody in your field of vision but vulgarians and scoundrels. But what have we, Social Democrats, to do with it? Who does not know that at the present time, when not only socialist activity, but any social activity that is at all independent and honest evokes political persecution for everyone actually working under some banner, be it Narodovolism 63 Marxism, or even, let us say, constitutionalism, there are several score phrasemongers who under cover of that name conceal their liberal cowardice, and, in addition, perhaps, several downright rascals who are feathering their own nests. Is it not obvious that only the meanest vulgarity could make any of these trends responsible for the fact that its banner is being soiled, privately and secretly, at that, by all sorts of riffraff? Mr. Mikhailovsky's whole argument is one chain of distortions, misrepresentations, and manipulations. We saw above that he completely distorted the truths which are the Social Democrats' starting point, presenting them in a way in which no Marxist at any time or place has, or could have, presented them. And if he had set forth the actual social democratic conception of Russian reality, he could not but have seen that one can conform to these views in only one way, namely, by helping to develop the class consciousness of the proletariat, by organizing and uniting it for the political struggle against the present regime. He has, however, one other trick up his sleeve. With an air of injured innocence he pharisaically lifts up his eyes to heaven and unctuously declares, "I am very glad to hear that. But I cannot understand what you are protesting against." That is exactly what he says in Russkoye Bogeystvo, number 2. Read my comment on passive Marxists more attentively and you will see that I say, from the ethical standpoint, no objection can be made. This, of course, is nothing but a rehash of his former wretched subterfuges. Tell us, please, how one would characterize the conduct of a person who declared that he was criticizing social revolutionary Narodism, at a time when no other type of Narodism had yet appeared. I take such a period, and who proceeded to say approximately the following. The Narodniks, as far as I understand, are divided into three categories: the consistent Narodniks, who completely accept the ideas of the muzhik and, in exact accordance with his desires, make a general principle of the birch and wife beating and generally further the abominable policy of the government of the knout and the club, which, you know, has been called a people's policy. Then, shall we say, the cowardly Narodniks, who are not interested in the opinions of the muzhik, and are only striving to transplant to Russia an alien revolutionary movement by means of associations and such like, against which, however, no objection can be made from the ethical standpoint, unless it be the slipperiness of the path, which may easily convert a cowardly Narodnik into a consistent or courageous one, and, lastly, the courageous Narodniks, who carry out to the full the people's ideals of the enterprising muzhik, and accordingly settle on the land in order to live as kulaks in good earnest. All decent people, of course, would characterize this as vile and vulgar scoffing. And if, furthermore, the person who said such things could not be rebutted by the Narodniks in the same press, if, moreover, the ideas of these Narodniks had hitherto been expounded only illegally, so that many people had no exact idea of what they were and might easily believe whatever they were told about the Narodniks, then whoever would agree that such a person is. But perhaps Mr. Mikhailovsky himself has not yet quite forgotten the word that fits here. Underscore 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 underscore. But enough. Many similar insinuations by Mr. Mikhailovsky still remain, but I know of no job more fatiguing, more thankless and more disgusting than to have to wade through this filth, to collect insinuations scattered here and there, to compare them and to search for at least one serious objection. Enough. April 1894. Publisher's Note 64. In the text of the article the reader will find references to a further examination of certain questions, whereas actually no such examination is made. The reason is that the present article is only the first part of a reply to articles in Russkoye Bogeystvo about Marxism. Acute shortage of time prevented the timely appearance of this article, but we do not consider it possible to delay any longer. We are 2 months late as it is. That is why we have decided to issue an examination of Mr. Mikhailovsky's criticism in the meantime without waiting until the whole article is printed. In the second and third parts, now in course of preparation, the reader will find, in addition to the examination here presented, a further one dealing with the social and economic views of other leading figures of Russkoye Bogeystvo, Messrs. Yuzhakov and S. Krivenko, in connection with an essay on the economic situation in Russia and the ideas and tactics of the Social Democrats that follow therefrom. Note to the present edition 65. The present edition is an exact reproduction of the first. Having had no share whatever in compiling the text, we have not considered ourselves entitled to alter it in any way and have confined ourselves simply to the work of publication. Our motive for undertaking this work has been the confidence that the present pamphlet will serve to bring about some revival of our social democratic propaganda. Believing that one indispensable corollary of social democratic convictions should be a readiness to promote such propaganda, we appeal to all who share the views of the author of the present pamphlet to assist by every means, especially, of course, by republication, in securing the widest possible circulation both of the present work and of all organs of Marxist propaganda in general. The present moment is particularly opportune. Russkoye Bogeystvo is assuming an increasingly provocative tone towards us. In an effort to paralyze the spread of social democratic ideas in society, that magazine has gone so far as to accuse us outright of being indifferent to the interests of the proletariat and of insisting on the ruination of the masses. We make bold to think that by such methods it will only injure itself and pave the way for our victory. However, it should not be forgotten that these slanderers command all the material means for the most widespread propaganda of their slanders. They possess a magazine with a circulation of several thousand, they have reading rooms and libraries at their disposal. Hence, if we are to prove to our enemies that even the advantages of a privileged position do not always ensure the success of insinuation, we must exert our every effort. We are fully confident that this effort will be forthcoming. July 1894. Part 3. Let us, in conclusion, make the acquaintance of Mr. Krivenko, another friend of the people, who also launches open war against the Social Democrats. However, we shall not examine his articles, our cultural freelances, in number 12, 1893, and travel letters, in number 1, 1894, as we did those of Messrs. Mikhailovsky and Yuzhakov. An analysis in toto of their articles was essential to get a clear idea, in the first case, of the substance of their objections to materialism and Marxism in general, and, in the second, of their political economic theories. Now, to get a complete idea of the friends of the people, we shall have to acquaint ourselves with their tactics, their practical proposals and their political program. This program they have not anywhere set forth directly and as consistently and fully as they have set out their theoretical views. I am therefore obliged to take it from various articles in a magazine whose contributors are unanimous enough not to contradict each other. I shall give preference to the above-mentioned articles of Mr. Krivenko's merely because they furnish more material and because their author is as typical of the magazine as a practical man and a politician, as Mr. Mikhailovsky is a socialist and Mr. Yuzhakov is an economist. However, before passing on to their program, there is one more theoretical point we consider it absolutely essential to deal with. We have seen how Mr. Yuzhakov disposes of matters with meaningless phrases about people's land renting that supports people's economy, etc., using them to cover up the fact that he does not understand the economic life of our peasants. He did not deal with the handicraft industries, but confined himself to data on the growth of large-scale factory industry. Now Mr. Krivenko repeats exactly the same sort of phrases about handicraft industries. He flatly contrasts our people's industry, i.e., handicraft industries, to capitalist industry, number 12, pages 180 to 81. People's production, says he, in the majority of cases arises naturally, whereas capitalist industry is very often created artificially. In another passage he contrasts small-scale people's industry to large-scale, capitalist industry. If you were to ask what is the distinguishing feature of the former, you would only learn that it is small and that the instruments of labor are united with the producer. I borrow this latter definition from Mr. Mikhailovsky's above-mentioned article. But this is certainly far from defining its economic organization and, moreover, is absolutely untrue. Mr. Krivenko says, for example, that small-scale people's industry to this day yields a much larger total output and employs more hands than large-scale capitalist industry. The author is evidently referring to data on the number of handicraftsmen, which is as many as 4 million, or, according to another estimate, 7 million. But who does not know that the form of economy predominating in our handicraft industries is the domestic system of large-scale production? That the bulk of the handicraftsmen occupy a position in production that is not independent at all, but, completely dependent, subordinate, that they do not process their own material but that of the merchant, who merely pays the handicraftsman a wage. Data on the predominance of this form have been cited even in legal literature. Let me quote, for example, the excellent work by the well-known statistician, S. Kirizomenov, published in Yuridikeski Vestnik 66, 1883, NOS 11 and 12. Summarizing the published data on our handicraft industries in the central gubernias, where they are most highly developed, S. Kirizomenov reached the conclusion that there is an absolute predominance of the domestic system of large-scale production, i.e., an unquestionably capitalist form of industry. Defining the economic role of small-scale independent industry, he says, we arrive at the following conclusions. In Moscow Gubernia 86.5% of the annual turnover of handicraft industry is accounted for by the domestic system of large-scale production, and only 13.5% by small-scale independent industry. In the Alexandrov and Pokrov uyezds of Vladimir Gubernia, 96% of the annual turnover of handicraft industry falls to the share of the domestic system of large-scale production and manufacture, and only 4% is accounted for by small-scale independent industry. Nobody, as far as we know, has tried to refute these facts, nor can they be refuted. How, then, can one ignore these facts, and say nothing about them, call such industry peoples in contradistinction to capitalist, and talk about the possibility of its developing into real industry? There can be only one explanation of this direct ignoring of facts, namely, the general tendency of the Friends of the People, as of all Russian liberals, to gloss over class antagonism and the exploitation of the working people in Russia by representing all this as just plain defects. But perhaps, an additional cause lies in so profound a knowledge of the subject as is revealed, for instance, by Mr. Krivenko when he calls the Pavlovo cutlery trade a trade of a semi-artisan character. The lengths of distortion to which the Friends of the People will go are simply phenomenal. How can one speak here of artisan character, when the Pavlovo cutlers produce for the market and not to order? Or perhaps Mr. Krivenko regards as artisan industry the system under which a merchant orders articles from the handicraftsman and then sends them to Nizhny Novgorod fair. Funnily enough, this seems to be the case. As a matter of fact, the making of cutlery has least of all, compared with other Pavlovo industries, preserved the small-scale handicraft form, with its seeming independence of the producers. The production of table and industrial cutlery, says N.F. Aninsky, is already largely approaching the factory, or, more correctly, the manufactory form. Of the 396 handicraftsmen engaged in the making of table cutlery in Nizhny Novgorod Gubernia, only 62, 16%, work for the market, 273, 69%, work for a master, and 61, 15%, are wage workers. Hence, only 1/6 of them are not directly enslaved to an employer. As to the other branch of the cutlery industry, the production of folding knives, pen knives, the same author says that it occupies a position midway between the table knife and the lock. The majority of the handicraftsmen in this branch are working for a master, but along with them there are still quite a number of independent handicraftsmen who have to do with the market. In Nizhny Novgorod gubernia there are in all 2,552 handicraftsmen producing this sort of cutlery, of whom 48%, 1,236, work for the market, 42%, 1,058, work for a master, and 10%, 258, are wage workers. Consequently, here too the independent handicraftsmen are in the minority. And those who work for the market are, of course, only apparently independent. Actually they are no less enslaved to the capital of buyers up. If we take the data for the industries of the entire Gorbatov uyezd, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, where 21,983 working people, or 84.5%, of all who work, are engaged in industries, we get the following. Exact data on the economics of the industry are available for only 10,808 workers, in the following industries: metal, leather goods, saddlery, felt, and hemp spinning. 35.6% of the handicraftsmen work for the market, 46.7% work for a master, and 17.7% are wage workers. Thus, here too we see the predominance of the domestic system of large-scale production, the predominance of relations under which labor is enslaved to capital. Another reason why the friends of the people so freely ignore facts of this kind is that their conception of capitalism has not advanced beyond the commonplace vulgar idea that a capitalist is a wealthy and educated employer who runs a large machine enterprise, and they refuse to consider the scientific content of the term. In the preceding chapter we saw that Mr. Yuzhakov dates the beginning of capitalism directly from machine industry, omitting simple cooperation and manufacture. This is a widespread error, which, incidentally, results in the capitalist organization of our handicraft industries being ignored. It goes without saying that the domestic system of large-scale production is a capitalist form of industry. Here we have all its features: commodity economy already at a high level of development, the concentration of the means of production in the hands of individuals, and the expropriation of the mass of the workers, who have no means of production of their own and therefore apply their labor to those of others, working not for themselves but for the capitalist. Obviously, in its organization, handicraft industry is pure capitalism. It differs from large-scale machine industry in being technically backward, chiefly because of the preposterously low wages, and in the fact that the workers retain diminutive farms. This latter circumstance particularly confuses the friends of the people, who, as befits true metaphysicians, are accustomed to think in naked and direct contrasts. Yeah, nay, and whatsoever is more than these comes from the evil one. If the workers have no land, there is capitalism; if they have land, there is no capitalism. And they confine themselves to this soothing philosophy, losing sight of the whole social organization of economy and forgetting the generally known fact that ownership of land does not in the least do away with the dire poverty of these landowners, who are most shamelessly robbed by other such peasant landowners. They do not know, it seems, that capitalism, while still at a comparatively low level of development, was nowhere able to completely separate the worker from the land. For Western Europe, Marx established the law that only large-scale machine industry expropriates the worker once and for all. It is therefore obvious that the stock argument of there being no capitalism in our country since the people own land is quite meaningless, because the capitalism of simple cooperation and manufacture has never been connected anywhere with the workers' complete separation from the land, and yet, needless to say, it has not on that account ceased to be capitalism. As to large-scale machine industry in Russia, and this form is rapidly being assumed by the biggest and most important branches of our industry here too, despite all the specific features of our life, it possesses the same property as everywhere in the capitalist West, namely, it absolutely will not tolerate the retention of the workers' tie with the land. This fact has been proved, incidentally, by Dementiyev with precise statistical material, from which he has drawn, quite independently of Marx, the conclusion that machine production is inseparably connected with the workers' complete separation from the land. This investigation has demonstrated once again that Russia is a capitalist country, that the workers' tie with the land in Russia is so feeble and unreal, and the power of the man of property, the money owner, the buyer up, the rich peasant, the manufactory owner, etc., so firmly established, that one more technical advance will be enough for the peasant, who has long been living by the sale of his labor power, to turn into a worker pure and simple. The failure of the Friends of the People to understand the economic organization of our handicraft industries is far, however, from being confined to this. Their idea even of those industries where work is not done for a master is just as superficial as their idea of the cultivator, which we have already seen above. This, by the way, is quite natural in the case of gentlemen who presume to hold forth on questions of political economy when all they know, it seems, is that there is such a thing in the world as means of production, which may be united with the working people and that is very good, but which may also be separated from them and that is very bad. That will not take you far. Speaking of industries that are becoming capitalist and of those that are not, where small-scale production can freely exist, Mr. Krivenko says, for one thing, that in certain branches the basic expenditure on production is very inconsiderable and that small-scale production is therefore possible. He cites as an example the brick industry, where the expenditure, he says, may be 1/15 of the annual turnover of the brickyards. As this is almost the only reference the author makes to facts, it is, I repeat, the most characteristic feature of subjective sociology that it fears a direct and precise description and analysis of reality, preferring to soar into the sphere of the ideals, of the petty bourgeois. Let us take it, in order to show what a false conception the Friends of the People have of reality. We find a description of the brick industry, the making of bricks from white clay, in the Economic Statistics of the Moscow Zemstvo, Returns, Volume 7, Book 1, Part 2, etc. The industry is chiefly concentrated in 3 volostsy of Bogorodskoye Uyezd, where there are 233 establishments, employing 1,402 workers, 567, or 41%, being family workers, and 835, or 59%, hired, with an annual aggregate output valued at 357,000 rubles. The industry is an old one, but has developed particularly during the past 15 years owing to the building of a railway, which has greatly facilitated marketing. Before the railway was built, the family form of production predominated, but it is now giving way to the exploitation of wage labor. This industry, too, is not exempt from the dependence of the small industrialists on the bigger ones for marketing. Owing to lack of funds, the former sell the latter their bricks, sometimes crude unbaked, on the spot at terribly low prices. However, we are also able to acquaint ourselves with the organization of the industry apart from this dependence, thanks to the house-to-house census of handicraftsmen which is appended to the essay, where the number of workers and the annual aggregate output of each establishment are indicated. To ascertain whether the law that commodity economy is capitalist economy, i.e., is inevitably converted into the latter at a certain stage of development applies to this industry, we must compare the size of the establishments. The problem is precisely one of the relation between the small and the large establishments according to their role in output and their exploitation of wage labor. Taking the number of workers as a basis, we divide the establishments of the handicraftsmen into 3 groups, i. Establishments employing 1 to 5 workers, both family and hired, 11, employing 6 to 10 workers, and 3, employing over 10 workers. Examining the size of establishments, the complement of workers and the value of the output in each group, we obtain the following data. The third group, which almost entirely bases its economy on wage labor, comprises 10% of the total number of establishments but accounts for 44% of the aggregate output. This concentration of the means of production in the hands of a minority, which is connected with the expropriation of the majority, the wage workers, explains both the dependence of the small producers on buyers up, the big industrialists are in fact buyers up, and the oppression of labor in this industry. Hence we see that the cause of the expropriation of the working people and of their exploitation lies in the production relations themselves. The Russian Narodnik socialists, as we know, held the opposite view and considered that the cause of the oppression of labor in the handicraft industries did not lie in production relations, which were proclaimed to be based on a principle which precludes exploitation, but in something else in policy, namely, agrarian and fiscal policy and so on. The question arises, what was, and is, the basis of the persistence of this opinion, which has now acquired almost the tenacity of a prejudice? Maybe it is the prevalence of a different concept of production relations in the handicraft industries. Not at all. It persists only because no attempt whatever is made to give an accurate and definite description of the facts, of the real forms of economic organization. It persists only because the production relations are not singled out and submitted to an independent analysis. In a word, it persists solely due to a failure to understand the only scientific method of social science, namely, the materialist method. We can now understand the train of thought of our old socialists. As far as the handicraft industries are concerned, they attribute the cause of exploitation to things lying outside production relations. As far as large-scale, factory capitalism is concerned, they could not help seeing that there the cause of exploitation lies precisely in the production relations. The result was an irreconcilable contradiction, an incongruity, where this large-scale capitalism could have come from, since there was nothing capitalist in the production relations of the handicraft industries, which had not been studied. Past comprehension. The conclusion follows naturally. Failing to understand the connection between handicraft and capitalist industry, they contrasted the former to the latter, as peoples to artificial industry. The idea appears that capitalism contradicts our people's system, an idea that is very widespread and was quite recently presented to the Russian public in a revised and improved edition by Mr. Nikolayan. This idea persists by inertia, despite its phenomenal illogicality. Factory capitalism is judged on the basis of what it actually is in reality, whereas handicraft industry is judged on the basis of what it might be, the former on the basis of an analysis of production relations, the latter without even an attempt to examine the production relations separately, the matter being directly transferred to the sphere of politics. We have only to turn to an analysis of these production relations to find that the people's system consists of these very same capitalist production relations, although in an undeveloped, embryonic state, that if we reject the naive prejudice that all handicraftsmen are equal, and accurately set forth the differences among them, the difference between the capitalist of the factory and works and the handicraftsman will at times prove to be less than the difference between one handicraftsman and another, and that capitalism does not contradict the people's system but is the direct, next, and immediate continuation and development of it. Perhaps, however, it will be argued that the example quoted is unsuitable. We may be told that the percentage of wage workers in the given case is altogether too high. But, as a matter of fact, the important thing here is not the absolute figures but the relations they disclose, relations which are bourgeois in essence, and which do not cease to be such whether their bourgeois character is strongly or weakly marked. If you like, I shall take another example, one deliberately chosen for its weak bourgeois character. I take, from Mr. Isayev's book on the industries of Moscow gubernia, the pottery industry, a purely domestic industry, as the professor calls it. This industry may, of course, be taken as representative of the small-scale peasant industries. Its technique is the simplest, its equipment quite small, and the articles it produces of universal and essential use. Well then, thanks to the house-to-house census of the potters giving the same particulars as in the previous case, we are in a position to study the economic organization of this industry too, one that is undoubtedly quite typical of the numerous Russian small, people's industries. We divide the handicraftsmen into groups: I, those employing 1 to 3 workers, family and hired; 2, those employing 4 to 5 workers, and 3, those employing over 5 workers, and make the same calculation. Obviously, the relations in this industry too, and similar examples could be quoted indefinitely, are bourgeois. We find the same breakup arising out of commodity economy, and it is a specifically capitalist breakup, leading to the exploitation of wage labor, which already plays a primary part in the top group, where 1/8 of all the establishments and 30% of the total workers produce nearly 1/3 of the total output, and the productivity of labor is considerably above the average. These production relations alone are enough to explain the appearance and power of the buyers up. We see how a minority, owning larger and more profitable establishments, and receiving a net income from the labor of others, in the top group of potters there is an average of 5.5 wage workers per establishment, accumulate savings, while the majority are ruined, and even the petty masters, not to mention the wage workers, are unable to make ends meet. It is obvious and inevitable that the latter should be enslaved to the former, inevitable precisely because of the capitalist character of the given production relations. These relations are: the product of social labor, organized by commodity economy, passes into the hands of individuals, and in their hands serves as an instrument for oppressing and enslaving the working people, as a means of personal enrichment by the exploitation of the masses. And do not think that this exploitation, this oppression, is any less marked because relations of this kind are still poorly developed, because the accumulation of capital, concomitant with the ruination of the producers, is negligible. Quite the contrary. This only leads to cruder, serf forms of exploitation, to a situation where capital, not yet able to subjugate the worker directly, by the mere purchase of his labor power at its value, enmeshes him in a veritable net of usurious extortion, binds him to itself by Kulak methods, and as a result robs him not only of the surplus value, but of an enormous part of his wages, too, and, what is more, grinds him down by preventing him from changing his master, and humiliates him by compelling him to regard as a boon the fact that capital gives him work. It is obvious that not a single worker would ever consent to exchange his status for that of a Russian independent handicraftsman in real, people's industry. It is equally obvious that all the favorite measures of the Russian radicals either will not in the least affect the exploitation of the working people and their enslavement to capital, and will remain isolated experiments, artels, or will worsen the conditions of the working people, inalienability of allotments, or, lastly, will only refine, develop, and consolidate the given capitalist relations, improvement of technique, loans, etc. The friends of the people, however, will never be able to grasp the fact that despite its general wretchedness, its comparatively tiny establishments and extremely low productivity of labor, its primitive technique and small number of wage workers, peasant industry is capitalism. They simply cannot grasp the point that capital is a certain relation between people, a relation which remains the same whether the categories under comparison are at a higher or a lower level of development. Bourgeois economists have never been able to understand this, they have always objected to such a definition of capital. One recall how one of them, writing in Russkaya Mysl about Sieber's book, on Marx's theory, quoted this definition: capital is a relation, and indignantly put exclamation marks after it. To regard the categories of the bourgeois regime as eternal and natural is most typical of bourgeois philosophers. That is why, for capital, too, they adopt such definitions as, for example, accumulated labor that serves for further production, that is, describe it as an eternal category of human society, thereby obscuring that specific, historically definite economic formation in which this accumulated labor, organized by commodity economy, falls into the hands of those who do not work and serves for the exploitation of the labor of others. That is why, instead of an analysis and study of a definite system of production relations, they give us a series of banalities applicable to any system, mixed with the sentimental pap of petty bourgeois morality. And now look at this: why do the friends of the people call this industry people's, And why do they contrast it to capitalist industry? It is only because these gentlemen are petty bourgeois ideologists and cannot even conceive that these small producers live and operate under a system of commodity economy. That is why I call them petty bourgeois, and that their relations to the market necessarily and inevitably split them into a bourgeoisie and a proletariat. Why don't you try studying the real organization of our people's industries instead of phrase-mongering about what they might lead to? Then we will see whether you can find in Russia any branch of handicraft industry, at all developed, which is not organized on capitalist lines. And if you do not agree that the monopolizing of the means of production by a minority, their alienation from the majority, and the exploitation of wage labor, speaking more generally, the essence of capitalism is the appropriation by individuals of the product of social labor organized by commodity economy, are necessary and adequate features for this concept, then be good enough to give your own definition and your own history of capitalism. Actually, the organization of our people's handicraft industries furnishes an excellent illustration to the general history of the development of capitalism. It clearly demonstrates the latter's origin, its inception, for example, in the form of simple cooperation, the top group in the pottery industry. It further shows how the savings that thanks to commodity economy accumulate in the hands of separate individuals become capital, which first monopolizes marketing, buyers up and traders, owing to the fact that only the owners of these savings possess the necessary funds for wholesale disposal, which enable them to wait until the goods are sold in distant markets. How, further, this merchant capital enslaves the mass of producers and organizes capitalist manufacture, the capitalist domestic system of large-scale production, and how, finally, the expansion of the market and increasing competition lead to improved techniques, and how this merchant capital becomes industrial capital and organizes large-scale machine production. And when this capital, having grown strong and enslaved millions of working people and whole districts, begins openly and brazenly to exert pressure on the government and turns it into its lackey, our ingenious friends of the people raise a howl about the implanting of capitalism, about its artificial creation. A timely discovery, indeed. So that when Mr. Krivenko talks about people's real, proper, etc., industry, he is simply trying to conceal the fact that our handicraft industries are nothing but capitalism at various stages of development. We have already become sufficiently acquainted with these methods in the case of Mr. Yuzhakov, who, instead of studying the peasant reform, used empty phrases about the fundamental aim of the momentous Manifesto 67 etc., who, instead of studying land renting, dubbed it people's renting, and who, instead of studying how a home market is being formed for capitalism, philosophized about the latter's inevitable collapse from lack of markets, and so on. To show how far Messrs. The Friends of the People distort the facts, I shall dwell on one more example. Our subjective philosophers so rarely condescend to give us precise references to facts that it would be unfair to ignore one of these most precise references of theirs, namely, the one Mr. Krivenko makes, number 1, 1894, to the budgets of the Voronezh peasants. Here, on the basis of data selected by themselves, we may make quite sure which idea of reality is more correct, that of the Russian radicals and Friends of the People, or that of the Russian Social Democrats. Mr. Shcherbina, a Voronezh-Zemstvo statistician, appends to his description of peasant farming in Ostrogothskoye's 24 budgets of typical peasant households, and analyzes them in the text. Mr. Krivenko reproduces this analysis, failing, or rather refusing, to see that its methods are entirely unsuited to the purpose of getting an idea of the economy of our peasant farmers. The fact is that these 24 budgets depict entirely different households, prosperous, middle, and poor, as Mr. Krivenko himself points out, p. 159, but, like Mr. Shcherbina, he simply employs average figures, lumping together the most different types of households, and thus completely disguises the fact of their differentiation. Yet the differentiation of our small producers is such a general, such a major fact, to which the Social Democrats have long been drawing the attention of Russian socialists. See the works of Plekhanov, that it is brought out quite distinctly even by the scanty data selected by Mr. Krivenko. Instead, when dealing with the farming of the peasants, of dividing them into categories according to the size of their farms and type of farming, he, like Mr. Szczerbina, divides them into legal categories: former state and former landlords, peasants, directing all his attention to the greater prosperity of the former as compared with the latter, and loses sight of the fact that the differences among the peasants within these categories are far greater than the differences between the categories. To prove this, I divide these 24 budgets into 3 groups. I pick out A, 6 prosperous peasants, then B, 11 peasants of average prosperity, NOS 7 to 10 and 16 to 22 in Szczerbina's table, and C, 7 poor peasants, NOS 11 to 15, 23 and 24 in Szczerbina's table of budgets. Mr. Krivenko says, for example, that the expenditure per farm of the former state peasants is 541.3 rubles, and of the former landlords' peasants 417.7 rubles. But he overlooks the fact that the expenditures of different peasants are far from being equal. Among the former state peasants, for instance, there is one with an expenditure of 84.7 rubles and another with an expenditure 10 times as large, 887.4 rubles, even if we leave out the German colonist with an expenditure of 1,456.2 rubles. What meaning can an average have if it is derived by lumping such magnitudes together? If we take the division into categories that I give, we find that the average expenditure per farm of a prosperous peasant is 855.86 rubles, of a middle peasant 471.61 rubles, and of a poor peasant 223.78 rubles. The ratio is, roughly, 4:1. Let us proceed. Following in Szczerbina's footsteps, Mr. Krivenko gives the expenditure on personal requirements among the various legal categories of peasants. Among the former state peasants, for example, the annual expenditure per person on vegetable food is 13.4 rubles, and among the former landlords' peasants 12.2 rubles. But if we take them according to economic categories, the figures are A, 17.7, B, 14.5 and C, 13.1. The expenditure on meat and dairy produce per person among the former landlords' peasants is 5.2 rubles and among the former state peasants 7.7 rubles. Taken by economic categories, the figures are 11.7, 5.8 and 3.6 respectively. It is obvious that calculation according to legal categories merely conceals these huge divergences and nothing more. It is, therefore, obviously worthless. The income of the former state peasants is greater than the income of the former landlords' peasants by 53.7%, says Mr. Krivenko. The general average, for the 24 budgets, is 539 rubles, and for the 2 categories, over 600 rubles and about 400 rubles, respectively. But if graded according to economic strength, the incomes are A, 1053.2 rubles, B, 473.8 rubles and C, 202.4 rubles, or a fluctuation of 10, 2, and not 3, 2. The capital value of a peasant farm among the former state peasants is 1060 rubles, and among the former landlords' peasants 635 rubles, says Mr. Krivenko. But if we take the economic categories, the figures are A, 1737.91 rubles, B, 786.42 rubles and C, 363.38 rubles, again a fluctuation of 10, 2, and not 3, 2. By dividing the peasantry into legal categories, the author prevented himself from forming a correct judgment of the economics of this peasantry. If we examine the farms of the various types of peasants according to economic strength, we find that the prosperous families have an average income of 1053.2 rubles, and expenditure of 855.86 rubles, or a net income of 197.34 rubles. The middle family has an income of 473.8 rubles and an expenditure of 471.61 rubles, or a net income of 2.19 rubles per farm, and that without counting credit debts and arrears. Obviously, it can barely make ends meet. Out of 11 farms, 5 have a deficit. The bottom, poor, group run their farms at a direct loss. With an income of 202.4 rubles, their expenditure is 223.78 rubles, which means a deficit of 21.38 rubles. It is evident that if we lump farms together and strike a general average, net income 44.11 rubles, we completely distort the real picture. We then overlook the fact, as Mr. Krivenko has done, that all the 6 prosperous peasants who secure a net income employ farm laborers, 8 of them, a fact which reveals the character of their farming. They are in process of becoming capitalist farmers, which yields them a net income and relieves them almost entirely of the need to resort to industries. These farmers altogether cover only 6.5% of their budgets by industries, 412 rubles out of a total of 6,319.5. Moreover, these industries, as Mr. Shcherbina in one place remarks, are of such a type as carting, or even dealing in sheep, that is, such as, far from indicating dependence, presuppose the exploitation of others. Precisely in the second case, accumulated savings are converted into merchant capital. These peasants own 4 industrial establishments, which yield an income of 320 rubles, 5% of the total. The economy of the middle peasants is of a different type. They, as we have seen, can barely make ends meet. Farming does not cover their needs, and 19% of their income is from so-called industries. What sort of industries these are we learn from Mr. Shcherbina's article. They are given for 7 peasants, only 2 engage in independent industries, tailoring and charcoal burning. The remaining 5 sell their labor power, went mowing in the lowlands, works at a distillery, does day laboring at harvest time, herds sheep, worked on the local estate. These are already half peasants, half workers. Side occupations divert them from their farming and thus undermine it completely. As to the poor peasants, they farm at a dead loss. The significance of industries in their budgets is still greater, providing 24% of the income, and these industries amount almost entirely, except in the case of 1 peasant, to the sale of labor power. In the case of 2 of them, industries, farm laboring, predominate, providing 2/3 of their income. It is quite clear that what we have here is a process of the complete differentiation of the small producers, the upper groups of whom are being turned into a bourgeoisie, the lower into a proletariat. Naturally, if we take general averages, we shall see nothing of this and get no idea of the economics of the countryside. It was only his operations with these fictitious averages that enabled the author to adopt the following method. To determine the place of these typical farms in the peasant farming of the uyezd as a whole, Mr. Shcherbina groups the peasants according to the size of their allotments, and it transpires that the level of prosperity, general average, of the 24 farms selected is higher by about 1/3 than the average in the uyezd. This calculation cannot be regarded as satisfactory, both because there is great divergence among these 24 peasants and because the classification according to size of allotment conceals the differentiation of the peasantry. The author's thesis that the allotments are the prime cause of the prosperity of the peasant is absolutely wrong. Everybody knows that the equal distribution of land within the village community does not in any way prevent its horseless members from giving up the land, letting it, going away to work and turning into proletarians, or the members with many horses from renting large tracts of land and running big and profitable farms. If, for example, we take our 24 budgets, we shall see that one rich peasant, with 6 desiatines of allotment land, has a total income of 758.5 rubles, a middle peasant, with 7.1 desiatines of allotment land, 391.5 rubles, and a poor peasant, with 6.9 desiatines of allotment land, 109.5 rubles. In general, we have seen that the ratio of the incomes of the various groups is 4:1, while the ratio of allotment land is 22.1, 9.2, 8.5, which equals 2.6, 1.08, 1. This is quite natural, for we find, for example, that the rich peasants, with 22.1 desiatines of allotment land per household, rent an additional 8.8 desiatines each, whereas the middle peasants, who have smaller allotments, 9.2 desiatines, rent less 7.7 desiatines, and the poor peasants, with still smaller allotments, 8.5 desiatines, rent only 2.8 desiatines. And so, when Mr. Krivenko says, unfortunately, the data given by Mr. Shcherbina cannot serve as an accurate measure of the general state of affairs even in the uyezd, let alone the gubernia, all that we can say is that they cannot serve as a measure only when you resort to the wrong method of calculating general averages, a method which Mr. Krivenko should not have resorted to, but that, generally speaking, Mr. Shcherbina's data are so comprehensive and valuable that they enable us to arrive at correct conclusions, and that if Mr. Krivenko has not done so, it is not Mr. Shcherbina who is to blame. The latter, for example, gives on page 197 a classification of the peasants according to draft animals and not according to allotment land, that is, a classification on economic, not legal lines, and this gives us every ground for asserting that the ratios between the various categories of the selected 24 typical households are absolutely identical with the ratios between the various economic groups throughout the uyezd. The classification is as follows. There can be no doubt that the general averages of the 24 typical farms are superior to the general run of peasant farm in the uyezd. But if, instead of these fictitious averages, we take economic categories, a comparison becomes possible. We find that the farm laborers on typical farms are somewhat below the peasants who have no draft animals, but approach them very closely. The poor peasants approximate very closely to the owners of one draft animal, the number of cattle is less by 0.2, the poor peasants have 2.8 and the one-horse peasants 3.0, but on the other hand, their total land, both allotment and rented, is somewhat more, 12.6 desiatines as against 10.7 desiatines. The middle peasants are only slightly above those with 2 or 3 draft animals, they have slightly more cattle and a little less land, while the prosperous peasants approximate to those who have 4 or more draft animals, being a little below them. We are therefore entitled to draw the conclusion that in the uyezd as a whole not less than 1/10 of the peasants engage in regular, profitable farming and have no need for outside work. Their income, it is important to note, is expressed in money, and therefore presupposes agriculture of a commercial character. To a large extent they conduct their farming with the help of hired laborers, not less than 1/4 of all the households employ regular farm laborers, and the number employing temporary day laborers is not known. Further, more than half the peasants in the uyezd are poor, nearly 6/10, horseless and one-horse peasants, 26% plus 31.3% equals 57.3%, who conduct their farming at a dead loss and are consequently sinking into ruin, steadily and inexorably being expropriated. They are obliged to sell their labor power, and about 1/4 of the peasants already gain their livelihood more by wage labor than by agriculture. The remaining are middle peasants, who carry on somehow, farming at a regular loss made up by outside earnings, and who, consequently, have no economic stability whatever. I have deliberately dwelt on these data in such detail in order to show how distorted is Mr. Krivenko's picture of the real situation. Without stopping to think, he takes general averages and operates with them. Naturally, the result is not even a fiction but a downright falsehood. We have seen, for example, that the net income, plus 197.34 rubles, of one prosperous peasant, from among the typical budgets, covers the deficits of 9 poor households, 21.38 times 9 equals 192.42, so that 10% of rich peasants in the uyezd will not only cover the deficits of 57% of poor peasants but even yield a certain surplus. And Mr. Krivenko, deriving from the average budget of the 24 farms a surplus of 44.14 rubles, or, deducting credit debts and arrears, 15.97 rubles, simply speaks of the decline of the middle and lower than middle peasants. Actually, however, one can talk of decline only in reference, perhaps, to the middle peasants, whereas in the case of the mass of poor peasants we observe direct expropriation, accompanied, moreover, by the concentration of the means of production in the hands of a minority who own comparatively large and firmly established farms. Because he ignored this latter circumstance, the author failed to observe another very interesting feature of these budgets, namely, that they likewise prove that the differentiation of the peasantry is creating a home market. On the one hand, as we pass from the top group to the bottom, we observe the growing importance of income from industries, 6.5%, 18.8%, and 23.6% of the total budget of the prosperous, middle and poor peasants, respectively, that is, chiefly from the sale of labor power. On the other hand, as we pass from the bottom to the top groups, we observe the growing commodity, nay, more, bourgeois, as we have seen, character of agriculture and an increase in the proportion of produce disposed of. The total income from agriculture of the categories is A, B, C. The denominator indicates the money part of the income, which constitutes 45.9%, 28.3%, and 25.4% respectively, passing from the top category to the bottom. Here we again see clearly how the means of production taken from the expropriated peasants turn into capital. It is quite obvious that Mr. Krivenko could not draw correct conclusions from the material used or, rather, misused in this way. After describing the money character of peasant farming in Novgorod Gubernia on the basis of what he was told by a peasant from those parts with whom he traveled by rail, he was forced to draw the correct conclusion that it is precisely the circumstance, commodity economy, that cultivates special abilities and gives rise to one preoccupation, to get it, the hay, mown as cheaply as possible and sell it as dear as possible. And 156, this serves as a school which awakens, quite true, and refines commercial gifts. Talented people come to the fore to become the Kolyapayevs, the Dironov 71 and other types of bloodsuckers, while the simple-hearted and simple-minded fall behind, deteriorate, become impoverished and pass into the ranks of the farm laborers, p. 156. The data for a gubernia in which entirely different conditions prevail and agricultural one, Voronezh, lead to exactly the same conclusions. One would have thought the situation was quite clear. The system of commodity economy stands out distinctly as the main background of the economic life of the country in general and of the community peasantry in particular. The fact also stands out that this commodity economy, and it alone, is splitting the people and the peasantry into a proletariat. They become ruined, enter the ranks of the farm laborers, and a bourgeoisie, bloodsuckers, i.e., it is turning into capitalist economy. But the friends of the people never dare look realities in the face and call a spade, that would be too harsh. And Mr. Krivenko argues as follows. Some people consider the state of affairs quite natural, he should have added, a quite natural consequence of the capitalist character of production relations. Then it would have been an accurate description of the views of some people, and then it would have been impossible for him to dispose of these views with empty phrases and he would have had to make a real analysis of the matter. When the author did not deliberately set out to combat these some people, he himself bad to admit that money economy is precisely the school that produces talented bloodsuckers and simple-hearted farm laborers, and regard it as the irresistible mission of capitalism. Well, of course. To believe that the struggle has to be waged against this school and the bloodsuckers who dominate it, together with their administrative and intellectual lackeys, is to consider that capitalism cannot be overcome. But to leave the capitalist school with its bloodsuckers in complete immunity and to want to eliminate its capitalist products by means of liberal half-measures is to be a true friend of the people. We look at the matter somewhat differently. Capitalism undoubtedly does play an important part here. As we pointed out above, this refers to the remark about the school of bloodsuckers and farm laborers, but it cannot be said that its role is so all-embracing and decisive that no other factors are responsible for the changes taking place in the national economy, and that the future holds out no other solution, p. 160. There you are. Instead of giving an exact and straightforward description of the present system, instead of giving a definite answer to the question of why the peasantry is splitting into bloodsuckers and farm laborers, Mr. Krivenko disposes of the matter with meaningless phrases. It cannot be said that the role of capitalism is decisive. Why, that is the whole question. Can it be said, or can it not? To uphold your opinion you should have indicated what other factors are decisive, what other solution there can be besides the one indicated by the Social Democrats, namely, the class struggle of the proletariat against the bloodsuckers. But nothing is indicated. Unless, perhaps, the author regards the following as an indication. Amusing as it may be, you can expect anything from the friends of the people. The first to fall into decline, as we have seen, are the weak farms poor in land, namely, with allotments of less than 5 desiatines. But the typical farms of the state peasants, with allotments of 5.7 desiatines, are distinguished for their stability. True, to secure such an income, a net income of 80 rubles, they rent an additional 5 desiatines, but that only shows what they need. What does this amendment, which links up the notorious land poverty with capitalism, amount to? Only to this, that those who have little lose that little, while those who have much, 15.7 desiatines each, acquire still more. But, then, this is a meaningless paraphrase of the statement that some sink into ruin while others grow rich. It is high time to abandon this meaningless talk about land poverty, which explains nothing, because the peasants are not given allotments free but have to buy them. It only describes a process, and moreover describes it inaccurately, because one should not speak about the land alone, but about the means of production in general, and not say that the peasants have a poor supply of them, but that they are being freed from them, or being expropriated by growing capitalism. We have no intention of saying, Mr. Krivenko remarks, concluding his philosophical discourse, that agriculture should and can, under all circumstances, remain natural and separated from manufacturing industry, another phrase. Was it not you who were just obliged to admit that a school of money economy already exists, which presupposes exchange and, consequently, the separation of agriculture from manufacturing industry? Why again this sloppy talk of what can be and what should be? All we say is that to create a separate industry artificially is irrational. It would be interesting to know, is the industry of the Khmeri and Pavlovo handicraftsmen separate, and who artificially created it, and how and when, and that the separation of the laborer from the land and the instruments of production is being effected not by capitalism alone, but also by other factors that precede and promote it. Here most likely he again had in mind the profound idea that if the laborer is separated from the land, which passes into the hands of the bloodsucker, this happens because the former is poor and the latter is rich in land. And this kind of philosophy charges the Social Democrats with narrowness for regarding capitalism as the decisive factor. I have dwelt once more in such detail on the differentiation of the peasants and handicraftsmen just because it was necessary to bring out clearly how the Social Democrats picture the matter and how they explain it. It was necessary to show that the facts which to the subjective sociologist mean that the peasants have grown poor, while the money chasers and bloodsuckers derive profits for their own advantage, to the materialist mean the bourgeois differentiation of the commodity producers necessitated by commodity production itself. It was necessary to show what facts serve as the basis for the thesis, quoted above in Part 1, that the struggle between the propertied and the propertyless is going on everywhere in Russia, not only in the mills and factories, but even in the most remote villages, and that everywhere the struggle is one between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat that emerge as a result of commodity economy. The breakup, the depeasantization of our peasants and handicraftsmen, which can be depicted accurately thanks to the admirable material provided by Zemstvo statistics, furnishes factual proof of the correctness of precisely the social democratic conception of Russian reality, the conception that the peasant and the handicraftsman are petty producers in the categorical meaning of the term, that is, are petty bourgeois. This thesis may be called the central point of the theory of working-class socialism as against the old peasant socialism, which understood neither the conditions of commodity economy in which the petty producers live, nor their capitalist differentiation due to these conditions. And, Therefore, whoever wanted to criticize social democracy seriously should have concentrated his argument on this, and shown that from the angle of political economy Russia is not a system of commodity economy, that it is not this which causes the breakup of the peasantry, and that the expropriation of the mass of the population and the exploitation of the working people can be explained by something other than the bourgeois, capitalist organization of our social, including peasant economy. Well, just try it, gentlemen. There is another reason why it was the data on peasant and handicraft economy that I preferred to take in illustration of the social democratic theory. It would be a departure from the materialist method were I, when criticizing the views of the Friends of the People, to confine myself to contrasting their ideas with the Marxist ideas. One must in addition explain the Narodnik ideas, demonstrate their material basis in our present social economic relations. Illustrations and examples of the economy of our peasants and handicraftsmen show what this peasant is whose ideologists the Friends of the People want to be. They demonstrate the bourgeois character of our rural economy and thus confirm the correctness of classifying the Friends of the People as ideologists of the petty bourgeoisie. But this is not all. They show that there is the closest connection between the ideas and programs of our radicals and the interests of the petty bourgeoisie. It is this connection, which will become even clearer after a detailed examination of their program, that explains why these radical ideas are so widespread in our society. It also admirably explains the political servility of the Friends of the People and their readiness for compromise. There was, lastly, one other reason for dwelling in such detail on the economics of precisely those sides of our social life where capitalism is least developed and from which the Narodniks have usually drawn the material for their theories. A study and description of these economics was the simplest way to reply in substance to one of the most widespread objections to social democracy current among people here. Proceeding from the usual idea that capitalism contradicts the people's system, and observing that the Social Democrats regard large-scale capitalism as progressive, that it is large-scale capitalism that they want to have as their basis in combating the present robber regime, our radicals, without more ado, accuse the Social Democrats of ignoring the interests of the mass of the peasant population, of desiring to put every mujik through the factory melting pot, etc. All these arguments are based on the amazingly illogical and strange procedure of judging capitalism by what it really is, but the countryside by what it might be. Naturally, there could be no better reply to this than to show them the real countryside and its real economics. Anybody who studies these economics dispassionately and scientifically will be bound to admit that rural Russia constitutes a system of small, scattered markets, or small branches of a central market, which regulate the social and economic life of separate small districts. And in each of these districts we find all the phenomena that are, in general, peculiar to the social economic organization whose regulator is the market. We find the division of the once equal, patriarchal direct producers into rich and poor. We find the rise of capital, especially of merchant capital, which spins its web around the working people and sucks the lifeblood out of them. When you compare the descriptions of peasant economy given by our radicals with precise first-hand data on rural economic life, you are astonished that there is no place in the criticized system of views for that mass of small hucksters who swarm in each of these markets, all these higglers and chafferers or whatever else the peasants call them in different localities, for all that mass of petty exploiters who dominate the markets and ruthlessly oppress the working people. They are usually simply brushed aside with the remark, these are no longer peasants, but hucksters. Yes, you are quite right, these are no longer peasants. But try to treat all these traders as a distinct group, that is, speaking in the precise language of political economy, those who engage in commercial enterprise and who appropriate, to whatever extent, the labor of others. Try to express in precise figures the economic strength of this group and the part it plays in the entire economic life of the district, and then try to treat as an opposite group all those who also are no longer peasants because they bring their labor power to the market, because they work for others and not for themselves. Try to fulfill these elementary requisites of a dispassionate and serious inquiry and you will get such a vivid picture of bourgeois differentiation that not a trace of the people's system myth will remain. This mass of small rural exploiters represents a terrible force, especially terrible because they oppress the isolated, single toiler, because they fetter him to themselves and deprive him of all hope of deliverance, terrible because this exploitation, in view of the barbarism of the countryside due to the low labor productivity characteristic of the system described and to the absence of communications, constitutes not only robbery of labor, but also the Asiatic abuse of human dignity that is constantly encountered in the countryside. Now, if you compare this real countryside with our capitalism, you will understand why the Social Democrats regard the work of our capitalism as progressive when it draws these small, scattered markets together into one nationwide market, when, in place of the legion of small well-meaning bloodsuckers, it creates a handful of big pillars of the fatherland, when it socializes labor and raises its productivity, when it shatters the subordination of the working people to the local bloodsuckers, and subordinates them to large-scale capital. This subordination is progressive compared with the former despite all the horrors of the oppression of labor, of gradual extinction, brutalization, and the crippling of the bodies of women and children, etc., because it awakens the mind of the worker, converts dumb and incoherent discontent into conscious protest, converts scattered, petty, senseless revolt into an organized class struggle for the emancipation of all working folk, a struggle which derives its strength from the very conditions of existence of this large-scale capitalism, and therefore can undoubtedly count upon certain success. In reply to the accusation of ignoring the mass of the peasantry, Social Democrats would be quite justified in quoting the words of Karl Marx. Criticism has plucked the imaginary flowers which adorn the chain, not that man should wear his letters denuded of fanciful embellishment, but that he should throw off the chain and reach for the living flowers. 72. The Russian Social Democrats are plucking from our countryside the imaginary flowers that adorn it, are combating idealizations and fantasies, and are performing the destructive work for which they are so mortally detested by the friends of the people, not in order that the mass of the peasantry shall remain in their present state of oppression, gradual extinction, and enslavement, but in order that the proletariat may understand what sort of chains everywhere fetter the working people, that they may understand how these chains are forged, and be able to rise against them, to throw them off and reach out for the real flower. When they bring this idea to those representatives of the working people who by virtue of their position are alone capable of acquiring class consciousness and of launching a class struggle, they are accused of wanting to put the muzhik through the factory melting pot. And who are the accusers? People who themselves base their hopes for the emancipation of the working people on the government and on society, that is, on the organs of that very bourgeoisie which has everywhere fettered the working people. And these spineless creatures have the presumption to talk of the Social Democrats having no ideals. Underscore. Let us now pass to the political program of the Friends of the People, to whose theoretical views we have, we think, devoted far too much time. By what means do they propose to put out the fire? What way out do they propose in place of the one, which they claim is wrong, proposed by the Social Democrats? The reorganization of the Peasants' Bank, says Mr. Yuzhakov in an article entitled The Ministry of Agriculture, Ruskoye Bogaystvo, No. 10, the establishment of a colonization department, the regulation of state land leasing in the interest of people's farming, the study and regulation of land letting, such is the program for the restoration of people's farming and its protection from the economic violence, sick, of the nascent plutocracy. And in the article Problems of Economic Development, this program for the restoration of people's farming is supplemented by the following first, but essential steps: removal of all restrictions that now encumber the village community, its release from tutelage, adoption of common cultivation, the socialization of agriculture, and the development of the communal processing of raw materials obtained from the soil. And Messrs. Krivenko and Karashev add, cheap credit, the artel form of farming, an assured market, the possibility of dispensing with employers' profit, this will be dealt with separately below, the invention of cheaper engines and other technical improvements, and, finally, museums, warehouses, commission agencies. Examine this program and you will find that these gentlemen wholly and completely adopt the position of modern society, i.e., that of the capitalist system, without realizing it, and want to settle matters by mending and patching it up, failing to understand that all their progressive measures, cheap credit, improved machinery, banks, and so on, can only serve to strengthen and develop the bourgeoisie. Nikon is quite right, of course, when he says, and this is one of his most valuable theses, against which the friends of the people could not help protesting, that no reforms under the present system are of any use, and that credit, migration, tax reform, the transfer of all the land to the peasants, will not appreciably change anything, but, on the contrary, are bound to strengthen and develop capitalist economy, retarded as it now is by excessive tutelage, survivals of feudal dues, the tying of the peasantry to the land, etc. Economists, he says, who, like Prince Vasilkakov, an undoubted friend of the people in his ideas, desire the extensive development of credit, want the same thing as the liberal, i.e., bourgeois, economists, and are striving for the development and consolidation of capitalist relations. They do not understand the antagonistic character of our production relations, within the peasantry as within the other social estates, and instead of trying to bring this antagonism out into the open, instead of simply joining with those who are enslaved as a result of this antagonism and trying to help them rise in struggle, they dream of stopping the struggle by measures that would satisfy everybody, to achieve reconciliation and unity. The result of all these measures is naturally a foregone conclusion. One has but to recall the examples of differentiation given above to be convinced that all these credits, improvements, banks and similar progressive measures will be available only to the one who, possessing a properly run and established farm, has certain savings, i.e., the representative of an insignificant minority, the petty bourgeoisie. And however much you reorganize the peasants' bank and similar institutions, you will not in the least alter the fundamental and cardinal fact that the mass of the population have been and continue to be expropriated, and lack means even of subsistence, let alone of farming on proper lines. The same must be said of artels, and common cultivation. Mr. Uzhakov called the latter the socialization of agriculture. This is merely funny, of course, because socialization requires the organization of production on a wider scale than the limits of a single village, and because it necessitates the expropriation of the bloodsuckers who have monopolized the means of production and now direct Russian social economy. And this requires struggle, and not paltry Philistine moralizing. And that is why such measures of theirs turn into mild, liberal half-measures, barely subsisting on the generosity of the philanthropic bourgeois, and do much more harm by diverting the exploited from the struggle than good from the possible improvement in the position of a few individuals, an improvement that cannot but be meager and precarious on the general basis of capitalist relations. The preposterous extent to which these gentlemen attempt to hide the antagonism in Russian life, doing so, of course, with the very best intentions in order to put an end to the present struggle, i.e., with the sort of intentions with which the road to hell is paved, is shown by the following argument of Mr. Krivenko. The intelligentsia direct the manufacturers' enterprises, and they could direct popular industry. The whole of their philosophy amounts to whining that struggle and exploitation exist, but that they might not exist if there were no exploiters. Really, what did the author mean by this meaningless phrase? Can it be denied that year after year the Russian universities and other educational establishments turn out a brand of intelligentsia, whose only concern is to find someone to feed them? Can it be denied that today, in Russia, the means for maintaining this intelligentsia are owned only by the bourgeois minority? Can the bourgeois intelligentsia in Russia be expected to disappear because the friends of the people say that they might serve somebody other than the bourgeoisie? Yes, they might, if they were not a bourgeois intelligentsia. They might not be a bourgeois intelligentsia, if there were no bourgeoisie and no capitalism in Russia. And they are content to spend their whole lives just repeating these ifs and answer. What is more, these gentlemen not only decline to attach decisive importance to capitalism, but totally refuse to see anything wrong in it. If certain defects were removed, they would perhaps not fare so badly under it. How do you like the following statement by Mr. Krivenko? Capitalist production and the capitalization of industries are by no means gates through which manufacturing industry can only depart from the people. It can depart, of course, but it can also enter the life of the people and come into closer proximity to agriculture and the raw materials industry. This can be contrived in various ways, and these gates, as well as others, can serve this purpose. P 161. Mr. Krivenko has a number of very good qualities as compared with Mr. Mikhailovsky, for example, frankness and straightforwardness. Where Mr. Mikhailovsky would have filled reams with smooth and glib sentences, wriggling around the subject without ever touching it, the businesslike and practical Mr. Krivenko hits straight from the shoulder, and without a twinge of conscience spreads before the reader all the absurdities of his views without reservation. Capitalism can enter the life of the people if you please. That is, capitalism is possible without the working people being divorced from the means of production. This is positively delightful. At least, we now are absolutely clear as to what the friends of the people want. They want commodity economy without capitalism, capitalism without expropriation and without exploitation, with nothing but a petty bourgeoisie peacefully vegetating under the wing of humane landlords and liberal administrators. And, with the serious mien of a departmental official who intends to confer a boon on Russia, they set about contriving schemes under which the wolves have their fill and the sheep their skins. To get some idea of the character of these schemes we must turn to the article by the same author in number 12, Are Cultural Freelances the Artel and State Form of Industry? Argues Mr. Krivenko, apparently under the impression that he has already been called upon to solve practical economic problems is by no means all that can be imagined in the present instance. For example, the following scheme is possible, and he goes on to relate how an engineer visited the offices of Ruskoye Bogatstvo with a plan for the technical exploitation of the Don region by a joint stock company with shares in small denominations, not exceeding 100 rubles. The author was recommended to modify his scheme roughly as follows: the shares shall not belong to private persons, but to village communities. That part of the village population employed in the company's enterprises shall receive ordinary wages, the village communities guaranteeing that their connection with the land is maintained. What administrative genius, is it not? With what admirable simplicity and ease capitalism is introduced into the life of the people and all its pernicious attributes eliminated. All that is required is that the rural rich should buy shares through the communities and receive dividends from the enterprise, in which a part of the population will be employed and their tie with the land guaranteed, a tie insufficient to assure a livelihood from the land, otherwise who would go to work for ordinary wages, but sufficient to bind a man to his locality, enslave him to the local capitalist enterprise and deprive him of the possibility of changing masters. I say master, capitalist, quite legitimately, for he who pays the laborer wages cannot be called anything else. The reader is perhaps annoyed with me already for dwelling so long on such nonsense that would seem to be undeserving of any attention. But I must say that although it is nonsense, it is a type of nonsense that is useful and necessary to study, because it reflects the social and economic relations actually existing in Russia and, as a consequence, is one of the social ideas, very widespread in our country, that social democrats will have to reckon with for a long time to come. The point is that the transition from the feudal to the capitalist mode of production in Russia gave rise, and to some extent still gives rise, to a situation for the working people in which the peasant, being unable to obtain a livelihood from the land and to pay dues from it to the landlord, and he pays them to this very day, was compelled to resort to outside employments, which at first, in the good old days, took the form either of independent occupations, for example, carting, or labor which was not independent but, owing to the poor development of these types of employment, was comparatively well paid. Under this condition the peasantry were assured of a certain well-being as compared with things today, the well-being of serfs, who peacefully vegetated under the tutelage of 100,000 noble police chiefs and of the nascent gatherers of Russia's land, the bourgeoisie. And the friends of the people idealize this system, simply disregarding its dark sides, dream about it dream, because it has long ceased to exist, has long been destroyed by capitalism, which has given rise to the wholesale expropriation of the peasant farmers and turned the former employments into the unbridled exploitation of abundantly offered hands. Our petty bourgeoisites want to preserve the peasant's tie with the land, but they do not want the serfdom that alone ensured this tie, and which was broken only by the commodity production and capitalism, which made this tie impossible. They want outside employments that do not take the peasant away from the land, that while work is done for the market do not give rise to competition, do not create capital and do not enslave the mass of the population to it. True to the subjective method in sociology, they want to take what is good from here and from there, but actually, of course, this childish desire only leads to reactionary dreaming which ignores realities, to an inability to understand and utilize the really progressive, revolutionary aspects of the new system, and to sympathy for measures which perpetuate the good old system of semi-serf, semi-free labor, a system that was fraught with all the horrors of exploitation and oppression, and held out no possibility of escape. To prove the correctness of this explanation, which classes the friends of the people among the reactionaries, I shall quote two examples. In the Moscow Zemstvo statistics we can read a description of the farm of a certain Madame K. in Podolsk Uyezd, which, the farm, not the description, aroused the admiration both of the Moscow statisticians and of Mr. V. If my memory does not deceive me, he wrote about it, I think, in a magazine article. This notorious farm of Madame K.'s was regarded by Mr. Vierlov as convincing practical confirmation of his favorite thesis that where peasant farming is in a sound condition, the private landowners' farms are also better conducted. From Mr. Erlov's account of this lady's estate, it appears that she runs her farm with the labor of the local peasants, who till her land in return for a winter loan of flour, etc. The lady is extraordinarily kind to these peasants and helps them, so that they are now the most prosperous in the Volost and have enough grain to last them almost until the new harvest. Formerly, it did not even last until St. Nicholas Day. The question arises, does such an arrangement preclude the antagonism of interests of peasant and landowner, as Messrs. N.K. Blukov, Volume V, p. 175, and Vierlov, Volume 2, pages 55 to 59, and elsewhere, think? Obviously not, because Madame K lives on the labor of her peasants. Hence, exploitation has not been abolished at all. Madame K may be forgiven for failing to see the exploitation behind her kindness to the exploited, but not so an economist and statistician who, in his ecstasy over the case in question, takes up exactly the same stand as those Menschenfreunde in the West who go into ecstasies over the kindness of a capitalist to a worker, rapturously relate cases where a factory owner shows concern for his workers, provides them with general stores, dwellings, etc. To conclude from the existence, and therefore possibility, of such facts that there is no antagonism of interests, is not to see the wood for the trees. That is the first point. The second point is that we learn from Mr. Erlov's account that Madame K.'s peasants, thanks to excellent crops, the landlady gave them good seed, have acquired livestock and have prosperous farms. Let us assume that these prosperous peasants have become not almost, but completely prosperous, that not the majority, but all of them have enough grain, not almost until, but right until the new harvest. Let us assume that these peasants now have enough land, and that they have cattle runs and pastures which they have not got at present, fine prosperity, and which they rent from Madame K, making payment in labor. Does Mr. Erlov really believe that in that case, that is, if the peasant farming were really prosperous, these peasants would agree to perform all the jobs on Madame K.'s estate thoroughly, punctually, and swiftly, as they do now? Or perhaps gratitude to the kind lady who sweats the lifeblood out of these prosperous peasants with such maternal care will be a no less potent incentive than the hopelessness of the present condition of the peasants, who, after all, cannot dispense with pastures and cattle runs? Evidently, the ideas of the friends of the people are, in essence, the same, as true petty bourgeois ideologists. They do not want to abolish exploitation, but to mitigate it, they do not want conflict, but conciliation. Their broad ideals, from the standpoint of which they so vigorously fulminate against the narrow-minded social democrats, go no further than the prosperous peasant who performs his duties to the landlords and capitalists, provided the landlords and capitalists treat him fairly. Take the other example. Mr. Uzhakov, in his quite well-known article, Quotas for People's Land Ownership in Russia, Russkaya MYSL, 1885, number 9, expounded his views on what should be the dimensions of people's land ownership, i.e., in the terminology of our liberals, the kind of land ownership that excludes capitalism and exploitation. Now, after the excellent explanation given by Mr. Krivenko, we know that he too regarded things from the standpoint of introducing capitalism into the life of the people. As the minimum for people's land ownership, he took such allotments as would cover cereal, food and payments, while the rest, he said, could be obtained by employments. In other words, he simply resigned himself to a state of affairs in which the peasant, by maintaining connection with the land, is subjected to a double exploitation, partly by the landlord, on the allotment, and partly by the capitalist, in employments. This state of the small producers, who are subjected to a double exploitation, and whose conditions of life, moreover, are such as inevitably breed a cowed and crushed spirit, killing all hope that the oppressed class will fight, let alone be victorious. The semi-medieval condition is the NEC plus ultra of the outlook and ideals of the Friends of the People. Well then, when capitalism, which developed with tremendous rapidity throughout the whole of Russia's post-reform history, began to uproot this pillar of old Russia, the patriarchal, semi-serf peasantry, to drag them out of these medieval and semi-feudal conditions and to place them in a modern, purely capitalist environment, compelling them to abandon their old homes and wander over the face of Russia in search of work, breaking the chains of enslavement to the local work giver and disclosing the basis of exploitation in general, of class exploitation as distinct from the depredations of a particular viper. When capitalism began to draw the rest of the peasant population, cowed and forced down to the level of cattle, en masse into the vortex of increasingly complex social and political life, then our knights began to howl and wail about the fall and destruction of the old pillars. And they continue to this day to howl and wail about the good old times, although now, it seems, one must be blind not to see the revolutionary side of this new mode of life, not to see how capitalism is creating a new social force, which has no ties with the old regime of exploitation and is in a position to fight it. The Friends of the People, however, show no trace of a desire for any radical change in the present system. They are entirely satisfied with liberal measures on the existing basis, and in the invention of such measures Mr. Krivenko really displays the administrative abilities of a native jack in office. Generally speaking, he argues about the need for a detailed study and radical transformation of our people's industry. This question calls for special investigation, and for the division of industries into those that can be applied to the life of the people, and those whose application encounters serious obstacles. Mr. Krivenko himself gives us an example of such a division when he divides the various industries into those which are not capitalized, those in which capitalization has already taken place, and those which can contend with large-scale industry for existence. In the first case, this administrator decides, petty production can exist freely, but can it be free of the market, whose fluctuations split the petty producers into a bourgeoisie and a proletariat? Can it be free of the expansion of the local markets and their amalgamation into a big market? Can it be free of technical progress? Or perhaps this technical progress, wider commodity production, need not be capitalistic. In the last case, the author demands the organization of production on a large scale too. Clearly, he says, what is needed here is the organization of production on a large scale too. What is needed is fixed and circulating capital, machinery, etc., or something else that will counterbalance these conditions: cheap credit, the elimination of superfluous middlemen, the artel form of farming and the possibility of dispensing with employers' profit, an assured market, the invention of cheaper engines and other technical improvements, or, finally, some reduction in wages, provided it is compensated by other benefits. This sort of reasoning is highly characteristic of the friends of the people, with their broad ideals in words and their stereotyped liberalism in deeds. As you see, our philosopher starts out from nothing more nor less than the possibility of dispensing with employers' profit and from the organization of large-scale farming. Excellent, this is exactly what the Social Democrats want, too. But how do the friends of the people want to achieve it? To organize large-scale production without employers, it is necessary, first of all, to abolish the commodity organization of social economy and to replace it by communal, communist organization, under which production is not regulated by the market, as it is at present, but by the producers themselves, by the society of workers itself, and the means of production are owned not by private individuals, but by the whole of society. Such a change from the private to the communal form of appropriation apparently requires that the form of production first be changed, that the separate, small, isolated processes of production of petty producers be merged into a single social productive process. In a word, it requires the very material conditions which capitalism creates. But the friends of the people have no intention of basing themselves on capitalism. How then do they propose to act? They do not say. They do not even mention the abolition of commodity economy. Evidently, their broad ideals are quite unable to transcend the bounds of the system of social production. Moreover, to abolish employers' profit it would be necessary to expropriate the employers, who obtain their profits precisely because they have monopolized the means of production. And to expropriate these pillars of our fatherland, a popular revolutionary movement against the bourgeois regime is required, a movement of which only the working class proletariat, which has no ties with this regime, is capable. But the friends of the people have no struggle in mind at all, and do not even suspect that other types of public men, apart from the administrative organs of the employers themselves, are possible and necessary. Clearly, they have not the slightest intention of taking any serious measures against employers' profit. Mr. Krivenko simply allowed his tongue to run away with him. And he immediately corrected himself. Why, such a thing as the possibility of dispensing with employers' profit can be counterbalanced by something else, namely credits, organized marketing, technical improvements. Thus everything is arranged quite satisfactorily. Instead of abolishing the sacred right to profit, a procedure so offensive to Messrs. The employers, there appear such mild, liberal measures as will only supply capitalism with better weapons for the struggle, and will only strengthen, consolidate, and develop our petty, people's bourgeoisie. And so as to leave no doubt that the friends of the people champion the interests of this petty bourgeoisie alone, Mr. Krivenko adds the following remarkable explanation. It appears that the abolition of employers' profit may be counterbalanced by a reduction in wages. At first glance this seems to be sheer gibberish. But, no. It is the consistent application of petty bourgeois ideas. The author observes a fact like the struggle between big capital and small and, as a true friend of the people, he, of course, takes the side of small capital. He has further heard that one of the most powerful weapons of the small capitalist is wage reduction, a fact that has been quite correctly observed and confirmed in a large number of industries in Russia, too, parallel to lengthening the working day. And so, desiring at all costs to save the small capitalists, he proposes some reduction in wages, provided it is compensated by other benefits. Messrs. The employers, about whose profit some queer things seem to have been said at first, need not worry. They would, I think, be quite willing to install this brilliant administrator, who plans to fight against the employers by a reduction in wages, in the post of Minister of Finance. One could quote another example of how the pure-blooded bourgeois peeps out of the humane and liberal administrators of Russkoye Bogatstvo as soon as they have to deal with any practical question. The Chronicle of Home Affairs in Russkoye Bogatstvo, number 12, deals with the subject of monopoly. Monopoly and the syndicate, says the author, such are the ideals of developed industry. And he goes on to express his surprise that these institutions are appearing in Russia, too, although there is no keen competition among the capitalists here. Neither the sugar industry nor the oil industry has developed to any great extent yet. The consumption of sugar and kerosene here is still practically in the embryo, to judge by the insignificant per capita consumption of these goods here as compared with that of other countries. It would seem that there is still a very large field for the development of these branches of industry and that they could still absorb a large amount of capital. It is characteristic that as soon as it comes to a practical question, the author forgets the favorite idea of Russkoye Bogatstvo about the shrinking of the home market. He is compelled to admit that this market still has the prospect of tremendous development, and not of shrinkage. He arrives at this conclusion from a comparison with the West, where consumption is greater. Why? Because culture is on a higher level. But what is the material basis of this culture if not the development of capitalist technique, the growth of commodity economy and exchange, which bring people into more frequent intercourse with each other and break down the medieval isolation of the separate localities? Was not culture in France, for example, on a level no higher than ours before the Great Revolution, when the semi-medieval peasantry had still not finally split into a rural bourgeoisie and a proletariat? And if the author had examined Russian life more closely, he could not have helped noticing, for example, that in localities where capitalism is developed the requirements of the peasant population are much higher than in the purely agricultural districts. This is noted unanimously by all investigators of our handicraft industries in all cases where they develop so far as to lay an industrial impress on the whole life of the population. The friends of the people pay no attention to such trifles, because, as far as they are concerned, the explanation is simply culture or the growing complexity of life in general, and they do not even inquire into the material basis of this culture and this complexity. But if they were to examine, at least, the economics of our countryside, they would have to admit that it is the breakup of the peasantry into a bourgeoisie and a proletariat that creates the home market. They must think that the growth of the market does not by any means imply the growth of a bourgeoisie. In view of the low level of development of production generally, continues the above-mentioned chronicler of home affairs, and the lack of enterprise and initiative, monopoly will still further retard the development of the country's forces. Speaking of the tobacco monopoly, the author calculates that it would take 154 million rubles out of people's circulation. Here sight is altogether lost of the fact that the basis of our economic system is commodity economy, the leader of which, here as everywhere else, is the bourgeoisie. And instead of speaking about the bourgeoisie being hampered by monopoly, he speaks about the country. Instead of speaking about commodity, bourgeois circulation, he speaks about people's circulation. A bourgeois is never able to detect the difference between these two terms, great as it is. To show how obvious this difference really is, I will quote a magazine which is an authority in the eyes of the friends of the people, namely, Otechestveniye Zapiski. In number 2 of that magazine, 1872, in the article The Plutocracy and its Basis, we read the following. According to Marlowe, the most important characteristic of the plutocracy is its love for a liberal form of government, or at all events for the principle of freedom of acquisition. If we take this characteristic and recall what the position was some 8 or 10 years ago, we shall find that in respect of liberalism we have made enormous strides. No matter what newspaper or magazine you take up, they all seem more or less to represent democratic principles, they are all out for the interests of the people. But side by side with these democratic views, and even under the cloak of them, mark this, time and again, intentionally or unintentionally, plutocratic aspirations are pursued. The author quotes as an example the address presented by St. Petersburg and Moscow merchants to the Minister of Finance, expressing the gratitude of this most venerable body of the Russian bourgeoisie for his having based the financial position of Russia on the widest possible expansion of private enterprise, which alone is fruitful. And the author of the article concludes, plutocratic elements and proclivities undoubtedly exist in our society, and in plenty. As you see, your predecessors in the distant past, when the impressions of the great emancipatory reform, which, as Mr. Yuzhakov has discovered, should have opened up peaceful and proper paths of development for people's production, but which in fact only opened up paths for the development of a plutocracy, were still vivid and fresh, were themselves forced to admit the plutocratic, i.e., bourgeois character of private enterprise in Russia. Why have you forgotten this? Why, when you talk about people's circulation and the development of the country's forces thanks to the development of enterprise and initiative, do you not mention the antagonistic character of this development, the exploiting character of this enterprise and this initiative? Opposition to monopolies and similar institutions can, and should, of course, be expressed, for they undoubtedly worsen the condition of the working people, but it must not be forgotten that besides all these medieval fetters the working people are shackled by still stronger ones, by modern, bourgeois fetters. Undoubtedly, the abolition of monopolies would be beneficial to the whole people, because, bourgeois economy having become the basis of the economic life of the country, these survivals of the medieval system only add to the capitalist miseries still more bitter medieval miseries. Undoubtedly, they must definitely be abolished, and the quicker and more radically, the better, in order, by ridding bourgeois society of its inherited semi-feudal fetters, to untie the hands of the working class, to facilitate its struggle against the bourgeoisie. That is how one should talk, calling a spade, saying that the abolition of monopolies and of all sorts of other medieval restrictions, and in Russia their name is legion, is absolutely essential for the working class in order to facilitate its struggle against the bourgeois system. That is all. None but a bourgeois could see only the solidarity of the interests of the whole people against medieval, feudal institutions and forget the profound and irreconcilable antagonism between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat within this people. Incidentally, it would be absurd to think of putting the friends of the people to shame with this, when, for example, they say things like the following about the needs of the countryside. When, a few years ago, Mr. Krivenko informs us, certain newspapers discussed what professions and what type of intellectual people the countryside needed, the list proved to be a very long and varied one and embraced nearly every walk of life. Men and women doctors were followed by feldshaers, then came lawyers, followed by teachers, librarians and booksellers, agronomists, forestry experts and agricultural experts generally, technicians of the most varied branches, a very extensive sphere. Almost untouched as yet, organizers and managers of credit institutions, warehouses, etc. Let us stop to consider, say, those intellectuals, whose activities directly pertain to the economic sphere, all those forestry experts, agricultural experts, technicians, etc. And how these people are needed in the countryside. But in what countryside? It goes without saying in the countryside of the landowners, the countryside of the enterprising muzhiks, who have savings and can afford to pay for the services of all these technicians whom Mr. Krivenko is pleased to call intellectuals. This countryside has, indeed, long been thirsting for technicians, for credits, for warehouses. All our economic literature testifies to this. But there is another countryside, much larger, and it would not harm the friends of the people to think of it a little more often. It is the countryside of the ruined, ragged and fleeced peasants, who not only have no savings with which to pay for the labor of intellectuals, but have not even bread enough to save themselves from starvation. And it is this countryside that you want to assist with warehouses. What will our one-horse and horseless peasants put in them? Their clothes? They pawn them as far back as 1891 to the rural and urban kulaks who at that time, in fulfillment of your humane and liberal recipe, set up regular warehouses in their homes, taverns, and shops. All they have left is their hands, but even the Russian bureaucrats have so far failed to invent warehouses for this sort of commodity. It would be hard to imagine more striking proof of the utter banality of these democrats than this sentimentality about technical progress among the peasantry and closing of eyes to the wholesale expropriation of this very peasantry. For example, in Ruskoye Bogatstvo, No. 2, Sketches, 12, Mr. Karashev, with the fervour of a liberal cretin, tells of cases of perfections and improvements in peasant farming of the spread on peasant farms of improved sorts of seed, such as American oats, Vasa rye, Clydesdale oats, etc. In some places the peasants set special plots apart for seed, and after careful tilling, they hand plant selected samples of grain on them. Many and very varied innovations are noted in the sphere of improved implements and machines, such as cultivators, light plows, threshing machines, winnowing machines, seed sorters. Mention is made of a greater variety of fertilizers, phosphates, glue waste, pigeon manure, etc. Correspondents urge the necessity for setting up local Zemstvo stores in the villages for the sale of phosphates, and Mr. Karashev, quoting from Mr. VV's book, Progressive Trends in Peasant Farming, Mr. Krivenko also refers to this book, is affected by all this touching progress almost to the point of fervor. These reports, which we have been able to give only in brief, make a heartening and at the same time saddening impression. Heartening, because these people, impoverished, debt-laden, very many of them horseless, work with might and main, do not give way to despair, do not change their occupation, but remain true to the land, realizing that in it, in the proper treatment of it, lies their future, their strength, their wealth. Why, of course. It goes without saying that it is just the impoverished and horseless mujik who buys phosphates, seed sorters, threshing machines, and Clydesdale oatseed. Oh, sancta simplicitas! And this is not written by a ladies' college damsel, but by a professor, a doctor of political economy. No, say what you like, it can't all be due to sacred simplicity. They are feverishly searching for ways of effecting that proper treatment, searching for new ways, methods of cultivation, seed, implements, fertilizers, everything that will lend fertility to the soil that feeds them and that will sooner or later reward them 100-fold. Saddening, because, perhaps you think that here at least this friend of the people mentions the wholesale expropriation of the peasantry that accompanies and engenders the concentration of land in the hands of the enterprising mujiks, its conversion into capital, into the basis of improved farming, the expropriation that throws on the market the free and cheap hands which make for the success of native enterprise, which employs all these threshing machines, seed sorters, and winnowing machines. Nothing of the kind. Because, it is we ourselves who must be roused. Where is our aid to the mujik who is striving to improve his farming? We have at our disposal science, literature, museums, warehouses, commission agencies. Yes, gentlemen, that's how he puts them, side by side, science and commission agencies. The time to study the friends of the people is not when they are fighting the Social Democrats, because on such occasions they don a uniform sewn from tatters of their fathers' ideals, but in their everyday clothes, when they are discussing in detail the affairs of daily life. Then you get the full color and flavor of these petty bourgeois ideologists. Is there anything of that sort at the disposal of the mujik? Of course, there are the rudiments of them, but somehow they are developing very slowly. The mujik wants an example. Where are our experimental fields, our model farms? The mujik is seeking the printed word. Where is our popular agronomic literature? The mujik is seeking fertilizers, implements, seed. Where are our Zemstvo stores for all these things, wholesale buying, purchasing and distributing conveniences? Where are you, men of affairs, private and Zemstvo? Go forth and work, the time for it has long been ripe, and hearty thanks will be your meed. From Russia's People, 73. N. Karashev, Ruskoy Bogastvo, No. 2, p. 19. Here they are, these friends of the petty people's bourgeoisie, reveling in their petty bourgeois progress. One would think that, even apart from an analysis of our rural economy, it is enough to observe this striking fact in our modern economic history, namely, the generally noted progress in peasant farming, parallel to the tremendous expropriation of the peasantry, to become convinced of the absurdity of picturing the peasantry as a single harmonious and homogeneous whole, to become convinced of the bourgeois character of all this progress. but the friends of the people remain deaf to all this. Having lost the good features of the old Russian social revolutionary Narodism, they cling tightly to one of its grave errors, its failure to understand the class antagonism within the peasantry. The peasantist Narodnik of the 70s, which aptly remarks, had no idea of class antagonism within the ranks of the peasantry themselves, regarding it as confined entirely to the exploiter Kulak or Miroid and his victim, the peasant imbued with the communistic spirit. Gleb Uspensky stood alone in his scepticism, opposing his ironical smile to the universal illusion. With his perfect knowledge of the peasantry, and his extraordinary artistic talent that penetrated to the very heart of the phenomena, he did not fail to see that individualism had become the basis of economic relations, not only as between the usurer and the debtor, but among the peasants at large. Cf. his article Casting in One Mold, Ravnini Pod Odno, Ruskaya MYSL, 1882, No. 1. OPCIT, p. 106. It was pardonable and even natural to succumb to this illusion in the 60s and 70s, when relatively accurate information about rural economy was so scarce, and when the differentiation of the peasantry had not yet become so marked, but today one must deliberately close one's eyes not to see this differentiation. It is extremely characteristic that it is precisely of late, when the ruin of the peasantry seems to have reached its peak, that one hears so much on all sides about progressive trends in peasant farming. Mr. V.V., also a most indubitable friend of the people, has written a whole book on this subject. And you cannot accuse him of factual inaccuracy. On the contrary, the technical, agronomical progress of the peasantry is an undoubted fact, but so is the fact of the wholesale expropriation of the peasantry. And there you are, the friends of the people concentrate all their attention on the fact that the muzhik is feverishly searching for new methods of cultivation to help him fertilize the soil that feeds him, losing sight of the reverse side of the medal, namely, the feverish separation of that very muzhik from the soil. They bury their heads in the sand like ostriches so as to avoid looking facts in the face, so as not to notice that they are witnessing the process of the transformation into capital of the land from which the peasant is being separated, the process of creation of a home market. Try to disprove the existence of these two opposite processes among our community peasantry, try to explain them in any other way than by the bourgeois character of our society. That would be too much. Chanting hallelujahs and effusing humanitarian and benevolent phrases are the alpha and omega of their science, of their whole political activity. And they even elevate this modest, liberal patching up of the present order to a regular philosophy. Minor, genuine activity, says Mr. Krivenko, with an air of profundity, is much better than major inactivity. How new and clever! Moreover, he goes on to say, minor activity is by no means synonymous with minor purpose. And as examples of such extension of activity, when minor performance becomes proper and good, he quotes the work of a certain lady in organizing schools, lawyers' activities among the peasants eliminating pettifoggers, lawyers' plans to accompany circuit courts into the provinces to act as defendants' counsel, and, lastly, what we have already heard about, the organization of handicraftsmen's warehouses, in this case the extension of activity, to the dimensions of a great purpose, is to consist in opening warehouses by the combined efforts of the Zemstvos in the busiest centers. All this, of course, is very lofty, humane, and liberal, because it will free the bourgeois economic system from all its medieval handicaps and thus make it easier for the worker to fight the system itself, which, of course, will be strengthened rather than hurt by such measures, and we have long been reading about all this in all Russian liberal publications. It would not be worth opposing it if the Ruskoy Bogastvo gentlemen did not compel us to do so. They began advancing these modest beginnings of liberalism against the Social Democrats and, as a lesson to them, simultaneously rebuking them for renouncing the ideals of their fathers. That being the case, we cannot help saying that it is, at the very least, amusing to oppose the Social Democrats with proposals and suggestions for such moderate and meticulous liberal, that is, bourgeois-serving, activity. As for the fathers and their ideals, It should be said that however erroneous and utopian the old theories of the Russian Narodniks were, at all events they were absolutely opposed to such modest beginnings of liberalism. I have borrowed the latter expression from Mr. N. K. Mikhailovsky's article about the Russian edition of K. Marx's book, Otechestveniye Zapiski, 1872, number 4, an article written in a very lively and brisk style, compared with his present writings, and strongly protesting against the proposal not to offend our young liberals. But that was long ago, so long ago that the friends of the people have managed to forget all about it, and have glaringly demonstrated, by their tactics, that when there is no materialist criticism of political institutions, and when the class character of the modern state is not understood, it is only one step from political radicalism to political opportunism. Here are a few examples of this opportunism. The transformation of the Ministry of State Properties into the Ministry of Agriculture, declares Mr. Yuzhakov, may profoundly influence the course of our economic development, but it may also prove to be nothing but a reshuffling of officials. Ruskoye Bogatstvo, No. 10. Everything depends, consequently, on who will be called upon, the friends of the people or the representatives of the interests of the landlords and capitalists. The interests themselves need not be touched. The protection of the economically weak from the economically strong is the first natural task of state interference, continues this same Mr. Yuzhakov in the same article, and he is supported in the same terms by the chronicler of Home Affairs in Ruskoye Bogatstvo, number 2. And so as to leave no doubt that his interpretation of this philanthropic nonsense is the same as that of his worthy associates, the West European liberal and radical petty bourgeois ideologists, he at once adds: Gladstone's Land Bill 74, Bismarck's workers' insurance, factory inspection, the idea of our peasants' bank, the organization of migration, measures against the kulak, all these are attempts to apply the same principle of stale interference for the protection of the economically weak. This at least has the merit of being frank. The author bluntly states that, like the Gladstones and Bismarcks, he wants to adhere to the present social relations, like them he wants to patch up and darn present-day society, bourgeois society, something he does not understand any more than the West European followers of the Gladstones and Bismarcks do, and not combat it. In complete harmony with this, their fundamental theoretical tenet, is the fact that they regard as an instrument of reform an organ which has its basis in this present-day society and protects the interests of its ruling classes, the state. They positively believe the state to be omnipotent and above all classes, and expect that it will not only assist the working people, but create a real and proper system, as we have heard from Mr. Krivenko. But then, of course, nothing else is to be expected of them, dyed-in-the-wool petty bourgeois ideologists that they are. For it is one of the fundamental and characteristic features of the petty bourgeoisie, one, incidentally, which makes it a reactionary class, that the petty producers, disunited and isolated by the very conditions of production and tied down to a definite place and to a definite exploiter, cannot understand the class character of the exploitation and oppression from which they suffer, and suffer sometimes no less than the proletarian. They cannot understand that in bourgeois society the state too is bound to be a class state. Why is it then, most worthy friends of the people, that till now and with particular energy since this very emancipatory reform our government has supported, protected, and created only the bourgeoisie and capitalism? Why is it that such unseemly conduct on the part of this absolute, allegedly superclass, government has coincided precisely with a historical period characterized in the country's internal life by the development of commodity economy, commerce, and industry? Why do you consider these latter changes in internal life to be the effect and the government's policy the cause, despite the fact that these changes were so deep down in society that the government did not even notice them and put innumerable obstacles in their way, and despite the fact that this very same absolute government, under other conditions of internal life, supported, protected and created another class? Oh, the friends of the people never concern themselves with such questions. All this, you see, is materialism, dialectics, Hegelianism, mysticism and metaphysics. They simply think that if you plead with this government nicely enough and humbly enough, it will put everything right. And as far as humbleness is concerned, one must do Russkoye bogeystvo justice. Truly, it stands out even among the Russian liberal press for its inability to display the slightest independence. Judge for yourselves. The abolition of the salt tax, the abolition of the poll tax and the reduction of the land redemption payments are described by Mr. Yuzhakov as a considerable relief to people's farming. Well, of course. But was not the abolition of the salt tax accompanied by the imposition of a host of new indirect taxes and an increase in the old ones? Was not the abolition of the poll tax accompanied by an increase in the payments made by the former state peasants, under guise of placing them on a redemption basis? And is there not even now, after the famous reduction of redemption payments, by which the government did not even return to the peasants the profit it had made out of the redemption operations, a discrepancy between the payments and the income from the land, i.e., a direct survival of feudal quit rent? Never mind. What is important, you see, is the first step, the principle. As for the rest we can plead for later on. These, however, are only the blossoms. Now for the fruit. The 80s eased the people's burden, that's by the above measures. And thus saved them from utter ruin. This is another phrase classic for its shameless servility, one that can only be placed, say, alongside Mr. Mikhailovsky's statement, quoted above, that we have still to create a proletariat. One cannot help recalling in this connection Shchedrin's incisive description of the evolution of the Russian liberal. This liberal starts out by pleading with the authorities to grant reforms as far as possible, then he goes on to beg for, well, at least something, and ends by taking up an eternal and unshakable stand on anything, however mean. And what else can one say of the friends of the people but that they have adopted this eternal and unshakable stand when, fresh from the impressions of a famine affecting millions of people, towards which the government's attitude was first one of a huckster's stinginess and then of a huckster's cowardice, they say in print that the government has saved the people from utter ruin. Several years more will pass, marked by the still more rapid expropriation of the peasantry. The government, in addition to establishing a Ministry of Agriculture, will abolish one or two direct and impose several new indirect taxes. The famine will then affect 40 million people and these gentlemen will write in the same old way, you see, 40 and not 50 million are starving, that is because the government has eased the people's burden and has saved them from utter ruin, it is because the government has hearkened to the friends of the people and established a Ministry of Agriculture. Another example. In Russkoye bogeystvo, number 2, the chronicler of home affairs arguing that Russia is fortunately, a backward country, which has preserved elements that enable her to base her economic system on the principle of solidarity, says that she is therefore able to act in international affairs as an exponent of economic solidarity and that Russia's chances for this are enhanced by her undeniable political might. It is the gendarme of Europe, that constant and most reliable bulwark of all reaction, who has reduced the Russian people, themselves oppressed at home, to the shameful position of serving as an instrument for oppressing the peoples in the West. It is this gendarme who is described as an exponent of economic solidarity. This is indeed beyond all limit. Messrs. The friends of the people will outdo all liberals. They not only plead with the government, they not only eulogize it, they positively pray to it, pray with such obeisance, with such zeal that a stranger cannot help feeling eerie at the sound of their loyal foreheads cracking on the flagstones. Do you remember the German definition of a Philistine? Was ist der Philister? Ein Hollerdarm. Wahlfurcht und Hoffnung. Das Gott erbarm. This definition does not quite apply to our affairs. God takes a back seat with us. But the authorities, that's a different matter. And if in this definition we substitute the word authorities for the word God, we shall get an exact description of the ideological stock in trade, the moral level and the civic courage of the Russian humane and liberal friends of the people. To this absolutely preposterous view of the government, the friends of the people add a corresponding attitude toward the so-called intelligentsia. Mr. Krivenko writes, literature, should appraise phenomena according to their social meaning and encourage every active effort to do good. It has harped, and continues to harp, on the shortage of teachers, doctors, technicians, on the fact that the people are sick, poor, there are few technicians, illiterate, etc., and when people come forward who are weary of sitting at card tables, participating in private theatricals and eating sturgeon patties at parties given by marshals of nobility, and who go out to work with rare self-sacrifice and in face of numerous obstacles, think of it, they have sacrificed card tables. Theatricals and patties, literature should welcome them. 2 pages later, with the business-like air of an old campaigner grown wise by experience, he reproves those who wavered when confronted with the question whether or not to accept office as Zemsky Nakalnik's 75 town mayors, or chairmen, or members of Zemstvo boards under the new regulations. In a society with a developed consciousness of civic requirements and duties, really, gentlemen, this is as good as the speeches of famous Russian jacks in office like the Baranovs and Kosy-Khes. Such wavering and such an attitude to affairs would be inconceivable, because it would assimilate in its own way every reform that had any vital side to it at all, that is, would take advantage of and develop those sides of the reform that are expedient. As to the undesirable sides, it would convert them into a dead letter, and if there were nothing whatever vital in the reform it would remain an entirely alien body. What on earth do you make of that? What miserable two-penny-halfpenny opportunism, what indulgence in self-admiration. The task of literature is to collect all the drawing-room gossip about the wicked Marxists, to bow and cringe to the government for saving the people from utter ruin, to welcome people who have grown weary of sitting at card tables, to teach the public not to fight shy even of such posts as that of Zemsky Nakalnik. What is this I am reading, Nedlya 76 or Novoye Vremya? No, it is Russkoye Bogaystvo, the organ of the advanced Russian Democrats. And such gentlemen talk about the ideals of their fathers, claim that they, and they alone, guard the traditions of the days when France poured the ideas of socialism all over Europe 77 and when, in Russia, the assimilation of these ideas produced the theories and teachings of Herzen and Chernyshevsky. This is a downright disgrace and would be positively outrageous and offensive if Russkoye Bogaystvo were not so utterly amusing, if such statements in the columns of a magazine of this type did not arouse Homeric laughter, and nothing else. Yes, indeed, you are besmirching those ideals. What were actually the ideals of the first Russian socialists, the socialists of the epoch which Kosky so aptly described in the words, when every socialist was a poet and every poet a socialist? Faith in a special social order, in the communal system of Russian life, hence faith in the possibility of a peasant socialist revolution, that is what inspired them and roused dozens and hundreds of people to wage a heroic struggle against the government. And you cannot reproach the Social Democrats with failing to appreciate the immense historical services of these, the finest people of their day, with failing to respect their memory profoundly. But I ask you, where is that faith now? It has vanished. So utterly, that when Mr. VV tried to argue last year that the village community trains the people to common effort and is a center of altruistic sentiments, etc. 78, even Mr. Mikhailovsky's conscience was pricked and he shamefacedly began to lecture Mr. VV and to point out that no investigation has shown a connection between our village community and altruism 79 and, indeed, no investigation has. Yet there was a time when people had faith, implicit faith, without making any investigation. How? Why? On what grounds? Every socialist was a poet and every poet a socialist. Moreover, adds the same Mr. Mikhailovsky, all conscientious investigators agree that the countryside is splitting up, giving rise, on the one hand, to a mass of proletarians, and, on the other, to a handful of kulaks who keep the rest of the population under their heel. And again he is right, the countryside is indeed splitting up. Nay more, the countryside long ago split up completely. And the old Russian peasant socialism split up with it, making way for workers' socialism, on the one hand, and degenerating into vulgar petty bourgeois radicalism, on the other. This change cannot be described as anything but degeneration. From the doctrine that peasant life is a special social order and that our country has taken an exceptional path of development, there has emerged a sort of diluted eclecticism, which can no longer deny that commodity economy has become the basis of economic development and has grown into capitalism, but which refuses to see the bourgeois character of all the relations of production, refuses to see the necessity of the class struggle under the system. From a political program calculated to arouse the peasantry for the socialist revolution against the foundations of modern society, there has emerged a program calculated to patch up, to improve the conditions of the peasantry while preserving the foundations of modern society. Strictly speaking, all this should already suffice to give an idea of the kind of criticism to be expected from these gentlemen of Ruskoye Bogatstvo when they undertake to demolish the Social Democrats. They do not make the slightest attempt to give a straightforward and conscientious exposition of the Social Democrats' conception of Russian realities. They could quite well do so, and get round the censorship, if they laid special stress on the economic side and kept to the general, partly allegorical terms in which they have conducted all their polemics, and to argue against its substance, to argue against the correctness of the practical conclusions drawn from it. They prefer instead to confine themselves to the most vacuous phrases about abstract schemes and belief in them, about the conviction that every country has to pass through the phase, and similar nonsense, with which we have already become sufficiently familiar in the case of Mr. Mikhailovsky. Often we get downright distortions. Mr. Krivenko, for example, declares that Marx admitted that, if we desired it. So, according to Marx, the evolution of social and economic relations depends on human will and consciousness. What is this abysmal ignorance or unparalleled effrontery, and acted accordingly, we could avoid the vicissitudes of capitalism and proceed by a different and more expedient path. Our knight was able to talk such nonsense by indulging in deliberate distortion. Citing the passage from the well-known K. Marx's letter, Yuridikeski Vestnik, 1888, number 10, where Marx speaks of his high esteem for Chernyshevsky, who thought it possible for Russia not to undergo the tortures of the capitalist system, Mr. Krivenko closes the quotation Marx, i.e., ends the reproduction of what Marx actually said, the last words of which were, he Chernyshevsky pronounces in favor of this latter solution, and adds, and I, says Marx, share, Krivenko's italics, these views, p. 186, number 12. What Marx actually said was this, and my honorable critic would have had at least as much reason for inferring from my esteem for this great Russian scholar and critic that I shared his views on the question, as for concluding from my polemic against the Russian literary man and Pan-Slavist 82 that I rejected them. Yuridikeski Vestnik, 1888, number 10, p. 271. And so Marx said that Mr. Mikhailovsky had no right to regard him as an opponent of the idea of Russia's special line of development because he also respected those who held this idea, but Mr. Krivenko misconstrues this to mean that Marx admitted this special line of development. This is an out-and-out distortion. Marx's statement quoted above shows quite clearly that he evaded the question as such. Mr. Mikhailovsky could have taken as a basis either of the two contradictory remarks, i.e., he had no grounds for basing his conclusions as to my views on Russian affairs in general on either of them. And in order that these remarks should provide no occasion for misinterpretation, Marx, in this very same letter, gave a direct reply to the question of how his theory could be applied to Russia. This reply very clearly shows that Marx avoided answering the question as such, avoided examining Russian data, which alone could decide the question. If Russia, he replied, is tending to become a capitalist nation on the pattern of the West European countries, and during the last years she has been taking much trouble in this respect, she will not succeed without having first transformed a good part of her peasants into proletarians. 83. This, I think, is perfectly clear. The question was whether Russia was tending to become a capitalist nation, whether the ruin of her peasants was the process of the creation of a capitalist system, of a capitalist proletariat, and Marx says that if she was so tending, she would have to transform a good part of her peasants into proletarians. In other words, Marx's theory is to investigate and explain the evolution of the economic system of certain countries, and its application to Russia can be only the investigation of Russian production relations and their evolution, employing the established practices of the materialist method and of theoretical political economy. The elaboration of a new theory of methodology and political economy marks such gigantic progress in social science, such a tremendous advance for socialism, that almost immediately after the appearance of capital, the destiny of capitalism in Russia became the principal theoretical problem for Russian socialists. The most heated debates raged around this problem, and the most important points of program were decided in accordance with it. And it is noteworthy that when, some 10 years ago, a separate group of socialists appeared who answered in the affirmative the question of whether Russia's evolution was capitalist, and based this answer on the data of Russian economic reality, it encountered no direct and definite criticism of the point at issue, no criticism which accepted the same general methodological and theoretical principles and gave a different explanation of the data. The Friends of the People, who have launched a veritable crusade against the Marxists, likewise do not argue their case by examining the facts. As we saw in the first article, they dispose of the matter with phrases. Mr. Mikhailovsky, moreover, never misses an opportunity to display his wit about the Marxists lacking unanimity and about their failure to agree among themselves. And our well-known N.K. Mikhailovsky laughs heartily over his joke about Marxists real and not real. It is true that complete unanimity does not reign among the Marxists. But, firstly, Mr. Mikhailovsky misrepresents this fact, and, secondly, it demonstrates the strength and vitality of Russian social democracy and not its weakness. A particularly characteristic feature of the recent period is that socialists are arriving at social democratic views by various paths, and for that reason, while unreservedly agreeing on the fundamental and principal thesis that Russia is a bourgeois society which has grown out of the feudal system, that its political form is a class state, and that the only way to end the exploitation of the working people is through the class struggle of the proletariat, they differ on many particular problems, both in their methods of argument and in the detailed interpretation of this or that phenomenon of Russian life. I can therefore delight Mr. Mikhailovsky in advance by stating that, within the limits of the above-mentioned thesis, which is fundamental and common to all social democrats, differences of opinion exist also on the problems that have been touched upon in these cursory notes, for example, the peasant reform, the economics of peasant farming and handicraft industries, land renting, etc. The unanimity of people who content themselves with the unanimous acceptance of lofty truths such as, the peasant reform might open for Russia peaceful paths of proper development, the state might call, not upon the representatives of capitalist interests, but upon the friends of the people, the village community might socialize agriculture and manufacturing industry, which might be developed into large-scale production by the handicraftsmen, people's land renting supports people's farming. This touching and moving unanimity has been replaced by disagreements among persons who are seeking for an explanation of Russia's actual, present economic organization as a system of definite production relations, for an explanation of her actual economic evolution, of her political and all other types of superstructure. And if such work while leading people from different angles to the acceptance of the common position which undoubtedly dictates joint political action and consequently confers on all who accept it the right and duty to call themselves social democrats still leaves a wide field for differences of opinion on a host of particular problems open to various solutions, it merely demonstrates, of course, the strength and vitality of Russian social democracy. Moreover, it would be hard to imagine anything more difficult than the conditions under which this work is being done. There is not, nor can there be, an organ to unite the various aspects of the work. In view of prevailing police conditions, private intercourse is extremely difficult. It is only natural that social democrats cannot properly discuss and reach agreement on details, that they contradict each other. This is indeed funny, is it not? Mr. Krivenko's references, in his polemic against the Social Democrats, to neo-Marxists may cause some perplexity. Some readers may think that something in the nature of a split has taken place among the Social Democrats, and that neo-Marxists have broken away from the old Social Democrats. Nothing of the kind. At no time or place has anybody in a public defense of Marxism criticized the theories and program of Russian social democracy, or advocated any other kind of Marxism. The fact is that Messrs. Krivenko and Mikhailovsky have been listening to drawing room gossip about the Marxists, have been observing various liberals who use Marxism to cover up their liberal inanity, and, with their characteristic cleverness and tact, have set out with the stock in trade to criticize the Marxists. It is not surprising that this criticism consists of a regular chain of absurdities and filthy attacks. To be consistent, argues Mr. Krivenko, we should give an affirmative answer to this, to the question, should we not strive for the development of capitalist industry, and not shrink from buying up peasants' land or opening shops and taverns? We should rejoice at the success of the numerous innkeepers in the Duma and assist the still more numerous buyers up of the peasants' grain. Really, that is amusing. Try to tell such a friend of the people that everywhere in Russia the exploitation of the working people is by its nature capitalistic, that the enterprising muzhiks and buyers up should be classed among the representatives of capitalism because of such and such political economic features, which prove the bourgeois character of the splitting up of the peasantry. Why, he would raise a howl, call it outrageous heresy, shout about the indiscriminate borrowing of West European formulas and abstract schemes, while at the same time most carefully evading the actual meaning of the heretical argument. But when pictures of the horrors caused by the wicked Marxists have to be painted, lofty science and pure ideals may be left aside, and it may be admitted that buyers up of peasants' grain and peasants' land really are representatives of capitalism, and not merely hankerers after other people's goods. Try and prove to this friend of the people that not only are the Russian bourgeoisie already in control of the people's labor everywhere, due to the concentration of the means of production in their hands alone, but they also bring pressure to bear upon the government, initiating, compelling and determining the bourgeois character of its policy. Why, he would fly into a real rage, begin to shout about the omnipotence of our government, about fatal misunderstanding and unlucky chance alone, causing it always to call upon representatives of the interests of capitalism and not upon the friends of the people, about its artificially implanting capitalism. But on the sly they are themselves compelled to recognize as representatives of capitalism the innkeepers in the Duma, i.e., one of the elements of this very government that is supposed to stand above classes. But, gentlemen, are the interests of capitalism in Russia represented only in the Duma, and only by innkeepers? As to filthy attacks, we have had quite enough of them from Mr. Mikhailovsky, and we get them again from Mr. Krivenko, who, for example, in his eagerness to annihilate the hated social democracy, relates that some go into the factories, when, of course, they can get soft jobs as technicians or office workers, claiming that their sole purpose is to accelerate the capitalist process. There is no need, of course, to reply to such positively indecent statements. All we can do is to put a full stop here. Keep on in the same spirit, gentlemen, keep boldly on. The imperial government, the one which, as you have just told us, has already taken measures, even though they have flaws in them, to save the people from utter ruin, will take measures, this time without any flaws whatever, to save your banality and ignorance from exposure. Cultured society will gladly continue as hitherto, in the intervals between sturgeon patties and the card table, to talk about the younger brother and to devise humane projects for improving his condition. Its representatives will be pleased to learn from you that by taking up positions as zemsky nakalniks or other supervisors of the peasants' purses they display a developed consciousness of civic requirements and duties. Keep on. You may be certain not only of being left in peace but even of approval and praise, from the lips of the Messrs. Baranins. _________. In conclusion, it will perhaps be worthwhile replying to a question which has probably occurred already to more than one reader. Did it pay to argue so long with such gentlemen? Was it worthwhile replying seriously to the stream of liberal and censor-protected filth which they were pleased to call polemics? I think it was, not for their sake, of course, or for the sake of the cultured public, but for the useful lesson which Russian socialists can and should learn from this onslaught. It provides most striking and most convincing proof that the period of Russia's social development, when democracy and socialism were merged in one inseparable and indissoluble whole, as was the case, for example, in Chernyshevsky's day, has gone never to return. Today there are absolutely no grounds for the idea, which Russian socialists here and there still cling to and which most harmfully affects their theories and practical work, that there is no profound qualitative difference in Russia between the ideas of the Democrats and those of the socialists. Quite the contrary, a wide gulf divides these ideas, and it is high time the Russian socialists understood this, understood that a complete and final rupture with the ideas of the Democrats is inevitable and imperative. Let us see what this Russian Democrat actually was in the days which gave rise to this idea, and what he has now become. The Friends of the People provide enough material for such a comparison. Extremely interesting in this connection is Mr. Krivenko's attack on Mr. Struve who, in a German publication, opposed Mr. Nikon's utopianism. His article on capitalist development in Russia, Zur Beurteilung der kapitalistischen Entwicklung Russlands, appeared in Sozialpolitisches Centralblatt 84-3, No. 1, October 2, 1893. Mr. Krivenko launches out against Mr. Struve for, as he alleges, classing the ideas of those who stand for the village community and the allotment as National Socialism, which, he says, is of a purely utopian nature. This terrible accusation of being concerned with socialism drives our worthy author into a rage. Were there, he exclaims, no others, apart from Herzen, Chernyshevsky and the Narodniks, who stood for the village community and the allotment? What about those who drew up the regulation for the peasants, who made the community and the peasants' economic independence the basis of the reform? What about the investigators of our history and of contemporary life who support these principles, and almost the whole of our serious and respectable press, which also supports these principles? Are they all victims of the delusion called National Socialism? Calm yourself, most worthy friend of the people. You were so scared by the awful accusation of being concerned with socialism that you did not even take the trouble to read Mr. Struve's little article carefully. And, indeed, what a crying injustice it would be to accuse those who stand for the village community and the allotment of being concerned with socialism. Pray, what is there socialistic in this? Socialism, as we know, is the name given to the protest and struggle against the exploitation of the working people, a struggle for the complete abolition of this exploitation, while to stand for the allotment means supporting the peasants' payment of redemption money for all the land they used to have at their disposal. But even if one does not stand for land redemption but for the gratuitous retention of the land the peasants possessed before the reform, there is nothing socialistic in it, for it is this peasant ownership of land, which evolved during the feudal period, that has everywhere in the West, as here in Russia, been the basis of bourgeois society. To stand for the village community, i.e., to protest against police interference in the customary methods of distributing the land, what is there socialistic in that, when everyone knows that exploitation of the working people can very well exist and is engendered within this community? That is stretching the word socialism to mean anything. Maybe Mr. Pobedonostsev 85-2 will have to be classed as a socialist. Mr. Struve is not guilty of such an awful injustice at all. He speaks of the utopianism of the National Socialism of the Narodniks, and we can see whom he classes as Narodniks from the fact that he refers to Plekhanov's Our Differences as a polemic against the Narodniks. Plekhanov, undoubtedly, polemized against socialists, against people who had nothing in common with the serious and respectable Russian press. Mr. Krivenko, therefore, had no right to take as applying to himself what was meant for the Narodniks. If, however, he was so anxious to know Mr. Struve's opinion about the trend to which he himself adheres, I am surprised that he paid no attention to, and did not translate for Russkoye Bogaystvo, the following passage in Mr. Struve's article. As capitalist development advances, Says the author, the philosophy, Narodnik philosophy, just described is bound to lose its basis. It will either degenerate, word harab sinken, into a rather colorless reformist trend, capable of compromise and seeking for compromise, promising rudiments of which have long been observable, or it will admit that the actual development is inevitable and will draw the theoretical and practical conclusions that necessarily follow from this. In other words, will cease to be utopian. If Mr. Krivenko cannot guess where, in Russia, are to be found the rudiments of the trend that is only capable of compromise, I would advise him to glance at Russkoye Bogeystvo, at the theoretical views of that magazine, which represent a pitiful attempt to piece together fragments of the Narodnik doctrine with the recognition of Russia's capitalist development, and at its political program, which aims at improving and restoring the economy of the small producers on the basis of the present capitalist system. One of the most characteristic and significant phenomena of our social life in recent times is, generally speaking, the degeneration of Narodism into petty bourgeois opportunism. Really, if we take the substance of the program of Russkoye Bogeystvo, the regulation of migration, land renting, cheap credit, museums, warehouses, technical improvement, artels, common land cultivation and all the rest, we shall find that it is indeed very widely circulated in the whole serious and respectable press, i.e., in the whole liberal press, the publications that are not the organs of the feudal landlords and do not belong to the reptile press. 86 The idea that all these measures are necessary, useful, urgent, innocuous, has taken deep root among the entire intelligentsia and is extremely widespread. You will meet with it in provincial sheets and newspapers, in all Zemstvo researches, abstracts, descriptions, etc., etc. If this is to be regarded as Narodism, then undoubtedly its success is enormous and indisputable. Only it is not Narodism at all, in the old, customary meaning of that term, and its success and tremendously widespread character have been achieved at the cost of vulgarising Narodism, converting social revolutionary Narodism, which was sharply opposed to our liberalism, into uplift opportunism, that merges with this liberalism and expresses only the interests of the petty bourgeoisie. To convince ourselves of this we need but turn to the pictures of differentiation among the peasants and handicraftsmen given above, and these pictures by no means depict isolated or new facts, but are simply an attempt to portray in terms of political economy that school of bloodsuckers and farm laborers whose existence in our countryside is not denied even by our opponents. It goes without saying that the Narodnik measures can only serve to strengthen the petty bourgeoisie, or else, artels and common cultivation, are bound to be miserable palliatives, remain pitiful experiments of the kind which the liberal bourgeoisie cultivated so tenderly everywhere in Europe, for the simple reason that they do not in the least affect the school itself. For the same reason, even the Messrs. Yermolovs and Wits 87 cannot object to progress of this kind. Quite the contrary. Do us the favor, gentlemen. They will even give you money for experiments, if only these will divert the intelligentsia from revolutionary work, emphasizing the antagonism, explaining it to the proletariat, attempting to bring this antagonism out onto the high road of direct political struggle, to such patching up of the antagonism, to conciliation and unification. Do us the favor. Let us dwell a little on the process which led to this degeneration of Narodism. When it first arose, in its original form, it was a fairly well-knit theory. Starting from the view of a specific way of life of the people, it believed in the communist instincts of the communal peasant and for that reason regarded the peasantry as a natural fighter for socialism. But it lacked theoretical elaboration and confirmation in the facts of Russian life, on the one hand, and experience in applying a political program based on these assumed qualities of the peasant, on the other. The development of the theory, therefore, proceeded along the two lines, the theoretical and the practical. The theoretical work was directed mainly towards studying that form of land ownership in which they wanted to see the rudiments of communism, and this work yielded a wealth of factual material of the most varied kind. But this material, which mainly concerned the form of land ownership, completely obscured the economics of the countryside from the investigator's eyes. This happened all the more naturally, because, firstly, the investigators lacked a sound theory of method in social science, a theory showing the need to single out and make a special study of production relations, and because, secondly, the collected factual material furnished direct evidence of the immediate needs of the peasantry, of the immediate hardships which had a depressing effect upon peasant economy. All the investigators' attention was concentrated on studying these hardships: land poverty, high payments, lack of rights, and the crushed and downtrodden condition of the peasants. All this was described, studied, and explained with such a wealth of material, in such minute detail, that if ours were not a class state, if its policy were determined not by the interests of the ruling classes, but by the impartial discussion of the people's needs, it should, of course, have been convinced 1,000 times over of the need for eliminating these hardships. The naive investigators, believing in the possibility of convincing society and the state, were completely submerged in the details of the facts they had collected, and lost sight of one thing: the political economic structure of the countryside, lost sight of the main background of the economy that really was being crushed by these immediate hardships. The result, naturally, was that defense of the interests of an economy crushed by land poverty, etc., turned out to be a defense of the interests of the class that held this economy in its hands, that alone could endure and develop under the given social economic relations within the community, under the given economic system in the country. Theoretical work directed towards the study of the institution which was to serve as the basis and support for the abolition of exploitation led to a program being drawn up which expresses the interests of the petty bourgeoisie, i.e., the very class upon which the system of exploitation rests. At the same time, practical revolutionary work also developed in quite an unexpected direction. Belief in the communist instincts of the mujik naturally demanded of the socialists that they set politics aside and go among the people. A host of extremely energetic and talented persons set about fulfilling this program, but practice convinced them of the naivete of the idea of the mujik's instincts being communist. It was decided, incidentally, that they did not have to do with the mujik, but with the government, and the entire activity was then concentrated on a fight against the government, a fight then waged by the intellectuals alone. They were sometimes joined by workers. At first this fight was waged in the name of socialism and was based on the theory that the people were ready for socialism and that it would be possible, merely by seizing power, to effect not only a political, but also a social revolution. Latterly, this theory is apparently becoming utterly discredited, and the struggle waged by the Narodovoltsi against the government is becoming a struggle of the radicals for political liberty. Hence, in this case, too, the work led to results diametrically opposite to its point of departure. In this case, too, there emerged a program expressing only the interests of radical bourgeois democracy. Strictly speaking, this process is not yet complete, but is already, I think, clearly defined. This development of Narodism was altogether natural and inevitable, because the doctrine was based on the purely mythical idea of peasant economy being a special, communal, system. The myth dissolved when it came into contact with reality, and peasant socialism turned into radical democratic representation of the petty bourgeois peasantry. Let me give examples of the democrats' evolution. We must see to it, argues Mr. Krivenko, that instead of an integral man we do not get an all-Russian jellyfish filled only with a vague ferment of good sentiments but incapable either of real self-sacrifice or of doing anything durable in life. The homily is an excellent one, but let us see what it is applied to. In regard to the latter, continues Mr. Krivenko, I am acquainted with the following vexatious fact: in the south of Russia there lived some young people who were inspired by the very best intentions and by a love for the younger brother. They showed the greatest attention and respect for the mujik, they treated him as the guest of honor, ate out of the same bowl with him, treated him to jam and biscuits, they paid him higher prices than others did, they gave him money as loans, or as tips, or for no reason at all. They told him about European institutions and workers' associations, etc. In the same locality there lived a young German named Schmidt, the steward of an estate, or rather just a gardener, a man without any humanitarian ideas, a real, narrow, formal German soul, sick, etc. 3 or 4 years passed, and these people separated and went their different ways. Another 20 years passed, and the author, on revisiting the locality, learned that Mr. Schmidt, as a reward for his useful activities, Gardner Schmidt had been promoted to Mr. Schmidt, had taught the peasants grape growing, from which they now obtain some income, 75 to 100 rubles a year, and on this account they had preserved kind memories of him, whereas of the gentleman who merely cherished kind sentiments for the mujik but did nothing tangible, for him, not even the memory was left. A calculation shows that the events described occurred about 1869 to 1870, that is, roughly at the time when the Russian Narodnik Socialists were trying to introduce into Russia the most advanced and most important of European institutions, the International. 88. Clearly, the impression created by Mr. Krivenko's account is a little too harsh, and so he hastens to make a reservation. I do not suggest, of course, that Schmidt was better than these gentlemen. I merely point out why, for all his defects, he left a more lasting impression in the locality and on the population. I do not suggest that he was better, I merely point out that he left a more lasting impression on what nonsense. Nor do I say that he did anything important, on the contrary, I cite what he did as an example of a most trifling, incidental deed, which cost him nothing, but which for all that was undoubtedly vital. The reservation, you see, is very ambiguous. The point, however, is not its ambiguity, but the fact that the author, in contrasting the fruitlessness of the one activity with the success of the other, apparently does not suspect that there is a fundamental difference of tendency between these two types of activity. That is the whole point, which makes the story so characteristic in defining the contemporary democrat's physiognomy. The young people who talked to the mujik about European institutions and workers' associations evidently wanted to inspire in the mujik a desire to alter the forms of social life. The conclusion I draw may be wrong in this instance, but everyone will agree, I'll think, that it is a legitimate one, for it follows inevitably from Mr. Krivenko's story. They wanted to stir him to undertake a social revolution against contemporary society, which engenders such disgraceful exploitation and oppression of the working people, accompanied by universal rejoicing over all sorts of liberal progress. Mr. Schmidt, on the other hand, true husbandman that he was, merely wanted to help others arrange their affairs and nothing more. Well, but how can one compare, juxtapose these two types of activity, which have diametrically opposite aims? Why, it is just as though somebody were to start comparing the failure of a person who tried to destroy a given building with the success of one who tried to reinforce it. To draw a comparison with any sense in it, he should have inquired why the efforts of the young men and women who went among the people to stimulate the peasants to revolution were so unsuccessful, whether it was because they erroneously believed that the peasantry really represented the working people and exploited population, whereas in fact the peasantry does not constitute a single class, an illusion only to be explained, perhaps, by the reflected influence of the epoch of the fall of serfdom, when the peasantry did indeed come forward as a class, but only as a class of feudal society, for within it a bourgeois and a proletarian class are forming. In a word, he should have examined the old socialist theories and the social democratic criticism of these theories. Instead, Mr. Krivenko moves heaven and earth to prove that Mr. Schmidt's work was undoubtedly vital. But pardon me, most worthy Mr. Friend of the people, why hammer at an open door? Whoever doubts it? To lay out a vineyard and get an annual income of 75 to 100 rubles from it, what could be more vital? And the author goes on to explain that if one peasant lays out a vineyard, that is isolated activity, but if several do, that is common and widespread activity, which transforms a small job into real and proper work, just as, for example, A.N. Engelhardt 89 not only used phosphates on his estate but got others to use them. Now, isn't this Democrat really splendid? Let us take another example, one from Opinions on the Peasant Reform. What attitude towards it had Chernyshevsky, a Democrat of that epoch when democracy and socialism were undivided? Unable to express his opinion openly, he kept silent, but gave the following roundabout description of the contemplated reform. Suppose I was interested in taking measures to protect the provisions out of which your dinner is made. It goes without saying that if I was prompted to do so by my kind disposition towards you, then my zeal was based on the assumption that the provisions belonged to you and that the dinner prepared from them would be wholesome and beneficial to you. Imagine my feelings, then, when I learn that the provisions do not belong to you at all, and that for every dinner prepared from them you are charged a price which not only exceeds the cost of the dinner. This was written before the reform. Yet the Messrs. Yajakovs assert now that its fundamental principle was to give security to the peasants. But which you are not able to pay at all without extreme hardship. What thoughts enter my head when I make such strange discoveries? How stupid I was to bother about the matter when the conditions did not exist to ensure its usefulness. Who but a fool would bother about the retention of property in certain hands without first satisfying himself that those hands will receive the property, and on favorable terms? Far better if all these provisions are lost, for they will only cause harm to my dear friend. Far better be done with the whole business, for it will only cause your ruin. I have emphasized the passages which show most saliently how profoundly and splendidly Chernyshevsky understood the realities of his time, how he understood the significance of the peasants' payments, how he understood the antagonism between the social classes in Russia. It is also important to note his ability to expound such purely revolutionary ideas in the censored press. He wrote the same thing in his illegal works, but without circumlocution. In a prologue to the prologue, Volgin, into whose mouth Chernyshevsky puts his ideas, says, "Let the emancipation of the peasant be placed in the hands of the landlord's party. It won't make much difference." And in reply to his interlocutors remarked that, on the contrary, the difference would be tremendous, because the landlord's party was opposed to allotting land to the peasants. He replies emphatically, "No, not tremendous, but insignificant. It would be tremendous if the peasants obtained the land without redemption payments. There is a difference between taking a thing from a man and leaving it with him, but if you take payment from him it is all the same. The only difference between the plan of the landlord's party and that of the progressists is that the former is simpler and shorter. That is why it is even better. Less red tape and, in all probability, less of a burden on the peasants. Those peasants who have money will buy land. As to those who have none, there's no use compelling them to buy it. It will only ruin them. Redemption is nothing but purchase." It required the genius of a Chernyshevsky to understand so clearly at that time, when the peasant reform was only being introduced, when it had not yet been properly elucidated even in Western Europe, its fundamentally bourgeois character, to understand that already at that time Russian society and the Russian state were ruled and governed by social classes that were irreconcilably hostile to the working people and that undoubtedly predetermined the ruin and expropriation of the peasantry. Moreover, Chernyshevsky understood that the existence of a government that screens our antagonistic social relations is a terrible evil, which renders the position of the working people ever so much worse. To tell the truth, Volgin continues, it would be better if they were emancipated without land. That is, since the feudal landlords in this country are so strong, it would be better if they acted openly, straightforwardly, and said all they had in mind, instead of hiding their interests as serf owners behind the compromises of a hypocritical absolute government. The matter is put in such a way that I see no reason for getting excited, even over whether the peasants are emancipated or not, let alone over whether the liberals or the landlords are to emancipate them. To my mind it is all the same. It will even be better if the landlords do it. Here is a passage from Unaddressed Letters. They say, "Emancipate the peasants." Where are the forces for it? Those forces do not yet exist. It is useless tackling a job when the forces for it are lacking. Yet you see the way things are going. They will start emancipating. But what will come of it? Well, judge for yourself what comes of tackling a job which is beyond your powers. You just botch it and the result will be vile. 91. Chernyshevsky understood that the Russian feudal, bureaucratic state was incapable of emancipating the peasants, that is, of overthrowing the feudal serf owners, that it was only capable of something vile, of a miserable compromise between the interests of the liberals, redemption is nothing but purchase, and of the landlords, a compromise employing the illusion of security and freedom to deceive the peasants, but actually ruining them and completely betraying them to the landlords. And he protested, execrated the reform, wanted it to fail, wanted the government to get tied up in its equilibristics between the liberals and the landlords, and wanted a crash to take place that would bring Russia out on the high road of open class struggle. Yet today, when Chernyshevsky's brilliant predictions have become fact, when the history of the past 30 years has ruthlessly shown up all economic and political illusions, our contemporary Democrats sing the praises of the reform, regard it as a sanction for people's production, contrive to draw proof from it of the possibility of finding a way which would get around the social classes hostile to the working people. I repeat, their attitude towards the peasant reform is most striking proof of how profoundly bourgeois our Democrats have become. These gentlemen have learned nothing, but have forgotten very, very much. For the sake of comparison, I will take a Teshestveniyi Zapiski for 1872. I have already quoted passages from the article The Plutocracy and its Basis, dealing with the successes in respect of liberalism, which screened plutocratic interests, achieved by Russian society in the very first decade after the great emancipatory reform. While formerly, wrote the same author in the same article, one would often find people who whined over the reforms and wailed for the good old days, they are to be found no longer. Everybody is pleased with the new order, everybody is happy and satisfied. And the author goes on to show how literature itself is becoming an organ of the plutocracy, advocating the interests and aspirations of the plutocracy under the cloak of democracy. Examine this argument a little more closely. The author is displeased with the fact that everybody is pleased with the new order brought about by the reform, that everybody, the representatives of society and of the intelligentsia, of course, not of the working people, is happy and satisfied, notwithstanding the obvious antagonistic, bourgeois features of the new order. The public fail to notice that liberalism merely screens freedom of acquisition, of course, at the expense and to the disadvantage of the mass of working people. And he protests. It is this protest, characteristic of the socialist, that is valuable in his argument. Observe that this protest against a plutocracy screened by democracy contradicts the general theory of the magazine, for they deny that there are any bourgeois features, elements, or interests in the peasant reform, they deny the class character of the Russian intelligentsia and of the Russian state, they deny that there is a basis for capitalism in Russia. Nevertheless, they cannot but sense and perceive the capitalism and bourgeoisdom. And to the extent that Teshestveniyi Zapiski, sensing the antagonism in Russian society, fought bourgeois liberalism and bourgeois democracy, to that extent it fought in a cause common to all our pioneer socialists, who, although they could not understand this antagonism, nevertheless realized its existence and desired to combat the very organization of society which gave rise to it. To that extent Teshestveniyi Zapiski was progressive, from the point of view of the proletariat, of course. The friends of the people have forgotten this antagonism, they have lost all sensibility of the fact that in this country, too, in Holy Russia, the pure-blooded bourgeois hide under the cloak of democracy, and that is why they are now reactionary, in relation to the proletariat, for they gloss over the antagonism, and talk, not of struggle, but of conciliatory, uplift activity. But, gentlemen, has the Russian clear-browed liberal, the democratic representative of the plutocracy of the 60s, ceased to be the ideologist of the bourgeoisie in the 90s just because his brow has become clouded with civic grief? Does freedom of acquisition on a large scale, freedom to acquire big credits, big capital, big technical improvements, cease to be liberal, i.e., bourgeois, while the present social economic relations remain unchanged, merely because its place is taken by freedom to acquire small credits, small capital, small technical improvements? I repeat, it is not that they have altered their opinions under the influence of a radical change of views or a radical change in our order of things. No, they have simply forgotten. Having lost the only feature that once made their predecessors progressive, notwithstanding the utter unsoundness of their theories and their naive and utopian outlook on reality, the friends of the people have learned absolutely nothing during all this time. And yet, quite apart from a political economic analysis of Russian realities, the political history of Russia during the past 30 years alone should have taught them a great deal. At that time, in the era of the 60s, the power of the feudal landlords was sapped. They suffered defeat, not complete, it is true, but so decisive that they had to slink from the stage. The liberals, on the contrary, raised their heads. Streams of liberal phrase-mongering flowed about progress, science, goodness, struggle against injustice, the interests of the people, the conscience of the people, the forces of the people, etc., etc., the very phrases which now, too, at moments of particular depression, are vomited forth by our radical snivellers in their salons, and by our liberal phrase-mongers at their anniversary dinners, and in the columns of their magazines and newspapers. The liberals proved strong enough to mold the new order in their own fashion, not entirely, of course, but in fair measure. Although the clear light of the open class struggle did not shine in Russia at that time, there was more light then than there is now, so that even those ideologists of the working people who had not the faintest notion of this class struggle, and who preferred to dream of a better future rather than explain the vile present, could not help seeing that liberalism was a cloak for plutocracy, and that the new order was a bourgeois order. It was the removal from the stage of the feudal landlords, who did not divert attention to still more crying evils of the day, and did not prevent the new order from being observed in its pure, relatively, form, that enabled this to be seen. But although our Democrats of that time knew how to denounce plutocratic liberalism, they could not understand it and explain it scientifically. They could not understand that it was inevitable under the capitalist organization of our social economy. They could not understand the progressive character of the new system of life as compared with the old, feudal system. They could not understand the revolutionary role of the proletariat it created, and they limited themselves to snorting at this system of liberty and humanity, imagined that its bourgeois character was fortuitous, and expected social relations of some other kind to reveal themselves in the people's system. And then history showed them these other social relations. The feudal landlords, not completely crushed by the reform, which was so outrageously mutilated in their interests, revived, for a time, and showed vividly what these other than bourgeois social relations of ours were, showed it in the form of such unbridled, incredibly senseless and brutal reaction that our Democrats caught fright, subsided, instead of advancing and remolding their naive democracy, which was able to sense what was bourgeois but was unable to understand it, into social democracy. Went backwards, to the liberals, and are now proud of the fact that their snivelling, i.e., I want to say, their theories and programs, is shared by the whole serious and respectable press. One would have thought the lesson was a very impressive one. The illusions of the old socialists about a special mode of life of the people, about the socialist instincts of the people, and about the fortuitous character of capitalism and the bourgeoisie, had become too obvious. One would have thought that the facts could now be looked straight in the face and the admission be openly made that there had not been and were not any other social economic relations than bourgeois and moribund feudal relations in Russia, and that, therefore, there could be no road to socialism except through the working class movement. But these Democrats had learned nothing, and the naive illusions of petty bourgeois socialism gave way to the practical sobriety of petty bourgeois progress. Today, the theories of these petty bourgeois ideologists, when they come forward as the spokesmen of the interests of the working people, are positively reactionary. They obscure the antagonism of contemporary Russian social-economic relations and argue as if things could be improved by general measures, applicable to all, for raising, improving, etc., and as if it were possible to reconcile and unite. They are reactionary in depicting our state as something standing above classes and therefore fit and capable of rendering serious and honest aid to the exploited population. They are reactionary, lastly, because they simply cannot understand the necessity for a struggle, a desperate struggle of the working people themselves for their emancipation. The friends of the people, for example, seem to think they can manage the whole thing themselves. The workers need not worry. Why, an engineer has even visited the offices of Ruskoye Bogeystvo, and there they have almost completely worked out a scheme for introducing capitalism into the life of the people. Socialists must make a decisive and complete break with all petty bourgeois ideas and theories. That is the principal useful lesson to be drawn from this campaign. I ask you to note that I speak of a break with petty bourgeois ideas and not with the friends of the people or with their ideas, because there can be no breaking with something with which there has never been any connection. The friends of the people are only one of the representatives of one of the trends of this sort of petty bourgeois socialist ideas. And if, in this case, I draw the conclusion that it is necessary to break with petty bourgeois socialist ideas, with the ideas of the old Russian peasant socialism generally, it is because the campaign now launched against the Marxists by the representatives of the old ideas, scared by the growth of Marxism, has induced them to give particularly full and vivid expression to petty bourgeois ideas. Comparing these ideas with contemporary socialism and with the facts of contemporary Russian reality, we see with astonishing clarity how outworn these ideas have become, how they have lost every vestige of an integral theoretical basis and have sunk to the level of a pitiful eclecticism, of a most ordinary opportunist uplift program. It may be said that this is not the fault of the old socialist ideas in general, but of the gentlemen in question, whom no one thinks of classing as socialists, but such an argument seems to me quite unsound. I have throughout tried to show that such a degeneration of the old theories was inevitable. I have throughout tried to devote as little space as possible to criticism of these gentlemen in particular, and as much as possible to the general and fundamental tenets of the old Russian socialism. And if the socialists should find that I have defined these tenets incorrectly or inaccurately, or have left something unsaid, then I can only reply with the following very humble request: please, gentlemen, define them yourselves, state them fully and properly. Indeed, no one would be more pleased than the Social Democrats of an opportunity to enter into a polemic with the socialists. Do you think that we like answering the polemics of these gentlemen, or that we would have undertaken it if they had not thrown down a direct, persistent, and emphatic challenge? Do you think that we do not have to force ourselves to read, reread and grasp the meaning of this repulsive mixture of stereotyped liberal phrase-mongering and Philistine moralizing? Surely, we are not to blame for the fact that only such gentlemen now take upon themselves the job of vindicating and expounding these ideas. I ask you also to note that I speak of the need for a break with petty bourgeois ideas about socialism. The petty bourgeois theories we have examined are absolutely reactionary inasmuch as they claim to be socialist theories. But if we understand that actually there is absolutely nothing socialist in them, i.e., that all these theories completely fail to explain the exploitation of the working people and therefore cannot serve as a means for their emancipation, that as a matter of fact all these theories reflect and further the interests of the petty bourgeoisie, then our attitude towards them must be different, and we must ask, what should be the attitude of the working class towards the petty bourgeoisie and its programs? And this question cannot be answered unless the dual character of this class is taken into consideration. Here in Russia this duality is particularly marked owing to the antagonism between the big bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie being less developed. It is progressive insofar as it puts forward general democratic demands, i.e., fights against all survivals of the medieval epoch and of serfdom. It is reactionary insofar as it fights to preserve its position as a petty bourgeoisie and tries to retard, to turn back the general development of the country along bourgeois lines. Reactionary demands of this kind, such, for example, as the notorious inalienability of allotments, as well as the many other projects for tutelage over the peasants, are usually covered up by plausible talk of protecting the working people, but actually, of course, they only worsen their condition, while at the same time hampering them in their struggle for emancipation. A strict distinction should be drawn between these two sides of the petty bourgeois program and, while denying that these theories are in any way socialist in character, and while combating their reactionary aspects, we should not forget their democratic side. I shall give an example to show that, although the Marxists completely repudiate petty bourgeois theories, this does not prevent them from including democracy in their program, but, on the contrary, calls for still stronger insistence on it. We have mentioned above the three main theses that always formed the theoretical stock in trade of the representatives of petty bourgeois socialism, viz., land poverty, high payments and the tyranny of the authorities. There is absolutely nothing socialist in the demand for the abolition of these evils, for they do not in the least explain expropriation and exploitation, and their elimination will not in the least affect the oppression of labor by capital. But their elimination will free the suppression of the medieval rubbish that aggravates it, and will facilitate the workers' direct struggle against capital, and for that reason, as a democratic demand, will meet with the most energetic support of the workers. Generally speaking, the question of payments and taxes is one to which only the petty bourgeois can attach any particular significance, but in Russia the payments made by the peasants are, in many respects, simply survivals of serfdom. Such, for example, are the land redemption payments, which should be immediately and unconditionally abolished. Such, too, are the taxes which only the peasants and the small townspeople pay, but from which the gentry are exempt. Social Democrats will always support the demand for the elimination of these relics of medieval relations, which cause economic and political stagnation. The same can be said of land poverty. I have already given proof at length of the bourgeois character of the whaling on this score. There is no doubt, however, that the peasant reform, for example, by permitting the cutting off of lands 92 positively robbed the peasants for the benefit of the landlords, rendering service to this tremendous reactionary force both directly, by snatching land from the peasants, and indirectly, by the clever way the allotments were marked out. And Social Democrats will most strenuously insist on the immediate return to the peasants of the land taken from them and on the complete abolition of landed proprietorship, that bulwark of feudal institutions and traditions. This latter point, which coincides with the nationalization of the land, contains nothing socialist, because the capitalist farming relations already taking shape in our country would in that case only flourish more rapidly and abundantly, but it is extremely important from the democratic standpoint as the only measure capable of completely breaking the power of the landed nobility. Lastly, only the Yazakovs and VVs, of course, can speak of the peasants' lack of rights as the cause of their expropriation and exploitation. As for the oppression of the peasantry by the authorities, it is not only an unquestionable fact, but is something more than mere oppression. It is treating the peasants as a base rabble, for whom it is natural to be subject to the landed nobility, to whom general civil rights are granted only as a special favor, migration, for example, and whom any jack in office can order about as if they were workhouse inmates. And the Social Democrats unreservedly associate themselves with the demand for the complete restoration of the peasants' civil rights, the complete abolition of all the privileges of the nobility, the abolition of bureaucratic tutelage over the peasants, and the peasants' right to manage their own affairs. In general, the Russian communists, adherents of Marxism, should more than any others call themselves Social Democrats, and in their activities should never forget the enormous importance of democracy. In Russia, the relics of medieval, semi-feudal institutions are still so enormously strong, as compared with Western Europe, they are such an oppressive yoke upon the proletariat and the people generally, retarding the growth of political thought in all estates and classes, that one cannot but insist on the tremendous importance which the struggle against all feudal institutions, absolutism, the social estate system, and the bureaucracy has for the workers. The workers must be shown in the greatest detail what a terribly reactionary force these institutions are, how they intensify the oppression of labor by capital, what a degrading pressure they exert on the working people, how they keep capital in its medieval forms, which, while not falling short of the modern, industrial forms in respect of the exploitation of labor, add to this exploitation by placing terrible difficulties in the way of the fight for emancipation. The workers must know that unless these pillars of reaction are overthrown, it will be utterly impossible for them to wage a successful struggle against the bourgeoisie, because so long as they exist, The Russian rural proletariat, whose support is an essential condition for the victory of the working class, will never cease to be downtrodden and cowed, capable only of sullen desperation and not of intelligent and persistent protest and struggle. And that is why it is the direct duty of the working class to fight side by side with the radical democracy against absolutism and the reactionary social estates and institutions, a duty which the Social Democrats must impress upon the workers, while not for a moment ceasing also to impress upon them that the struggle against all these institutions is necessary only as a means of facilitating the struggle against the bourgeoisie, that the worker needs the achievement of the general democratic demands only to clear the road to victory over the working people's chief enemy, over an institution that is purely democratic by nature, capital, which here in Russia is particularly inclined to sacrifice its democracy and to enter into alliance with the reactionaries in order to suppress the workers, to still further impede the emergence of a working class movement. What has been said is, I think, sufficient to define the attitude of the Social Democrats towards absolutism and political liberty, and also towards the trend which has been growing particularly strong of late, that aims at the amalgamation and alliance of all the revolutionary groups for the winning of political liberty. 95. This trend is rather peculiar and characteristic. It is peculiar because proposals for alliance do not come from a definite group, or definite groups, with definite programs which coincide on one point or another. If they did, the question of an alliance would be one for each separate case, a concrete question to be settled by the representatives of the uniting groups. Then there could be no special amalgamation trend. But such a trend exists, and simply comes from people who have cut adrift from the old, and have not moored to anything new. The theory on which the fighters against absolutism have hitherto based themselves is evidently crumbling, and is destroying the conditions for solidarity and organization which are essential for the struggle. Well then, these amalgamators and alliance advocates would seem to think that the easiest way to create such a theory is to reduce it to a protest against absolutism and a demand for political liberty, while evading all other questions, socialist and non-socialist. It goes without saying that the bottom will inevitably be knocked out of this naive fallacy at the very first attempts at such unity. But what is characteristic is that this amalgamation trend represents one of the last stages in the process of transformation of militant, revolutionary neurotism into politically radical democracy, a process which I have tried to outline above. A durable amalgamation of all the non-social democratic revolutionary groups under the banner mentioned will be possible only when a durable program of democratic demands has been drawn up that will put an end to the prejudices of the old Russian exceptionalism. Of course, the Social Democrats believe that the formation of such a democratic party would be a useful step forward, and their anti-Narodnik activity should further it, should further the eradication of all prejudices and myths, the grouping of the socialists under the banner of Marxism and the formation of a democratic party by the other groups. The Social Democrats, who consider essential the independent organization of the workers into a separate workers' party, could not, of course, amalgamate with such a party, but the workers would most strongly support any struggle waged by the Democrats against reactionary institutions. The degeneration of Narodism into the most ordinary petty bourgeois radical theory of which, degeneration, the friends of the people furnish such striking testimony shows what a tremendous mistake is made by those who spread among the workers the idea of fighting absolutism without at the same time explaining to them the antagonistic character of our social relations by virtue of which the ideologists of the bourgeoisie also favor political liberty without explaining to them the historical role of the Russian worker as a fighter for the emancipation of the whole working population. The Social Democrats are often accused of wanting to monopolize Marx's theory, whereas, it is argued, his economic theory is accepted by all socialists. But the question arises, what sense is there in explaining to the workers the form of value, the nature of the bourgeois system and the revolutionary role of the proletariat, if here in Russia the exploitation of the working people is generally and universally explained not by the bourgeois organization of social economy, but by, say, land poverty, redemption payments, or the tyranny of the authorities? What sense is there in explaining to the worker the theory of the class struggle, if that theory cannot even explain his relation to the employer, Capitalism in Russia has been artificially implanted by the government, not to mention the mass of the people, who do not belong to the fully established class of factory workers. How can one accept Marx's economic theory and its corollary, the revolutionary role of the proletariat as the organizer of communism by way of capitalism, if people in our country try to find ways to communism other than through the medium of capitalism and the proletariat it creates? Obviously, under such conditions, to call upon the worker to fight for political liberty would be equivalent to calling upon him to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for the progressive bourgeoisie, for it cannot be denied, typically enough, even the Narodniks and the Narodovolцы did not deny it, that political liberty will primarily serve the interests of the bourgeoisie and will not ease the position of the workers, but will ease only the conditions for their struggle against this very bourgeoisie. I say this as against those socialists who, while they do not accept the theory of the Social Democrats, carry on their agitation among the workers, having become convinced empirically that only among the latter are revolutionary elements to be found. The theory of these socialists contradicts their practice, and they make a very serious mistake by distracting the workers from their direct task of organizing a socialist workers' party. It was a mistake that arose naturally at a time when the class antagonisms of bourgeois society were still quite undeveloped and were held down by serfdom, when the latter was evoking the unanimous protest and struggle of the entire intelligentsia, thus creating the illusion that there was something peculiarly democratic about our intelligentsia, and that there was no profound gulf between the ideas of the liberals and of the socialists. Now that economic development has advanced so far that even those who formerly denied a basis for capitalism in Russia admit our having entered the capitalist path of development, illusions on this score are no longer possible. The composition of the intelligentsia is assuming just as clear an outline as that of society engaged in the production of material values, while the latter is ruled and governed by the capitalist. Among the former the fashion is set by the rapidly growing horde of careerists and bourgeois hirelings, an intelligentsia contented and satisfied, a stranger to all wild fantasy and very well aware of what they want. Far from denying this fact, our radicals and liberals strongly emphasize it and go out of their way to prove its immorality, to condemn it, strive to confound it, shame it, and destroy it. These naive efforts to make the bourgeois intelligentsia ashamed of being bourgeois are as ridiculous as the efforts of our petty bourgeois economists to frighten our bourgeoisie, pleading the experience of elder brothers, with the story that it is moving towards the ruin of the people, towards the poverty, unemployment, and starvation of the masses. This trial of the bourgeoisie and its ideologists is reminiscent of the trial of the pike, which was sentenced to be thrown into the river. Beyond these bounds begin the liberal and radical intelligentsia, who pour out innumerable phrases about progress, science, truth, the people, etc., and who love to lament the passing of the 60s, when there was no discord, depression, despondency, and apathy, and when all hearts were aflame with democracy. With their characteristic simplicity, these gentlemen refuse to understand that the cause of the unanimity that then prevailed was the then existing material conditions, gone never to return. Serfdom pressed down everybody equally: the serf steward who had saved a little money and wanted to live in comfort, the enterprising muzhik, who hated the lord for exacting tribute, for interfering in and tearing him from his business, the proletarianist manor serf, and the impoverished muzhik who was sold into bondage to the merchant. It brought suffering to the merchant manufacturer and the worker, the handicraftsman and the subcontractor. The only tie that linked all these people together was their hostility to serfdom. Beyond that unanimity, the sharpest economic antagonism began. How completely one must be lulled by sweet illusions not to perceive this antagonism even today, when it has become so enormously developed, to weep for the return of the days of unanimity at a time when the situation demands struggle, demands that everyone who does not want to be a willing or unwilling myrmidon of the bourgeoisie shall take his stand on the side of the proletariat. If you refuse to believe the flowery talk about the interests of the people and try to delve deeper, you will find that you are dealing with the out-and-out ideologists of the petty bourgeoisie, who dream of improving, supporting, and restoring their peoples, in their jargon, economy by various innocent progressive measures, and who are totally incapable of understanding that under prevailing production relations the only effect such progressive measures can have is to proletarianize the masses still further. We cannot but be grateful to the friends of the people for having done much to reveal the class character of our intelligentsia and for having thereby fortified the Marxist theory that our small producers are petty bourgeois. They must inevitably hasten the dissipation of the old illusions and myths that have so long confused the minds of Russian socialists. The friends of the people have so mauled, overworked, and soiled these theories that Russian socialists who held them are confronted with the inexorable dilemma of either revising them, or abandoning them altogether and leaving them to the exclusive use of the gentlemen who announce with smug solemnity, by et or by, that the rich peasants are buying improved implements, and who with serious mien assure us that we must welcome people who have grown weary of sitting at the card tables. And in this strain they talk about a people's system, and the intelligentsia talk, not only with a serious air, but in pretentious, stupendous phrases about broad ideals, about an ideal treatment of the problems of life. The socialist intelligentsia can expect to perform fruitful work only when they abandon their illusions and begin to seek support in the actual, and not the desired development of Russia, in actual, and not possible social-economic relations. Moreover, their theoretical work must be directed towards the concrete study of all forms of economic antagonism in Russia, the study of their connections and successive development. They must reveal this antagonism wherever it has been concealed by political history, by the peculiarities of legal systems, or by established theoretical prejudice. They must present an integral picture of our realities as a definite system of production relations, show that the exploitation and expropriation of the working people are essential under the system, and show the way out of the system that is indicated by economic development. This theory, based on a detailed study of Russian history and realities, must furnish an answer to the demands of the proletariat, and if it satisfies the requirements of science, then every awakening of the protesting thought of the proletariat will inevitably guide this thought into the channels of social democracy. The greater the progress made in elaborating this theory, the more rapidly will social democracy grow, for even the most artful guardians of the present system cannot prevent the awakening of proletarian thought, because the system itself necessarily and inevitably entails the most intense expropriation of the producers, the continuous growth of the proletariat and of its reserve army, and this parallel to the progress of social wealth, the enormous growth of the productive forces, and the socialization of labor by capitalism. However much has still to be done to elaborate this theory, the socialists will do it. This is guaranteed by the spread among them of materialism, the only scientific method, one requiring that every program shall be a precise formulation of the actual process. It is guaranteed by the success of social democracy, which has adopted these ideas, a success which has so stirred up our liberals and Democrats that, as a certain Marxist has put it, their monthly magazines have ceased to be dull. In thus emphasizing the necessity, importance, and immensity of the theoretical work of the Social Democrats, I by no means want to say that this work should take precedence over practical work, still less that the latter should be postponed until the former is completed. Only the admirers of the subjective method in sociology, or the followers of utopian socialism, could arrive at such a conclusion. Of course, if it is presumed that the task of the socialists is to seek different, from actual, paths of development for the country, then, naturally, practical work becomes possible only when philosophical geniuses discover and indicate these different paths, and conversely, once these paths are discovered and indicated, theoretical work ends, and the work of those who are to direct the fatherland along the newly discovered different paths begins. The position is altogether different when the task of the socialists is to be the ideological leaders of the proletariat in its actual struggle against actual and real enemies who stand in the actual path of social and economic development. Under these circumstances, theoretical and practical work merge into one, aptly described by the veteran German Social Democrat, Liebknecht, as Studieren, Propagandieren, Organisieren. You cannot be an ideological leader without the above-mentioned theoretical work, just as you cannot be one without directing this work to meet the needs of the cause, and without spreading the results of this theory among the workers and helping them to organize. Such a presentation of the task guards social democracy against the defects from which socialist groups so often suffer, namely, dogmatism and sectarianism. There can be no dogmatism where the supreme and sole criterion of a doctrine is its conformity to the actual process of social and economic development. There can be no sectarianism when the task is that of promoting the organization of the proletariat, and when, therefore, the role of the intelligentsia is to make special leaders from among the intelligentsia unnecessary. Hence, despite the existence of differences among Marxists on various theoretical questions, the methods of their political activity have remained unchanged ever since the group arose. The political activity of the Social Democrats lies in promoting the development and organization of the working class movement in Russia, in transforming this movement from its present state of sporadic attempts at protest, riots and strikes devoid of a guiding idea, into an organized struggle of the whole Russian working class directed against the bourgeois regime and working for the expropriation of the expropriators and the abolition of the social system based on the oppression of the working people. Underlying these activities is the common conviction of Marxists that the Russian worker is the sole and natural representative of Russia's entire working and exploited population. Natural because the exploitation of the working people in Russia is everywhere capitalist in nature, if we leave out of account the moribund remnants of serf economy, but the exploitation of the mass of producers is on a small scale, scattered and undeveloped, while the exploitation of the factory proletariat is on a large scale, socialized and concentrated. In the former case, exploitation is still enmeshed in medieval forms, various political, legal and conventional trappings, tricks and devices, which hinder the working people and their ideologists from seeing the essence of the system which oppresses the working people, from seeing where and how a way can be found out of the system. In the latter case, on the contrary, exploitation is fully developed and emerges in its pure form, without any confusing details. The worker cannot fail to see that he is oppressed by capital, that his struggle has to be waged against the bourgeois class. And this struggle, aimed at satisfying his immediate economic needs, at improving his material conditions, inevitably demands that the workers organize, and inevitably becomes a war not against individuals, but against a class, the class which oppresses and crushes the working people not only in the factories, but everywhere. That is why the factory worker is none other than the foremost representative of the entire exploited population. And in order that he may fulfill his function of representative in an organized, sustained struggle, it is by no means necessary to enthuse him with perspectives. All that is needed is simply to make him understand his position, to make him understand the political and economic structure of the system that oppresses him, and the necessity and inevitability of class antagonisms under the system. This position of the factory worker in the general system of capitalist relations makes him the sole fighter for the emancipation of the working class, for only the higher stage of development of capitalism, large-scale machine industry, creates the material conditions and the social forces necessary for this struggle. Everywhere else, where the forms of capitalist development are low, these material conditions are absent, production is scattered among thousands of tiny enterprises, and they do not cease to be scattered enterprises even under the most equalitarian forms of communal land ownership. For the most part the exploited still possess tiny enterprises, and are thus tied to the very bourgeois system they should be fighting. This retards and hinders the development of the social force capable of overthrowing capitalism. Scattered, individual, petty exploitation ties the working people to one locality, divides them, prevents them from becoming conscious of class solidarity, prevents them from uniting once they have understood that oppression is not caused by some particular individual, but by the whole economic system. Large-scale capitalism, on the contrary, inevitably severs all the workers' ties with the old society, with a particular locality and a particular exploiter. It unites them, compels them to think and places them in conditions which enable them to commence an organized struggle. Accordingly, it is on the working class that the Social Democrats concentrate all their attention and all their activities. When its advanced representatives have mastered the ideas of scientific socialism, the idea of the historical role of the Russian worker, when these ideas become widespread, and when stable organizations are formed among the workers to transform the workers' present sporadic economic war into conscious class struggle, then the Russian worker, rising at the head of all the democratic elements, will overthrow absolutism and lead the Russian proletariat, side by side with the proletariat of all countries, along the straight road of open political struggle to the victorious communist revolution. The end. 1894. Appendix I. The annexed table contains the data for the 24 budgets referred to in the text. Composition and budgets of 24 typical peasant households in Ostrogeskaya Uyezd summary. Explanation of the table. 1. The first 21 columns have been taken bodily from the statistical abstract. Column 22 combines the columns in the abstract on rye, wheat, oats and barley, millet and buckwheat, other grain crops, potatoes, vegetables, and hay, 8 columns. How the income from grain crops, column 23, excluding chaff and straw, was computed has been explained in the text. Column 24 combines the columns in the abstract on horses, cattle, sheep, pigs, poultry, hides and wool, backfat and meat, dairy produce, butter, 9 columns. Columns 25 to 29 have been taken bodily from the abstract. Columns 30 to 34 combine the columns in the abstract on expenditure on rye, wheat, millet, and buckwheat, potatoes, vegetables, salt, butter, fat and meat, fish, dairy produce, vodka and tea, 12 columns. Column 35 combines the columns in the abstract giving expenditure on soap, kerosene candles, clothing, and utensils, 4 columns. The remaining columns require no explanation. 2. Column 8 was arrived at by adding together the area, in desiatines, of rented land and the amount of arable in the allotment, for which there is a special column in the abstract. 3. The bottom rows of figures in the columns sources of income and distribution of expenditure indicate the money part of income and expenditure. In columns 25 to 28 and 37 to 42 the income, or expenditure, is wholly monetary. The money part was calculated, the author does not show it separately, by deducting from gross income the amount consumed by the household itself. Appendix 2. Mr. Struve quite rightly makes the cornerstone of his criticism of Nick on the thesis that Marx's doctrine of the class struggle and the state is completely foreign to the Russian political economist. I do not possess the boldness of Mr. Krivenko to make this 4-column article by Mr. Struve the basis for a judgment of his system of views. I am not acquainted with his other articles, and I must say that I do not agree with all the statements he makes, and can, therefore, support only certain fundamental propositions he advances and not his article as a whole. But the circumstance mentioned has, at any rate, been quite correctly assessed. Mr. Nikon's basic error is, indeed, his failure to understand the class struggle inherent in capitalist society. The correction of this one error would be sufficient to ensure that social democratic conclusions would be drawn from even his theoretical propositions and investigations. To overlook the class struggle is indeed to reveal a gross misunderstanding of Marxism, a misunderstanding for which Mr. Nikon must be all the more blamed since he is so very anxious to pass himself off as a strict adherent of Marx's principles. Can anyone with the least knowledge of Marx deny that the doctrine of the class struggle is the pivot of his whole system of views? Mr. Nikon could, of course, have accepted Marx's theory with the exception of this point, on the grounds, let us say, that it does not conform to the facts of Russian history and reality. But then, in the first place, he could not have said that Marx's theory explains our system, he could not even have spoken of this theory and of capitalism, because it would have been necessary to remold the theory and to work out a conception of a different capitalism, in which antagonistic relations and the class struggle were not inherent. At any rate he should have made an explicit reservation and explained why, having accepted the A of Marxism he refuses to accept B. Mr. Nikon made no attempt to do anything of the kind. And Mr. Struve quite rightly concluded that failure to understand the class struggle makes Mr. Nikon a utopian, For anybody who ignores the class struggle in capitalist society eo ipso ignores all the real content of the social and political life of this society and, in seeking to fulfill his desideratum, is inevitably doomed to hover in the sphere of pious wishes. This failure to understand the class struggle makes him a reactionary, for appeals to society and to the state, that is, to bourgeois ideologists and politicians, can only confuse the socialists, and cause them to accept the worst enemies of the proletariat as their allies, can only hamper the workers' struggle for emancipation instead of helping to strengthen, clarify, and improve the organization of that struggle. ________. Since we have mentioned Mr. Struve's article, we cannot but deal with Mr. Nikon's reply in Ruskoye Bogaystvo, number 6. It appears, argues Mr. Nikon, citing data about the slow increase in the number of factory workers, an increase lagging behind the growth of the population, that in our country capitalism, far from fulfilling its historic mission, is itself setting limits to its own development. That, incidentally, is why those who seek for their fatherland a path of development distinct from that which Western Europe followed and still follows are 1,000 times right. And this is written by a man who admits that Russia is following this very capitalist path. This historic mission is not being fulfilled, according to Mr. Nikon, because the economic trend hostile to the village community, i.e., capitalism, is destroying the very foundations of its existence without providing that modicum of unifying significance so characteristic of Western Europe and which is beginning to manifest itself with particular force in North America. In other words, what we have here is the standard argument against the Social Democrats invented by the celebrated Mr. VV, who regarded capitalism from the standpoint of a government official settling the state problem of the introduction of capitalism into the life of the people. If it is fulfilling its mission, let it in; if not, keep it out. Apart from all the other virtues of this clever argument, the very mission of capitalism was understood by Mr. VV, and is apparently understood by Mr. Nikon in an impossibly and preposterously false and narrow fashion. And again, of course, these gentlemen unceremoniously ascribe the narrowness of their own understanding to the Social Democrats, who can be maligned like the dead since the legal press is closed to them. As Marx saw it, the progressive and revolutionary work of capitalism consists in the fact that, in socializing labor, it at the same time disciplines, unites, and organizes the working class by the mechanism of that very process. It trains them for the struggle, organizes their revolt, unites them to expropriate the expropriators, seize political power and wrest the means of production from the few usurpers and turn them over to society, capital, p. 650.96. That is how Marx formulates it. Nothing, of course, is said here about the number of factory workers. Marx speaks of the concentration of the means of production and of the socialization of labor. It is quite clear that these criteria have nothing in common with the number of factory workers. But our exceptionalist interpreters of Marx misinterpret this to mean that the socialization of labor under capitalism amounts to factory workers laboring under one roof, and that the progressiveness of the work of capitalism is therefore to be measured by the number of factory workers. If the number of factory workers is increasing, capitalism is doing its progressive work well; if the number is decreasing, it is fulfilling its historic mission badly, p. 103 of Mr. Nikon's article, and it behoves the intelligentsia to seek different paths for their fatherland. And so the Russian intelligentsia set out to seek different paths. It has been seeking and finding them for decades, trying with might and main to prove that capitalism is a false line of development, for it leads to unemployment and crises. We faced a crisis, they say, in 1880, and again in 1893, it is time to leave this path, for obviously things are going badly with us. The Russian bourgeoisie, however, like the cat in the fable, listens but goes on eating. 97 Of course things are going badly when fabulous profits can no longer be made. So it echoes the song of the liberals and radicals and, thanks to available and cheaper capital, energetically sets about building new railways. Things are going badly with us because in the old places we have already picked the people clean and now have to enter the field of industrial capital, which cannot enrich us as much as merchant capital. And so we will go to the eastern and northern border regions of European Russia, where primitive accumulation, which yields a profit of hundreds%, is still possible, where the bourgeois differentiation of the peasantry is still far from complete. The intelligentsia perceive all this and ceaselessly threaten that we are again heading for a crash. And a new crash is really upon us. Very many small capitalists are being crushed by the big capitalists, very many peasants are being squeezed out of agriculture, which is increasingly passing into the hands of the bourgeoisie, the sea of poverty, unemployment, and starvation is increasing immensely and the intelligentsia, with a clear conscience, point to their prophecies and ceaselessly complain about a wrong path, citing the absence of foreign markets as proof of the instability of our capitalism. The Russian bourgeoisie, however, listens but goes on eating. While the intelligentsia seek new paths, the bourgeoisie undertake gigantic projects for the construction of railways to their colonies, where they create a market for themselves, introducing the charms of the bourgeois system to the young countries and there, too, creating an industrial and agricultural bourgeoisie with exceptional rapidity, and casting the mass of the producers into the ranks of the chronically starving unemployed. Will the socialists really continue to confine themselves to complaining about wrong paths, and try to prove, by the slow increase in the number of factory workers that capitalism is unstable? Before discussing this childish idea, I cannot but mention that Mr. Nick on very inaccurately quoted the passage from Mr. Struve's article that he criticized. This article says literally the following. When the author, i.e., Mr. Nick points to the difference in the occupational composition of the Russian and American populations for Russia 80% of the total gainfully employed population, Erwerbstätigen, are taken as engaged in agriculture, and in the United States only 44%. He does not observe that the capitalist development of Russia will work to obliterate this difference between 80% and 44%, that, one might say, is its historic mission. It may be held that the word mission is very inappropriate here, but Mr. Struve's idea is clear. Mr. Nikon did not notice that the capitalist development of Russia, he himself admits that this development is really a capitalist one, will reduce the rural population, whereas in fact it is a general law of capitalism. Consequently, to refute this objection, Mr. Nikon should have shown either 1, that he had not overlooked this tendency of capitalism, or 2, that capitalism has no such tendency. Instead, Mr. Nikon sets about analyzing the data on the number of our factory workers, 1% of the population, according to his estimate. But was Mr. Struve speaking of factory workers? Does the 20% of the population in Russia and the 56% in America represent factory workers? Are the terms factory workers and population not engaged in agriculture identical? Can it be denied that the proportion of the population engaged in agriculture is diminishing in Russia too? Having made this correction, which I consider all the more necessary because Mr. Krivenko has already garbled this passage in this very magazine, let us pass to Mr. Nikon's idea itself. Our capitalism is fulfilling its mission badly. Firstly, it is absurd to identify the number of factory workers with the number of workers engaged in capitalist production, as is done by the author of the sketches. This is repeating, and even aggravating, the error of the Russian petty bourgeois economists who make large-scale machine industry the very beginning of capitalism. Are not the millions of Russian handicraftsmen who work for merchants, with the latter's material and for ordinary wages, engaged in capitalist production? Do the regular farm laborers and day laborers in agriculture not receive wages from their employers, and do they not surrender surplus value to them? Are not the workers in the building industry, which has rapidly developed in our country since the reform, subjected to capitalist exploitation? And so on. Secondly, it is absurd to compare the number of factory workers, 1,400,000, with the total population and to express the ratio as a percentage. That is simply comparing incommensurables, the able-bodied population with the non-able-bodied, those engaged in the production of material values with the liberal professions, and so on. Do not the factory workers each maintain a certain number of non-working members of the family? Do not the factory workers maintain apart from their employers and a whole flock of traders a host of soldiers, civil servants, and similar gentry, whom you assign to the agricultural population, contrasting this hodgepodge to the factory population? And then, are there not in Russia such industries as fishing and so forth, which it is again absurd to contrast with factory industry and to combine with agriculture? If you wanted to get an idea of the occupational composition of the population of Russia, you should, firstly, have singled out into a special group the population engaged in the production of material values, excluding, consequently, the non-working population, on the one hand, and soldiers, civil servants, priests, etc., on the other, and, secondly, you should have tried to divide them among the various branches of national labor. If the data for this were not available, you should have refrained from undertaking such calculations, instead of talking nonsense about 1% of the population being engaged in factory industry. Thirdly, and this is the chief and most outrageous distortion of Marx's theory of the progressive and revolutionary work of capitalism, where did you get the idea that the unifying significance of capitalism is expressed in uniting only the factory workers? Can it be that you borrow your idea of Marxism from the articles in Ateshestvenyi Zapiski on the socialization of labor? Can it be that you, too, identify it with work under one roof? But no. It would appear that Nick On cannot be accused of this, because he accurately describes the socialization of labor by capitalism on the second page of his article in Russkoye Bogaystvo, number 6, correctly indicating both features of this socialization: 1. Work for the whole of society, and 2. The uniting of individual laborers so as to obtain the product of common labor. But if that is so, why judge the mission of capitalism by the number of factory workers, when this mission is fulfilled by the development of capitalism and the socialization of labor in general, by the creation of a proletariat in general, in relation to which the factory workers play the role only of front rankers, the vanguard? There is, of course, no doubt that the revolutionary movement of the proletariat depends on the number of these workers, on their concentration, on the degree of their development, etc., but all this does not give us the slightest right to equate the unifying significance of capitalism with the number of factory workers. To do so would be to narrow down Marx's idea impossibly. I will give you an example. In his pamphlet Zur Wohnungsfrage, Friedrich Engels speaks of German industry and points out that in no other country he is referring only to Western Europe do there exist so many wage workers who own a garden or a plot of land. Rural domestic industry carried on in conjunction with kitchen gardening or agriculture, he says, forms the broad basis of Germany's new large-scale industry. This domestic industry grows increasingly with the growing distress of the German small peasant, as is the case in Russia, let us add, but the combination of industry with agriculture is the basis not of the well-being of the domestic producer, the handicraftsman, but on the contrary, of his greater oppression. Being tied to his locality, he is compelled to accept any price, and therefore surrenders to the capitalist not only surplus value but a large part of his wages as well, as is the case in Russia, with her vast development of the domestic system of large-scale production. That is one side of the matter, Engels continues, but it also has its reverse side. With the expansion of domestic industry, one peasant area after another is being dragged into the present-day industrial movement. It is this revolutionizing of the rural areas by domestic industry which spreads the industrial revolution in Germany over a far wider territory than was the case in England and France. This explains why in Germany, in contrast to England and France, the revolutionary working class movement has spread so tremendously over the greater part of the country instead of being confined exclusively to the urban centers. And this in turn explains the tranquil, certain, and irresistible progress of the movement. It is perfectly clear that in Germany a victorious rising in the capital and in the other big cities will be possible only when the majority of the smaller towns and a great part of the rural districts have become ripe for the revolutionary change. 98. So you see, it appears that not only the unifying significance of capitalism, but also the success of the working class movement depends not only on the number of factory workers, but also on the number of handicraftsmen. Yet our exceptionalists, ignoring the purely capitalist organization of the vast majority of the Russian handicraft industries, contrast them, as a sort of people's industry, to capitalism, and judge the percentage of the population at the direct disposal of capitalism by the number of factory workers. This is reminiscent of the following argument by Mr. Krivenko: the Marxists want all attention to be directed to the factory workers, but as there are only 1 million of them out of 100 million people, they constitute only a small corner of life, and to devote oneself to it is just like confining oneself to work in estate or charitable institutions. Ruskoye Bogeystvo, number 12. Mills and factories are just as small a corner of life as estate and charitable institutions. What a genius you are, Mr. Krivenko. No doubt it is the estate institutions that produce goods for the whole of society. No doubt it is the state of affairs in the estate institutions that explains the exploitation and expropriation of the working people. No doubt it is in the estate institutions that one must look for the advanced representatives of the proletariat who are capable of raising the banner of working class emancipation. It is not surprising to hear such things from the lips of the minor bourgeois philosophers, but it is a pity to have to read that sort of thing in the writings of Mr. Nikon. On p. 393 of Capital 99, Marx quotes figures of the composition of the English population. In 1861 there was a total of 20 million people in England and Wales. Of these, 1,605,440 persons were employed in the main branches of factory industry. Furthermore, there were 1,208,648 members of the servant class, and in a footnote to the second edition Marx refers to the very rapid growth of this class. Now just imagine that there were Marxists in England who divided 1,600,000 by 20 million to judge the unifying significance of capitalism. The result would be 8% less than 1/12. How can one speak of the mission of capitalism when it has not united even 1/12 of the population, and when, moreover, there is a more rapid increase in the domestic slave class representing a dead loss of national labor, which shows that we, the English, are following the wrong path? Is it not clear that we must seek different, non-capitalist paths of development for our fatherland? There is yet another point in Mr. Nikon's argument, when he says that capitalism here does not yield the unifying significance which is so characteristic of Western Europe and is beginning to manifest itself with particular force in North America, he is apparently referring to the working class movement. And so, we must seek different paths because capitalism here does not give rise to a working class movement. This argument, it seems to me, was anticipated by Mr. Mikhailovsky. Marx operated with a ready-made proletariat, he admonished the Marxists. And when a Marxist told Mikhailovsky that all he saw in poverty was poverty, his reply was, this remark, as usual, was taken bodily from Marx. But if we turn to this passage in The Poverty of Philosophy, we shall find that it is not applicable in our case and that our poverty is just poverty. As a matter of fact, however, you will still find nothing to bear you out in The Poverty of Philosophy. Marx there says of the communists of the old school that they saw in poverty nothing but poverty without seeing its revolutionary, destructive side, which would overthrow the old society. 100 Evidently, Mr. Mikhailovsky takes the absence of any manifestation of a working class movement as grounds for asserting that it is not applicable in our case. In reference to this argument, let us remark, firstly, that only a most superficial acquaintance with the facts can give rise to the idea that Marx operated with a ready-made proletariat. Marx's communist program was drawn up before 1848. What working class movement was there in Germany then? There was not even political liberty at that time, and the activities of the communists were confined to secret circles, as in our country today. The social democratic labor movement, which made the revolutionary and unifying role of capitalism quite clear to everybody, began 2 decades later, when the doctrine of scientific socialism had definitely taken shape, when large-scale industry had become more widespread, and there emerged numerous talented and energetic disseminators of this doctrine among the working class. In addition to presenting historical facts in a false light and forgetting the vast amount of work done by the socialists in lending consciousness and organization to the working class movement, our philosophers foist upon Marx the most senseless fatalistic views. In his opinion, they assure us, the organization and socialization of the workers occur spontaneously, and, consequently, if we see capitalism but do not see a working class movement, that is because capitalism is not fulfilling its mission, and not because we are still doing too little in the matter of organization and propaganda among the workers. This cowardly petty bourgeois artifice of our exceptionalist philosophers is not worth refuting. It is refuted by all the activities of the social democrats in all countries, it is refuted by every public speech made by any Marxist. Social democracy, as Koski very justly remarks, is a fusion of the working class movement and socialism. And in order that the progressive work of capitalism may manifest itself in this country too, our socialists must set to work with the utmost energy. They must work out in greater detail the Marxist conception of the history and present position of Russia, and make a more concrete investigation of all forms of the class struggle and exploitation, which are particularly complex and masked in Russia. They must, furthermore, popularize this theory and make it known to the worker. They must help the worker to assimilate it and devise the form of organization most suitable under our conditions for disseminating social democratic ideas and welding the workers into a political force. And the Russian Social Democrats, far from ever having said that they have already fulfilled this work of the ideologists of the working class, there is no end to this work, have always stressed the fact that they are only just beginning it, and that much effort by many persons will be required to create anything at all lasting. Besides its unsatisfactory and preposterously narrow conception of the Marxist theory, this common objection that progressive work is lacking in our capitalism seems to be based on the absurd idea of a mythical people system. When the peasants in the notorious village community are splitting up into paupers and rich, into representatives of the proletariat and of capital, especially merchant capital, they refuse to see that this is embryonic, medieval capitalism, and, evading the political economic structure of the countryside, they chatter, in their search for different paths for the fatherland, about changes in the form of peasant land ownership, with which they unpardonably confuse the form of economic organization, as though a purely bourgeois differentiation of the peasantry were not in full swing within the equalitarian village community itself. And at a time when this capitalism is developing and outgrowing the narrow forms of medieval, village capitalism, shattering the feudal power of the land and compelling the peasant, long stripped clean and starving, to abandon the land to the community for equalitarian division among the triumphant kulaks, to leave home, to tramp the whole of Russia, unemployed for many a long day, and to hire himself now to a landlord, tomorrow to a railway contractor, then as an urban laborer or as farm laborer to a rich peasant, and so on, when this peasant, who changes masters all over Russia, sees that wherever he goes he is most shamefully plundered, when he sees that other paupers like himself are plundered, that it is not necessarily the lord who robs him, but also his brother muzhik, if the latter has the money to buy labor power, when he sees how the government always serves his masters, restricting the rights of the workers and suppressing as riots every attempt to protect their most elementary rights. When he sees the Russian workers' labor becoming more and more arduous, and wealth and luxury growing more and more rapidly, while the workers' conditions are becoming steadily worse, expropriation more intense and unemployment a regular thing at a time like this, our critics of Marxism are seeking different paths for the fatherland. At a time like this they are occupied in pondering over the profound question of whether we can admit that the work of capitalism is progressive, seeing how slow is the growth in the number of factory workers, and whether we should not reject our capitalism and consider it a false path because it is fulfilling its historic mission badly, very, very badly. A lofty and broadly humane occupation, is it not? And what narrow doctrinaires these wicked Marxists are when they say that to seek different paths for the fatherland when capitalist exploitation of the working people exists all over Russia means to flee from realities to the sphere of utopia, when they find that it is not our capitalism but rather the Russian socialists who are fulfilling their mission badly, those socialists who refuse to understand that to dream about the age-old economic struggle of the antagonistic classes of Russian society dying down is tantamount to sinking to Mani-Lovism 102, and who refuse to realize that we must strive to impart organization and understanding to this struggle, and to this end set about social democratic work. ___________. In conclusion, we cannot but note another attack by Mr. Nikon on Mr. Struve in this same issue, number 6, of Russkoye Bogeystvo. We cannot help drawing attention, Mr. Nikon says, to a certain peculiarity in Mr. Struve's methods of controversy. He was writing for the German public, in a serious German magazine, but the methods he employed seem entirely inappropriate. We may take it that not only the German but even the Russian public has grown to man's estate, and will not be impressed by all the bugbears in which his article abounds. Utopia, reactionary program and similar expressions are to be met with in every column. But today, alas, these terrible words simply do not produce the effect on which Mr. Struve apparently counts p. 128. Let us try to examine whether inappropriate methods have been employed in this controversy between Messrs. Nikon and Struve, and, if they have, by whom. Mr. Struve is accused of employing inappropriate methods on the grounds that in a serious article he tries to impress the public with bugbears and terrible words. To employ bugbears and terrible words means describing an opponent in terms of severe disapproval that at the same time are not clearly and precisely motivated and do not follow inevitably from the writer's standpoint, one that has been definitely stated, but simply express a desire to abuse, to dress down. Obviously, it is only this last feature which turns epithets of severe disapproval into bugbears. Mr. Slonomsky spoke severely of Mr. Nikon, but as he clearly and definitely formulated his point of view, that of an ordinary liberal who is absolutely incapable of understanding the bourgeois character of the present order, and quite explicitly formulated his phenomenal arguments, he may be accused of anything you like, but not of inappropriate methods. Mr. Nick, on his part, spoke severely of Mr. Slonomsky, quoting, incidentally, for his edification and instruction, Marx's words which have been justified in our country too, as Mr. Nikon admits, about the reactionary and utopian character of the defense of the small handicraft industry and small peasant land ownership which Mr. Slonomsky wants, and accusing him of narrow-mindedness, naivete, and the like. Look, Mr. Nikon's article abounds in the same epithets, underscored, as Mr. Struve's, but we cannot speak of inappropriate methods in this case, because it is all motivated, it all follows from the author's definite standpoint and system of views, which may be false, but which, if accepted, necessarily lead to regarding one's opponent as a naive, narrow-minded and reactionary utopian. Let us see how matters stand with Mr. Struve's article. Accusing Mr. Nikon of utopianism that leads inevitably to a reactionary program, and of naivete, he quite clearly indicates the grounds which led him to such an opinion. Firstly, desiring the socialization of production, Mr. Nikon appeals to society, and the state.